Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Proved That Service is the Ultimate Superpower? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. He was 2 years old when he first started to admire heroes, and like any other kid was anxiously waiting for his quirk. He was 4 when he was declared quirkless, and was subject to the bullying of all his classmates, while his teachers didn't even bat an eye in his direction. He was 5 when he heard his father, being a fire-based pro-hero working overseas, roaring over the telephone at having a quirkless, useless child. A waste of space, blaming Inko and her family's side for the weak quirks. He was 7 when his father, finally having come back from overseas and knowing that he was quirkless, saw him covered in burns and bruises, his mother protecting him, and burnt down the house in his rage. The house roared into flames, and Inko had tried to hide her son in a cupboard as the support beam fell and snapped her spine as she was closing the door. Midoriya was 7 when he was declared dead to the world, having died in the flames along with the rest of the Midoriya household. Midoriya woke up, sitting in a pile of ashes. He rubbed his head, and his eyesight felt fuzzy. Slowly, the ringing in his ears had disappeared, and he sat up, groaning. He looked at his surroundings. He knew where he was. He recognized it. He was in a very remote area, where only gangsters and stragglers roamed. He had no idea what had happened from when he felt the searing heat of the fire liking against his skin to how he ended up in some alleyway. It was obvious the house had exploded, seeing as he was quite a distance away from his home. It was then he registered the stinging pain in his shoulder. Grabbing it, he winced as he realized that there was a piece of metal stuck in his shoulder, either a pipe or some metal reinforcement from the house. He was lucky that with all his classmates and Kaken's bullying, he had built up quite a decent amount of pain tolerance. Still, that didn't stop him from hissing in pain as he jerked the metal pole out of his shoulder. He was lucky that it just tore the muscle and didn't break any bones. Suddenly, a scream rang out in the air. And another lucky break for the green bean. He was wearing a hoodie, even though some of it was black and burnt, but he was able to pull his hood over his face as he gripped the metal pipe tightly, slowly trudging over to investigate. He found a woman, pinned against a wall, as a man held a knife at her throat. He wanted to scream, to yell for help, but the quickly covered his mouth. Yelling would probably startle the man, and he might hurt her on accident. Then, all of a sudden, he didn't know why he moved, but his feet just did. Pipe in hand, he whacked it against the man's skull. He didn't even see what hit him as he crumpled to the ground, groaning. The man quickly got up, and his arm transformed into a hammer, as he snarled, and attempted to smash the boy into sludge. Horrified, the small boy took a step back, then another, before he gave a yelp and fell down. He watched as the man stalked closer to him, before suddenly, something latched onto his neck as he was forced to look upwards. Aizawa Shoyudo was thinking. Here he was, perched over an alleyway. He saw a man holding a woman at knife point, and wanted to step in. However, he didn't know how to do that without accidentally injuring the woman, since scaring the man might make him accidentally slit the woman's throat. He eyed the boy in the corner as he covered his mouth. Must be her son. But that thought vanished as the boy ran out, smashing the man's head with a pipe as he went down. Eyeing the man carefully, Aizawa realized that he wasn't knocked out, as he got up again and transformed his arm into a hammer. The boy had fallen as he tried to get away, but Aizawa focused on the villain. He couldn't waste the opportunity that the boy had given him. He jumped down into the alleyway, as he latched his capture weapon around the villain's neck and shot down, his boots kissing the villain's face. He eyed the small boy just to make sure he was okay, but he saw 2 large green eyes eyeing him. He quickly changed his focus as the man got up tried to smash him, but Aizawa just activated his quirk and smacked the man into a wall, knocking him out. He made sure that the villain was really out cold, as the woman had already dialed the police as was screaming at the top of her lungs. When he turned back to find the boy, he was gone. Eraserhead. He had seen Eraserhead. The Eraserhead. The underground hero who worked in the shadows and under the cover of the night. Normally, he would have been ecstatic, But he couldn't bring himself to be happy that he had seen such a rare fight. His mom was dead, he had seen her die. His dad was the one that tried to kill them both. Midoriya stopped running as he leaned against a wall for support, panting, trying to get as much air into his lungs as possible. His brain seemed to have finally started up, and his mind started to process what he had just seen. Eraserhead's quirk can cancel out any quirk, probably except mutant types because they're extra limbs. He fights using his capture weapon, speed and agility, immobilizing the target before getting in close to strike. Eraserhead fights quirkless. That last thought rang in his head. He blinked, trying to process what he had just realized. Eraserhead's quirk only cancels out quirks, but that just evens the playing field. He just makes the fight into a quirkless one. A small grin appeared on his face. His mom was dead. His dad was probably a criminal by now. But he had hoped that he could become a hero. Just because society won't accept a quirkless hero, doesn't mean I can't save anyone. Aizawa sighed as he closed the door. His roommate, Yamada Hizashi, looked up from the table as he sipped a cup of tea. "You okay, Shoyuta? You don't look so good." "I'm fine. I just saw a kid." "A kid?" Yamada frowned, putting down the newspaper he was reading. "I thought you hated kids. That's why you were complaining about having to homeroom a first-year class, weren't you?" Aizawa turned to his blonde friend, grunting, "I don't know. There was this guy holding a woman at knife point, and I was trying to figure out how to get the guy without hurting the woman by accident when he just ran in and smacked the guy with a metal pole. I was busy dealing with the guy, and when I was done he was gone." "So? Could be her son," Yamada suggested. He massaged his temples. "I thought so at first too. Any normal kid would just run away or scream. But it seemed like he covered his mouth to prevent himself from making a sound, like he knew that startling the man might make him hurt her. He was, well, pretty small. Looked to be 6 or 7 years old. Too young to know how to react in situations like that. Who knows, maybe he has an analysis quirk or a high IQ quirk or something." Yamada shrugged again, patting his friend on the back. Midoriya was a fast learner. He was quickly able to analyze fighting styles, just by looking at them. He found the strengths, the weaknesses, and how possibly to improve them, without as much as a glance. Actually learning how to fight back was a problem, since he normally never did as much throw a punch whenever he got bullied. Since he had started training himself from a younger age, Midoriya was very flexible. He could do splits and all sorts of other stretches that others found it hard to do, and also realized he was double-jointed, making him unusually flexible and made it a lot easier for him as he leapt and rolled about on rooftops. He already learnt a bit of parkour, mostly from people he had seen doing it before, and read a lot of trial and error that resulted in him breaking his fingers and dislocating his shoulders. He currently resided in the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, surrounded by tons of junk. No one really went there, since there was so many broken appliances and space for the boy to train and use. He didn't need much, just a shelter over his head. He did eventually make a home out of 2 minibuses. He had no idea how they managed to wash up on the beach, that just happened to be side by side. He had melted off the walls between the buses and welded them together with scrap metal, and removed all the seats to create a decently sized place to live in. That, and the fact that his home was currently surrounded by so much junk that no one would even suspect that someone lived there. With his knowledge, Midoriya was able to fix up one of the phones that someone had thrown away. Seriously, he just had to replace the cracked screen and fix the battery, while grumbling about e-waste and its effects on the environment. He also made his own equipment for fighting. He had a pair of goggles that allowed him to zoom in, and gave him much better vision, and an air filter voice-changing mask. He didn't want to bring too much equipment, in case it weighed him down, but he did have a knife that he hid in his belt. He wore a green hoodie that someone had trashed. Seriously, stop trashing perfectly good stuff, black tights and matching black combat boots. He also had a belt with his knife and a compartment where he kept his phone, some painkillers, antiseptic, and a small roll of bandages in case he needed to patch himself up. He stood up from where he was sitting on the ground, grinning. He was ready to face the world and what it was about to throw at him. Aizawa sighed for the umpteenth time that week as he lay on his desk, his phone in his right hand as he rubbed his eyes. "You okay?" You've kept sighing this week, and I'm pretty sure it's not from those 3 remaining students in your homeroom class. Snipe asked him, patting the underground hero on the back. I'm fine. A villain got a flash bomb in my face last night and my eyes hurt. Aizawa groaned, reaching out with his free hand for the flask of coffee on his desk. It was common knowledge that because of his quirk, his eyes were a lot more sensitive and even normal bright lights were unbearable for him after a while. He gulped it down, feeling the warm liquid trickle down his throat. It's just, you know that relatively new Vigilante, right? Green hoodie, goggles, mask. Yeah, the green one that's called Yuzuki, right? Aizawa blinked. Wait, when was he named? Snipe took out his phone, before showing Aizawa an article from that morning. You just had a class so I didn't expect you to see it, but here. Aizawa took the phone, quickly reading through the article. It stated how a guy was saved from a bunch of gangsters, and when he was asked for a name, the vigilante had hummed, before quickly saying that his name was Yuzuki. He quickly handed the phone back to the sniper. According to Tsukachi, he had received a package that was addressed to me from him. Hizashi went out to buy something and he agreed to pick it up on the way for me. Aizawa sighed again. As if on cue, the cockatoo blonde poked his head into the teacher's lounge. He carefully placed the box on the table, and immediately noticed the "Please handle with care" that was written all over it. You think it's malicious? Snipe asked, leaning over the hero's shoulder. There was a card attached to it, and Aizawa opened it. Dear Detective Tsukachi, I know you probably have a good reason to throw this out, but please can you pass this over to Eraserhead for me? I think he works in UA, but the security system is scary and I don't want to break into a hero school and I have no idea where he lives. I promise you it's nothing harmful. Yuzuki. Oh, a secret admirer. Midnight popped up behind them. What is it? It looks like a kid's handwriting. So I doubt it can be that bad. Worst case it's probably a prank or something. Snipe shrugged. If anything goes wrong, I'm blaming you. Aizawa grumbled, opening the box to reveal a pair of goggles. It looked exactly like his, and everyone looked at the gift and wasn't until Aizawa picked it up when he realized that there was a thin lens along the eyepiece. Aizawa blinked, handling the goggles with care. It didn't seem dangerous, but who knew what the vigilante wanted with him? That's so sweet. Yamada grinned, snatching the goggles and putting it on his eyes. Look, we match. He started posing, and one of his regular poses resulted in him staring directly into a lamp that was on his desk. Hey, it's dim. There was another piece of paper in the box, and confused, Aizawa unfolded it. Dear Eraserhead, I kinda made these goggles for you. I tried to make it as close as possible to yours, but I have no idea how close I was in my attempt. It shouldn't be much different from your regular ones, but I added a lens that I made. It should help you protect your eyesight in case you get into a situation when your opponent has smokescreen or pepper spray. Trust me, pepper spray esses. It also adjusts the amount of light that enters your eyes, so if you get hit by a flash grenade again you should be fine. You should be able to see properly no matter how bright or dark it is. I don't think you saw me yesterday, but I saw you struggling a bit after you got hit with a flash grenade, so I thought it was an appropriate time to give it to you. Also, I believe your eyes are more sensitive since your quirk lies in your eyes, so you should take care of them. Yuzuki. P.S. Thanks for saving my life 6 years ago. Midnight just shook the voice hero and handed the goggles back to Aizawa. Honestly, this Yuzuki guy seems like a nice kid. You saved him 6 years ago? Aizawa shook his head. No idea. 6 years is a long time. I don't really know. He stared at the goggles, contemplating if he wanted to try them or not. Yamada was perfectly fine wearing them, and he had to admit he was a bit curious. Try him on, she urged, and Aizawa swapped out his goggles for the newer ones. It was a perfect fit. Aizawa leaned back on his chair, and for once, he was able to stare at the ceiling without the headache that would start at the back of his head as the lens automatically darkened to reduce the amount of light entering his eyes. Excuse me, All Might. A 13-year-old boy with green hair ran up to the number 1 hero, who had just saved a bunch of other people from a particularly nasty electric villain. Without his gear, it was almost impossible to deduce that Midoriya was Yuzuki. Can I ask a question? Why not, my boy? Ask away. All Might replied, grinning. Do you think a quirkless person could be a hero? Honestly, I don't think so. Many of the villains with quirks now can be especially dangerous even for those with suitable quirks to protect themselves, so, The hero stopped talking, realizing the boy had disappeared. It was a surprise to see a boy around his age, surrounded by a bunch of guys wearing the same uniform. Hey, freak. The poor purple-haired boy was punched in the gut, and he winced, his school bag strewn against a wall. He was punched in the face, but he managed to bring out his own arms to protect himself. The group of boys continued to laugh and tease him, as the boy tried to defend himself and not say a single word except cries of pain as more swears and profanities rained down on him. Villainous quirk. You can't be a hero. Freak. Hey. Midoriya couldn't take it anymore. It reminded him of Kakin and his friends, his father, his teachers. Leave him alone. Crap. Isn't that the new Vigilante? The really fast and agile one. One of the boys trembled, holding back another from throwing another punch. Sheet. Yeah, let's go. Shinso looked upwards, but he immediately felt nauseous as his legs gave way. He didn't remember hitting the ground. Midoriya managed to catch the boy before he collapsed, though he was completely out of it. Damn it. It's always bullies. Midoriya grumbled, carefully adjusting the taller boy so that he could carry him without worsening his injuries. Stealing a glance at the bag on the ground, Midoriya picked it up, before pretty much carrying him out of the alley. Midoriya crouched on a rooftop, surveying the area. He had knocked out several criminals, but then the police had come after him, so he had escaped onto a rooftop to hide. The boy he had saved was still unconscious, but Midoriya had pretty much figured that out. He had a broken rib and seemed to be suffering from malnutrition. He heard footsteps behind him, and he whirled around, staring directly at Eraserhead. Hi? He asked uncertainly. He didn't know if Eraserhead was going to attack or not, but he honestly didn't want to fight his favorite hero. Eraserhead had moved up from second to first. He wondered if his former idol even knew Eraserhead existed, since he was fighting practically quirkless. Midoriya knew that he himself was pretty good in fighting, but still, All Might's words stung. Yuzuki, huh? Eraserhead replied, walking closer to the Vigilante. Did you get my gift? He asked. Yeah. Eraserhead sighed, tapping his goggles. How did you even know the size? I observed. The Vigilante rubbed his arm sheepishly. I kinda look up to you, Eraserhead. Oh. Eraserhead looked at Yuzuki. I have to admit, I'm impressed that you know of me, and that you can even knew where I was working at. Yuzuki snorted. You practically wear the same thing to you. It'd be impossible to not tell. Eraserhead sighed. You do know I have to catch you, right? This time, Yuzuki was alarmed. What? I haven't done anything to break any laws. Every time I fight someone, it's in self-defense. And I never used a quirk in all those fights. Blinking, Eraserhead sighed again and released his scarf. I suppose that's true. Though I should still bring you in. The media is labeling you as a vigilante. Yuzuki snapped. I don't care what the media says. This society is shit. They just want everything to be flashy, so more people watches. They just trample others underfoot if they don't have a quirk that makes bright lights and explosions. He didn't know why, but he started feeling bad for the kid. What makes you say so? I saved a kid who was getting bullied. They said he had a villainous quirk. As if quirks decide who's good and who's bad. It's how you use it. Yuzuki grumbled. Aizawa had to agree. He himself had been subject to that same taunts when he was in UA, but at least he had Yamada and Kayama who had his back. It seemed like whoever Yuzuki had encountered, he was all alone. Do you think a person with a non-offensive quirk can be a hero? Yuzuki looked right at Aizawa. He was about to answer, but they were distracted by a loud bang. Trying to find the source of the sound, Eraserhead looked away. When he finally looked back, Yuzuki was nowhere to be seen. A piece of paper was left in his wake. He picked it up. Think about my question. Followed by a series of numbers. Eraserhead pocketed the paper, before setting out to find the villains that had disrupted his conversation. Who the hell was this kid? Shinso groaned. blinking as the haze in his vision cleared. He found himself staring at the roof of a bus, utterly confused. He managed to sit up, rubbing his bruised ribs as he coughed. "You're awake?" A voice next to him rang out. Shinso turned his head as he looked at the person beside him, not sure what to expect. He definitely wasn't expecting to see a boy wearing goggles and a green hoodie, with a metallic mask hanging around his neck, sitting on the ground in a corner. The same guy who saved him from the bullies. Shinso blinked again, trying to understand what was going on. "You're in my home. You were being bullied yesterday and I saved you and you passed out and—" The boy immediately clamped his hands over his mouth, muffling his words. He took a deep breath. Before sighing, "Sorry. I'm sure you're pretty confused right now. I'll give you some time to think things over. I'll be back in 5. With that, the boy got up and walked out of the room, which was covered in a lot of windows for some reason, even though there wasn't any light entering the room from the outside. The light in the room came from the strips of lights on the ceiling, and even the ceiling looked way too low for it to be a regular house. Shinso blinked, looking across the room, trying to take in his surroundings. He was lying on some sort of mattress, and his bag was leaning against the wall next to him. What looked like his uniform was folded and placed on the table across the room, and he just realized he wasn't wearing his shirt. His wallet and his keys, which were originally in his pants pockets, were sitting on his uniform. The boy came back into the room, carefully placing a glass of water and a small loaf of bread beside the purple-headed student. "You've been passed out for a while, so you're probably a bit thirsty. Also, it's a Saturday, so don't worry about school." Shinso greedily gulped down the water, before sighing. He took a good look at the boy, realizing that his bullies were right and he looked exactly like the media had described him as. Except, he was short. Really short. And Shinso was not expecting this kind of attitude from the Vigilante rumored to have taken down quite a few of the rougher ruffians on the streets. Shinso remained silent. Years of mistreatment from his family and classmates conditioned him to remain silent and not talk unless it was necessary. He even refused to look at him in the eye and opted to stare at his empty glass. "You know, you don't need permission to talk." The boy must have picked up on thoughts, and Shinso looked up at the boy. "Don't?" The boy snorted. "Your quirk is response-based, I guess? I swear. I have no idea what's wrong with children these days." Shinso mutely nodded before asking, "Are you really Yuzuki?" The boy lightened up and laughed. "Yeah, I'm Yuzuki. I have a real name but a number of reasons why I won't tell you." "And you are?" Shinso blinked. Yuzuki clearly had taken his wallet out of his pocket, so why didn't he know his name? "Personal stuff. Don't worry about it. I don't like snooping into other people's things unless they're bad." Yuzuki grinned. "Ah. That was his reason, Shinso Hitoshi. All right." Yuzuki procured another bottle of water for himself from somewhere and sipped it. Both of them remained quiet for a while, before Shinso spoke up. "So, why did you save me?" "It was the right thing to do. Plus, I don't like bullies," Yuzuki said as he pulled his mask back onto his face, immediately changing his voice to something slightly deeper. He then pulled his goggles up to rest on his forehead, and Shinso caught sight of the bright green eyes looking back at him. "What happened?" "I want to be a hero. But because of my quirk. My classmates say I should be a villain." Yuzuki frowned, and Shinso could see the emerald eyes gleaming in anger. "I heard those med kids say that. What quirk do you have?" Yuzuki asked. "Brainwashing quirk." Shinso looked away, refusing to look Yuzuki in the eyes. After all, he was so nice, why would he want to associate with a person with a villainous quirk? He froze. Yuzuki already knew his quirk was something response-based, and still wanted to hold a conversation with him. And allowed him to speak freely? Shinso couldn't help himself and blurted out, Don't you think they're right? That I should be a villain with this quirk? That it's useless for me to try to be a hero? That..." Shinso stopped abruptly when he saw Yuzuki looking at him intensely as he flinched. "Trust me when I say this. I use these to be able to listen to things more clearly and from a further distance." Yuzuki dug two things out of his ears, and Shinso bleakly realized that his quirk didn't even work on Yuzuki because of them. Yuzuki was going to kill him and he wouldn't be able to do anything and… Yuzuki slammed his earpieces on the ground, crushing them to metal shards. Shinso jumped at the sound and stared at Yuzuki incredulously. He had just destroyed the only thing that kept him safe from his quirk. Your quirk is amazing. Imagine there's a hostage situation and you can just brainwash the villain into letting go. You can convince someone and prevent them from committing suicide. Yuzuki got up and squatted down in front of the stunned boy. Shinso curled in on himself on instinct, bracing himself for whatever Yuzuki might do to him. He didn't expect Yuzuki to gently ruffle his fluffy purple hair. Stop doubting yourself, Shinso. You can be a hero. That was all it took for all the walls Shinso had put up, to protect himself from everyone's harsh words, to rein in his emotions and not let anyone know how hurt he was, to crumble, and he couldn't stop himself from unconsciously leaning into Yuzuki's touch and crying into Yuzuki's hoodie. Want to train me? Shinso's eyes widened at Yuzuki's offer. Yuzuki nodded. Your quirk is powerful, but if you want to get into UA, and I'm assuming you do because that's the best hero school in Eastern Japan, you need to train. The UA exam is made for flashy, destructive quirks, and while I say it's practical because of the sheer number of applicants they have every year, it is not fair to those like you, who have powerful but non-offensive quirks. And from what I've heard, you have to fight robots. A brainwashing quirk definitely won't get you anywhere. But if you train and get stronger, you'll have a chance at getting into the hero course. Unless you want to get into the general education course and transfer in via the sports festival. His own childish curiosity that had been suppressed for so long, combined with the fact that Yuzuki practically said he was free to talk, took over and he couldn't help from blurting out, "But you're a vigilante, right? And you have villains to catch and heroes chase after you? Why help me when you have so many others things on your plate? See? You're thinking of others and putting them before yourself." Yuzuki was probably grinning behind his mask. I had the same dream. I wanted to be a hero. But because of my unfortunate circumstances, I lost the chance. There's no way I can even enter a school, let alone become a hero. Yuzuki sighed before asking, "Are you still willing to let me train you?" Shinso nodded, "Yeah." "So, where do you live?" Yuzuki asked. "Why do you need to know where I live?" Shinso groaned, his ribs still aching but not as much as before. "You have school and I'm not going to train you in my house. The alley I picked you up in is also a fair distance from here." Yuzuki replied, "Plus I'm trying to keep as much personal information about me a secret as far as possible." "Ah." Shinso nodded, "I can bring you there." "Alright, I'll have to BLNDFLD you though. I'm not letting anyone know where I live, not even you." From then on, the duo had a schedule. On Mondays to Fridays, Midoriya would train Shinso on strengthening his muscles, or working on his stamina. Saturday afternoons were for training him on different fighting techniques, to let Shinso get used to working several different kinds of muscles at once, and Sunday mornings were for them to discuss how to better utilize his quirk in battle. Shinso did start to worry about Yuzuki though. He spent all his time out of school with him, teaching him and training him, and would spend the night patrolling and catching villains. He really wondered when the vigilante slept. Hopefully while he was in school. "Any luck on finding Absorber?" Yamada asked Aizawa as he sighed and shook his head. Absorber was a decently new hero who had the power of shock absorption and had disappeared mysteriously a week ago. Nizu is getting worried. Absorber isn't the first person to disappear and definitely wouldn't be the last. Aizawa groaned, plopping himself onto the sofa. There were cases of people disappearing, but it had escalated until a person disappeared each week, the only thing in common being those with powerful quirks. Heroes were also amongst those kidnapped. About a month ago, Generate, a reckless hero with regeneration abilities that graduated from Shiketsu High School a few years ago, has also disappeared. Nizu assumed that all these disappearing cases were connected. "What about your little vigilante son?" Yamada asked, trying to keep a straight face but eventually burst into laughter when Aizawa let out an exaggerated groan. Yamada himself hadn't had any contact with Yuzuki, but he did know that he liked to pass Aizawa information about villains, either through indirect means like hidden in villains' pockets, or dumping them with Tsukachi. Each time, his information has been vital to stopping some dangerous and illegal case, and Yamada's respect for the Vigilante had increased tenfold, even though what he did was technically illegal. He did manage to save people by passing on information on locations on cases that he had deemed too much for him to handle. Stop calling him that. That little rascal is a pain. Aizawa groaned as his phone vibrated. He dug out his phone, and he stared at the message he had received. Who is it? Yamada asked, leaning over the couch to peer at Aizawa's phone. The message was from someone labeled Greenbrat. There was 5 short sentences, followed by a series of numbers and a picture. Your shift ended? Sorry. Check pockets. Important. Open in private place. The picture was of Crusher, a villain that could turn his skin into rock, knocked out with his wrists tied up with a cable tie. Yamada raised an eyebrow, and it took a few seconds for the pro-heroes to realize the string of numbers was coordinates. So, wanna find out what the green bean left for us? Lucky for them, it didn't take long for Aizawa and Yamada to find the downed villain. In fact, it just happened to be in the alleyway just a few roads down from their home. Present Mike called the police to pick up the villain while Aizawa searched through the villain's pockets. He finally managed to find a thumb drive in the villain's back pocket. There was a note attached. Security password is the truth but not true. Aizawa had to suppress a groan, and just happened to spot a blur of green that had leapt over the alleyway. And you tried to open it? Nizu asked. He had called up Aizawa in his office after he had notified him about the thumb drive and the warning the Vigilante had sent him. No. Security in UA is the best and I'm not risking whatever is in here being compromised. Yuzuki doesn't give us anything unless it's important. Aizawa blinked. Nizu knew of Yuzuki's information passing habits, having been the one to sometimes compile the sheer mass of information for any of it to be useful. Nizu nodded, opening the file that was contained in the thumb drive. The first letter of the letter is the letter to use. What? Yamada gaped at the screen. What does that even mean? Nizu thought about it for a while before asking, Aizawa, you said you got a note with it? Aizawa nodded, taking the letter out and passing it to Nizu. Nizu stared at the letter, then at the computer, then back at the letter for a good 5 minutes, before he clapped his paws and laughed. He quickly typed in an 8-letter password. SPTBNT. The password was accepted. Nizu grinned. What does that even mean? Yamada almost shrieked, but Aizawa stopped his quirk in time. He passed you a letter. The first letter of each word in your letter is the letter in the password. Nizu smiled up at the 2 gawking pro-heroes, though one didn't show it as much as the other. Aizawa hid his face in his scarf and groaned. Go on and teach. I'll go through these. Nizu grinned, patting both heroes on the back. Nizu. I expelled all my students, remember? Well then, maybe you can talk to Power Loader about making the entrance exam robots more suited for less offensive quirks, since you're so passionate about that. What's going on, Nizu? You never hold an impromptu meeting. Ken asked, sinking down into his chair. The rest of his colleges were slowly trickling in. We have received some important information that we feel the need to share with you. On your desks are a stack of your quirks and fighting styles, weaknesses, and possible ways to cover them up for the time being, and some for students here. Nizu said, as everyone started flipping through the 10-ish page stack that was sitting quietly in front of them. When did you have time to do all this? Kayama asked, flipping through all the papers, and I'm not sure you called a meeting just to tell us what we have to improve on. Oh, I didn't compile them. The way Nizu spoke had them all on edge. These were sent to me, via Aizawa. Wait, who sent it? All of them were worried. Someone had observed them enough to pick out every single weakness that could be exploited in a fight, or when they were teamed with someone, and for some reason decided to send it to. Yuzuki. Maijima growled. Who does that kid think he is? He can't just tell us, oh hey you guys are weak. Like he's some important person. Power Loader. Everyone turned to Aizawa, who never said a thing in meetings. If he spoke up, then it was definitely serious. I assure you this is not some logical ruse from the Vigilante. Even if he does things against the law, he has helped in taking down several villain groups, and he does not do things unless he knows it's out of his power to do so. Basically, you're saying you're willing to vouch for M? Ken asked incredulously. Aizawa sighed. They were going to need proof. You remember that case last year? The one with around 150 kidnapped children to be shipped off and sold? And the Yakuza that was trying to make that cork drag? And that group of villains that destroyed buildings? Aizawa spoke in monotone. Everyone nodded. Those were events that the Erasure hero had taken part in, and Ken asked, so, what does the Vigilante have to do with them? He fed us the information. Nizu grinned. Notes on their quirks and weaknesses, the layouts of their hideouts, important information that was vital to their takedown. Yuzuki gave it to us. We wouldn't even know these events were taking place if not for him. Yuzuki doesn't give us information for no reason. If it's too much for him to handle and he decided it was necessary for Nizu to interfere, then it's something big. Nizu then immediately brought out a folder with several pictures in it. I doubt any of you want to see this, but these are pictures of the missing heroes. They were heavily brutalized and I couldn't even recognize them if the pictures weren't labeled. Yuzuki believes that there is something more than just people disappearing. Nizu continued, opening a Word document. I'm assuming that Eraserhead took this thumb drive to Nizu either because the school's security is strong, or because he tried to open the drive and couldn't get past the password. People are disappearing and honestly I'm worried for you guys. I personally like Eraserhead and the rest of the UA teachers, and I don't think he wants to lose any of his colleagues, so I compiled some information for you to protect your weak spots. I have a gut feeling they'll go after you guys for your quirks. I'll send more concrete information when I get it. Just please be careful. Regards, Yuzuki. Personally, I was also suspecting more to all these disappearances. Nizu sighed. I don't want to lose any of you. Even if Yuzuki is wrong about them coming after us, people are still going missing at a much faster rate than before, heroes or not. I also wish for you to better yourselves, so that you can not only protect yourselves, but other people. You're all free to go. Bakugo hated everything. He hated how everyone treated Midoriya. He hated how Midoriya would let other people bully him because he was quirkless. All for what? To look cool? What was so cool about ganging up on a helpless little boy who wanted nothing more than to help other people? Midoriya was not a normal kid. Even at a young age, he was smart. He learned things way faster than other kids, and made connections where no one thought possible. If he wasn't officially declared quirkless by the doctor, he would have thought Midoriya had an intelligence-boosting quirk. Except that Midoriya was officially declared quirkless. Bakugo definitely knew that Midoriya could still be a hero. He knew that he had to be able to fight without his quirk. He couldn't be too reliant on it, after all. He couldn't say the same for Midoriya. He was too nice, too naive, too willing to believe that he could talk things out. He was too willing to protect himself and other people to even think about attacking offensively. Bakugo didn't want to watch his best friend become a hero, only to die because he was unwilling to attack a villain. Bakugo was reclusive. All his classmates from preschool were in his elementary school, all the way up to middle school. He had no idea what kind of god he had set off to ensure he was stuck with the same extras through his entire life. Probably the ones that didn't want him to push Midoriya away as well. He didn't care much for them. Only Midoriya. The others just followed him around because of his awesome quirk. Midoriya followed because they were friends, and he wanted to repair the relationship that Bakugo had unintentionally shattered. Up till now, Bakugo refused to make friends with anyone else. Especially not those who constantly put him down. He exploded all the time. Midoriya's death had made something in him snap. He was always angry at the world that killed off an innocent child like him. Angry that the world had people that refused to accept some people just didn't have quirks and treated them like they were inferior. Bakugo was lost in his thoughts. Where had he gone wrong? He wanted to push Midoriya, told him if he wanted to be a hero, he couldn't continue letting himself get pushed around by others. What did he end up telling Midoriya? You can't be a hero when you're both quirkless and useless. Bakugo scratched the back of his head. Looking back on it, not the best choice for wording it. He could definitely see how that statement could be misinterpreted in so many ways. He wanted to tell Midoriya that if he trained and stopped letting other people take advantage of him, Midoriya could still be a hero. Midoriya probably interpreted it as his dreams of being a hero being shattered. Because he was powerless. Because no one believed in him. Because no one would give him a chance. Because even his best friend said he couldn't. Bakugo wasn't willing to give up on Midoriya. On Deku, the adorable little boy who would give anything to save others. The only person that Bakugo swore to protect if he couldn't protect himself. He had asked his mother if a quirkless person could become a hero. She said no. He asked his teachers if a quirkless person could become a hero. They said no. He asked Inko if she thought Midoriya could become a hero. She had snapped at him. Yelled at him for being delusional. Shouted that even having a weak, useless quirk was better than being quirkless. She had then proceeded to slam the door in his face. Up till now, Bakugo found her reaction weird. Inko had always been kind, happy, never once raising her voice. Only until Deku was declared quirkless. Bakugo had realized that Deku came to school with more and more bruises. Maybe cuts, or a split lip, or a black eye. When questioned, Deku said he had been beaten up on the way to school. Bakugo accepted it. After all, Deku was bullied all the time. But Deku refused to give up the name of his attackers, even when threatened to be exploded. Bakugo's head was in the clouds, and he didn't even realize that something was following him as he downed a soda that he got from a corner shop. The sewers behind him exploded, and a green slimy hand immediately covered his face. On instinct, his hand exploded. Oh, a pretty powerful quirk, eh? You'll make a perfectly good vessel. A voice drawled, and Bakugo wanted the monster villain thing to just F off. He was suffocating. What a way to go. He could barely see Kamui Woods and Death Arms, standing a few meters away but not doing anything to help. God damn it. He wasn't going to die before becoming a hero. That would be a huge insult to Deku. Midoriya was prowling on the rooftops again. He was waiting for Shinso to get out of school so he could help him train more. The kid was getting pretty good at martial arts and had decent strength. Midoriya was certain Shinso would be able to get into UA. After all, they still had 10 more months until the in-race exam. Plenty of time to brush up on Shinso's weak points and maybe teach him how to use a few makeshift weapons. He heard a few explosions a few blocks away and went over to investigate. He saw a sludge monster. One that he had been tracking for a while. Despite being a D-class villain, Midoriya did not like how he just suffocated people to death. He saw Death Arms and Kamui Woods. He didn't want to blow his cover. At least there were heroes, but they weren't doing anything. Surely, they weren't thinking of waiting for someone with a moat-suitable quirk to appear. Midoriya wanted to facepalm. They were heroes. Their society revolved around quirks. Even if their quirks weren't really compatible to fight his particular villain, Midoriya could think of many ways to use their quirks to fight. Like maybe aim for that gigantic yellow eye that definitely looked gooey and non-solid. Midoriya was going to find another villain before another loud explosion echoed out of the alleyway. His first thought was Kaken. He didn't know what to think of his childhood friend. Sure, he kept tabs on him, just to make sure he was fine. Kaken had always put him down, but Midoriya knew that he meant something else altogether. His explosive mother was definitely not a good role model when it came to expressing themselves. Kaken had also taken to protecting him. Every time someone had beaten him up, Kaken was there to beat them back. Even when his classmates told him to kill himself, Bakugo went ballistic on them, shaking them up and yelling swear words at them till they dropped. Bakugo and Midoriya had a complicated relationship, but Midoriya wouldn't have it any other way. And when he caught a glimpse of a red eye, looking around desperately for help, Midoriya couldn't stop himself. Yuzuki shot forward, nailing the sludge monster in the eye with his foot. Wailing, the monster had loosened his grip on Bakugo, and Yuzuki took that chance to wrangle the explosive teen out of the sludge monster's grasp. Bakugo was dumped onto the ground harshly, and Kamui Woods rushed over protectively to shield him from the sludge villain. But now, Yuzuki was within arm's reach of the villain. "You," he hissed. "You're always in the way. You're the one suffocating people." Yuzuki hissed back as the sludge monster wrapped itself around the smaller boy. "You're really annoying, you know?" The villain snapped, reaching over to pull off Yuzuki's goggles and crushing them under. Sludgy foot. I wonder if you can catch me blind. I wonder if you can kill me if you're blind. Yuzuki snapped back, using his free hand to deliver a nasty punch, right in the eye. The villain howled in pain, and Yuzuki swept off the slime and landed beside Kamui Woods. Bakugo caught sight of those shining green eyes filled with determination. You know, I made something in hopes of talking you down. It's just a prototype, but hope you like your gift. Yuzuki yelled, digging something out of his belt pouch and throwing a small, button-sized device at the sludge monster. Electricity erupted from the device, but it didn't seem to harm the monster much. He did seem mildly annoyed. Bakugo noticed that he did seem more solid-looking than before. Bah, that barely harmed me at all. The villain sneered maliciously. Huh. Yuzuki mocked in a pretense of confusion. Well, does this hurt? He lunged at the mound of sludge, digging his heel right into the villain's chest as he hammered him with a roundhouse kick. A loud snap was heard as the villain was sent flying backwards into a wall. He groaned, struggling to sit up as a loud whoosh was heard. Now, young one. Everything will be all right, for now I'm here. Yuzuki scoffed as a sharp gust of wind flew past him, spiraling in the alleyway like a small cyclone. A powerful blast of wind sent his hood flying off, and Yuzuki yelped. Memories flew into his mind, memories that he knew were there but he had always ignored. Memories of his classmates, his parents, his teachers, telling him how useless he was, how he was a burden, how he was trash, how he should have killed himself when he had the chance. Shakily, he jerked his hood back onto his head. He sighed as he slowly swept all the negative thoughts to the back of his head and his breathing evened out. Luckily, everyone was staring at All Might in awe and didn't seem to notice his little breakdown. All except one person. Kaken. Yuzuki took the small distraction All Might provided and climbed up a pipe, before backflipping over a railing onto the roof. He heard a loud Izuku as he ran off. What connection do you have to the Vigilante? Kamui Woods asked, grabbing the explosive boy by the arm as he attempted to chase down the Vigilante. That couldn't have been Deku, right? Deku died. His father killed him and Inko. In a fire that made their house explode. No way Deku survived that. They just looked similar, right? Green hair and green eyes were uncommon, but not that uncommon, right? Nothing. He reminded me of my childhood friend. They looked really similar. A long time ago. He was quirkless. Bakugo swallowed some bile that threatened to make its way up his throat. Sorry to hear about that, kid. I'm sure your friend is happy you survived this. Pretty sure that Dmed Yuzuki brat has some sort of quirk, even if he doesn't show it. Even he's not dumb enough to run into a fight quirkless. Kamui would pat his arm on Bakugo's back, but all Bakugo could hear was confirmation that yes, the world still put down those who were quirkless. Because they had some extra toe joint or lacked some weird kind of superpower that used to make humans human. Yeah. My friend was also really smart. I apologize, young man. I was tracking that villain before and he managed to get away. If I had gotten him sooner, you would not have been assaulted. All Might somehow managed to seek out the blonde explosive boy. All Might, I have a question. Bakugo started, do you think that a quirkless person could be a hero? Young man, pros are always risking their lives. I cannot simply say that you can be a hero even without power. But why does it matter to you? You have a quirk. All Might asked. For a friend. Bakugo hastily wiped off the tears that threatened to fall. Thank you for answering my question, All Might. As Bakugo ran home, he bit his lip. This was a world that was prejudiced against the quirkless. Bakugo would become a good hero for Deku. Yamada yawned and stretched. His radio show had just ended, and he was on his way home. Time to pop out a latte and dump a sheet ton of sugar in it, before setting a pot of pure black coffee for Aizawa to down when he got home from his patrol, and maybe figure out a way to wrestle the little jelly packs out of his grip. He was walking past a particularly dark alleyway when suddenly, he found a hand on his mouth. Hey, Intel was right. We really got present Mike. Boss is gonna be so proud of us. A man laughed, but Yamada quickly twisted out of his grip and kicked his attacker in the face. Yamada growled and prepared to fire off a yell when he suddenly felt his breath recede out of him, and all he managed to get out was a gasp. You can't yell when you can't breath, can you? A lady grinned, her hands glowing blue. Yamada could see a hazy blue cloud encircling his head as he tried to hold whatever oxygen he still had in his lungs. A green blur dropped onto the lady like a cannonball, and she was knocked out. The figure in green stood up and dusted himself off. Oh, hi Present Mike. He gave a small wave, like he didn't just drop out of the sky out of nowhere and stomped a villain flat. You again. The man snarled as his arm began sparking with electricity. You're the one stealing our information, brat. He moved his hand in Yuzuki's direction, and electricity blasted out. No idea what you're talking about. Yuzuki replied in a sing-song voice, dodging the blast and jumped, grabbing onto a nearby water pipe. A man emerged from the shadows, and Yuzuki yelped as shadowy arms reached out to grab him. Yeah. Present Mike launched a small sound wave at the arms, and they disappeared. Tisif, shadow guy is a problem. Yuzuki grumbled, flicking his goggles a few times. Better? A few more guys dropped from the rooftops, and Yuzuki hissed. Both he and Present Mike were surrounded, and there were a few newbies that Yuzuki didn't know the quirks of. A woman shot a blast of water at Yamada, but he was able to deflect it with a well-timed yell. The entire ground was soaked from the attack. Another guy took out 2 knives and rushed at Yuzuki. He dodged one and kicked the knife out of the other guy's arms, but failed to notice the shadow quirk user behind him. He sank his shadow-infused claws into Yuzuki's shoulder, and he hissed in pain before kicking the shadow user into a wall and knocking him out with his own knife. Present Mike was holding his own against the water user, yelling to deflect her water attacks and knocking a few villains away. One seemed to have a scorpion quirk, as he had grown a tail and was currently trying to spear Present Mike with it. Another guy had arms that turned into blades and decided to change his targets from Present Mike to Yuzuki. The electric user also decided to change his target from Yuzuki to Present Mike, and fired off an electric pulse to stun the voice hero, accidentally shocking the water user in the process. Yuzuki pushed the voice hero out of the puddle and jeered, "That's all you got? Shut up, brat." The electric user snarled, taking a step forward and into the massive puddle, before attempting electrocute Yuzuki, accidentally shocking himself and the water user in the process. Idiot. Yuzuki laughed before coughing out some blood into his mask. Nice job, listener. Present Mike grinned, after screeching into the scorpion's ear and blasting him into the guy who could turn his arm into blades. That was quite a nasty shock, though. Are you okay? I've had worse. Yuzuki mumbled, tying up the villain's wrists with zip ties. Present Mike called the police to pick them up, and failed to notice the scorpion getting up. With a hiss, the scorpion quirk user lunged at Present Mike and lashed his tail out. Out of the corner of his eye, Yamada saw some movement. He whirled around, only to see a giant tail being whipped towards him. Sheet, he cursed internally, bracing himself for the impact, before he was pushed out of the way. He felt his head hit the wall, and while he was slightly dizzy from the impact, he only gaped in horror at the scene in front of him. Even if I go down, I'll take one of you down. Boss doesn't care as long how much we beat you up, as long as you're alive and have your quirks. The scorpion screeched, laughing venomously as he threw the limp Yuzuki against the ground. I'll tear you apart, limb after limb, and let you suffer. Yamada's voice was stuck in his throat as he saw, dimly, the large slash in the Vigilante's hoodie caused by the villain. He felt even more sick as he saw blood stain the hoodie, and the fury in his gut exploded. He let out a sharp shriek, right in the villain's face. As the villain went down, he turned to check on the downed Vigilante. He was gone. He felt an odd weight in his pocket, and Yamada fished out another flash drive. When the hell did he get that? Turning it over, the tape with the name, Yuzuki, on it caught his eye, and he sighed in exasperation to the little green Vigilante. Midoriya hissed as he climbed up a ladder to the roof. Usually, he didn't have any problems doing so, but that demed scorpion had landed a pretty nasty hit on him. At least Present Mike was okay. Midoriya liked listening to the voice hero over the radio. He liked how Present Mike actually interacted with his fans and tried to help them, unlike some stinking flaming trash bag. Midoriya hunched over, gasping for breath. He could feel his muscles tensing and locking up, and he groaned. He didn't just have to worry about bleeding all over a few rooftops. He also had to worry about suddenly becoming paralyzed and maybe falling to his doom or dying some other stupid way on his way home. His brain was become fuzzy, but remembered that his dear little student lived around this area. Time to visit one Shinso Hitoshi. Shinso was not expecting this. His parents weren't home, luckily. They decided to take a week off for some holiday or something, leaving him alone with nothing more than some money for training with Yuzuki had overrun, and he did not want to explain why he was home late. He had heated up some noodles he managed to sneak from the school cafeteria before attempting to finish his homework. Insomnia, and it was well into the night that he heard a knock on his door. Warily, Shinso had looked through the pinhole, seeing nothing unusual. He was about to write it off as a prank when he heard a harsh cough outside his door. Maybe it was a murderer that wanted to trick him? Or a robber? His common sense screamed danger at him, but one thing that Yuzuki taught him was to trust his instincts and his gut feeling. He didn't have time to think when he was in a fight. 1 second was all they needed to slit his throat. Shinso opened the door. He was not expecting to see his mentor, leaning against the doorframe with one hand and his other hand on his chest, his green hoodie stained with blood that was slowly dripping to the ground. "What happened to you?" Shinso gasped, catching the Vigilante as he stumbled. Yuzuki was small, sure, but he was light. Way too light even for a young adult or even a teenager. Shinso realized he had no idea how old his teacher was. "Sorry," Yuzuki gasped as Shinso helped him into the sitting room and onto the couch. "Some stupid paralysis quirk. Didn't want to die or get caught on the way home. Sorry for being a burden. Last time, you saved me. Don't worry about it." Shinso grunted, digging through Yuzuki's belt pouch for his antiseptic cream and bandages. "You need help dressing the wound?" Shinso asked, and Yuzuki mumbled, "Yeah. Can you cut the hoodie open?" Upon doing so, Shinso gaped in horror at the wounds that Izuku had. There was blood spilling from his shoulder, across his chest to his hip, and Shinso blanched. He was expecting it to be bad, but there was so much blood and Shinso was wondering how the heck Yuzuki was still conscious. Yuzuki coughed, and removed his goggles and his mask sluggishly, before clumsily fumbling in his pouch before procuring a sewing kit. Shinso felt so uncomfortable watching Yuzuki sloppily weave the needle and thread in and out of his flesh, and excused himself to go fetch a wet towel because he could not stand watching his mentor, a person he had grown so close to, hurting himself, even thought he was technically trying to stitch a wound up. Without painkillers. By the time he had composed himself, Izuku was finished. His fingers were stained with blood and the knife was lying on the ground, alongside the needle. Yuzuki didn't move for such a long time. Shinso would have thought he was dead if not for the fact that his chest was rising and falling. He then just realized that Yuzuki had passed out. Shinso tried to help Yuzuki with the bandages, though he personally felt that he had done a rather sloppy job given that though he had to support Yuzuki and wrap him up at the same time, the Vigilante was also really light. Hell, Shinso could see his ribs clearly, and that definitely wasn't good. What the hell was he eating? He carefully took off the bloodied shirt and hoodie to wash them. Yuzuki would probably want them back. The shirt, maybe not, but the hoodie, definitely. With his hoodie gone, Shinso also realized he had rather deep gashes on his shoulder and set about patching them up too. With the absence of the goggles, hoodie, and mask, as well as any blood that was on his face, Shinso realized just how young his mentor was. Soft, fluffy green hair, with freckles adorned his face, and Shinso wondered how the heck this little kid was a vigilante that took down villains 2 to 3 times his size. The only thing Shinso noticed that really stood out was his eye bags, and they looked even worse than his own. Shinso sighed, bringing his homework out to the living room so he could watch over the Vigilante and finished whatever essay his teachers wanted him to finish. It hadn't even been an hour before Yuzuki woke up, thrashing and gasping for air. Shinso wasn't expecting him to wake up so soon, or for him to immediately start reaching behind his neck for something, and looking around at everything like they were out to kill him. "Hey, it's okay." Shinso didn't know how to calm the panicking boy, and tossed one of his spare jackets at Iziki, thinking that he was cold or something. Yuzuki promptly put the jacket on and pulled the hood over his head, sighing in relief. Sorry. Usually I wake up fighting or struggling when I know I didn't sleep on my own accord in case I'm kidnapped and or knocked out and I fall asleep because of some drag or something. Yuzuki mumbled, pulling the hood so that it covered his face entirely. I'm a mess. It's fine. Shinso sighed again. Are you okay? He had never seen Yuzuki so shaken up before, and he was concerned for his mentor. I just don't feel good without something covering my face. Yuzuki admitted, I feel exposed, useless, too much like my old self. I just feel confident with something to hide my identity, something that screams something other than, hey, this is a useless little brat. Come beat me up. Shinso flinched at the way Yuzuki spoke about himself. You're not useless. You're kind, willing to help anyone who needs it, and you're willing to risk your life for others. You're not useless in any way. He did not realize he had said that out loud. Shinso, tell me, honestly, the green-haired boy looked at Shinso, do you think that I could become a hero? Yeah. I mean, you're technically a vigilante, so police treat you like a villain, but you go around saving people for absolutely no good reason. You can definitely be a hero. I'm technically not a vigilante since I'm quirkless. Shinso blinked. So? Yuzuki looked at the taller boy in confusion. Everyone says I can't be a hero because I'm quirkless. My teachers, my classmates, even my parents. The smaller boy looked like he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. I should have died in that fire 7 years ago. My mom did. And she was right. I'm useless. Me wanting to be a hero is just a pipe dream. Yuzuki growled, absently rubbing his hair through the borrowed jacket. I'm sorry I'm being a burden. Look, you're teaching me how to fight quirkless. You're fighting off villains without using whatever quirk you have. You're not a burden, so get that silly thought out of your head. Shinso sat beside the boy. You took care of me all those months ago, and even now you're thinking about other people. I'm pretty sure you're thinking of how to help others while you're stuck here with me. I'm pretty sure that does not fall under being useless. Shinso decided to file away the fact that Yuzuki said he should have died in a fire. Honestly, you're the best thing that happened to me. I told you before, everyone hates me for my quirk. Everyone thinks I'm gonna be a villain. My parents think my dream of being a hero is stupid and meaningless because of my quirk. You're the first real friend I had in over a decade. Friends. Yuzuki turned to look at the taller boy. I never really had any friends. I had one good friend, but he kinda pushed me away, but also kinda helped me, so I really don't know. But yeah, meeting you was nice. Both of them sat silently next to each other. Before Yuzuki spoke up, Izuku. What? Shinso asked. My real name is Midoriya Izuku, 14 years old. But call me Izuku. I don't want to be called a Midoriya ever again. Call me Hitoshi then. Shinso rubbed his neck, and Midoriya turned to stand up. Well, I'll going now. I don't want to be a burden. He was promptly pushed back onto the couch by the taller boy. You're not a burden, and I'm putting you under house arrest to let those med wounds heal. What kind of hero bleeds out while fighting a villain? It was funny seeing the supposedly scary and mysterious vigilante pouting and whining like a kid. Seriously? Yamada whined as he grabbed Aizawa's arm. He could be dead and it would be all my fault. Hisashi, can't you go find him on your own? You're the only one who has been actively able to seek him out. Yamada sank into his chair, rubbing his head. He could be bleeding out in a ditch and we wouldn't even know. Wow, what's got your hair in a knot? Kayama snickered as she sat down on the couch in the teacher's lounge, sinking into it as she laughed at Yamada's distress. Yuzuki saved my life and now he's bleeding out somewhere. Yamada wailed, his statement finally getting a reaction out of the rest of the teachers who had thought Yamada's attitude was his regular melodramatics. Show Yuta. Please. You're my only hope. Fine. Only if he doesn't make an appearance after a week. Aizawa huffed. No, he was not concerned for the vigilante. He just wanted to get his annoying friend off his back. Didn't he give you a thumb drive or something? I have no idea how he even managed to slip it into my pocket. Yamada threw his hands in the air. It's like he's here, then he's not, and suddenly there's a thumb drive in my pocket. How? Oh, new scoop. What's in it? Kayama asked. More pictures and coordinates of possible mini hideouts the villains use. A few guesses on the actual locations of the main hideout, and some places to avoid on patrols unless we're in groups. Yamada shrugged. Nizu said he'll send us the details later. We'll look into it later. The entrance exams are in a week, and after that we get around 2 months when we don't have to be in school. We should be able to deal with these villains by then. Aizawa sighed. And maybe we should patrol in pairs just in case something happens, like what happened with Hisashi. You said they targeted you? Said their intel was right and their boss was going to reward them. Yelled at Yuzuki for stealing their info. Yamada nodded. Maybe Yuzuki is working for them? Snipe asked. It's just a suggestion, I mean no harm. As much as you hate to admit it, Aizawa, you're fond of the little green kid. Aizawa hissed into his scarf, and Yamada protested, no way. He took the hit for me. The scorpion guy also looked like he was having fun maiming him. Wait, wasn't there some poison thingy written on the scorpion's powers or something? Namuri, can you bring him up? On it. She chirped, clicking and bring out a digital folder about said villain, named Scorpio. Small-time villain who mugs people and paralyses people. It said here that the larger the wound, the faster the paralysis takes effect. Kayama didn't get to read more before Yamada burst into an even more crazy frenzy, yelling at almost every single hero that patrolled to keep an eye out for Yuzuki before Aizawa groaned and wrapped the voice hero in his capture weapon and stuffing him in a closet. You know, I think we should wear trackers. Ectoplasm said, our phones are connected to the school system, but since they also broadcast out location to other heroes, they can be hacked if somehow these villains get our phones. If we have trackers, like maybe in our shoes, our clothes, then even if we are caught, there's no way they can get rid of all our trackers. That's assuming the villains don't have something to jam signals. If I were a villain, that's the first thing I'll worry about. Aizawa grumbled, but that's a good idea. I'll talk to Nizu about it. You know, I realized how dumb your vigilante name is, Aizu. Shinso said as he dumped his bag on the ground. I know. Peh. Midoriya gave a small smile. When the guy asked, I literally didn't have a name in mind. I just thought swap the letters and bam. Yuzuki! The vigilante was wearing his torn green hoodie that he barely managed to patch up, and one of Shinsu's old t-shirts that fit the smaller boy's frame perfectly, the bloody shirt that Midoriya was originally wearing having been trashed long ago. Smartest guy I know. Somehow lives somewhere unknown and can take down big bad villains but can't think of a good vigilante name. Shinso rolled his eyes. Says you. It took you 4 days to figure that out. Midoriya grinned. Midoriya had been staying with Shinso for 4 days, and Shinso absolutely loved coming home to spend him with him. For the first time in his life, Shinso felt loved, appreciated, even if it was from a vigilante who had absolutely no sense of self-preservation. And was a complete nutjob and a goofball at times. Suddenly, there was a loud yell, and Shinso immediately tensed up. Sheet, he cursed, they said they'll be gone a week. You need to go now. Shinsu's tone was filled with urgency and fear that Midoriya had never heard of before in his friend's voice. Toshi, I'm not leaving you here with them alone. Midoriya grinned as the door swung open. You brat. Why aren't you helping us with the, who the hell are you? A man with equally purple wild hair growled at him while a woman with long, brown hair looked at the two boys from behind the man. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Shinsu's friend from school. Midoriya gave a cute grin to Shinsu's parents and gestured for him to usher his parents into the living room while he got the luggages. It's nice to see Shinso making friends. The man managed to say, but are you aware of his quirk? It's villainous and it's not safe. Midoriya's entire aura changed. At first, he seemed like a perfectly normal teenager hanging out with a friend. Now, he seemed downright murderous, and his grin seemed even more creepy than cute. Now, I'm perfectly aware with Toshi's quirk, and I do not understand why you would say it's villainous. After all, it's up to him to decide how to use it. No. The entire house fell silent. Midoriya's grin seemed to get even more scary by the second, before launching into a lengthy lecture about the usage of quirks and how not to judge other people, especially their own son, by whatever quirk they have, that seemed to rival that of Nizu's. Oh dear. Look at the time. Midoriya glanced at the clock on the wall. I better get going now. But, if you ever say anything bad about Toshi, or even lay a finger on him. The threat remained unspoken, but his parents got the message. By Toshi. See you at school tomorrow. UA entrance exams are in a week. Midoriya grinned, exiting the house. Hey, old hag, Bakugo yelled once he got home. You think Izuku could still be alive? What? Katsuki. Please. I know you still feel guilty about Izuku's death, but it's been 7 years. Inko died in the fire, and Hisashi is nowhere to be found. Mitsuki tried to reason. Why did he have to die? He did nothing wrong. The only thing people think is wrong with him is that he doesn't have a quirk, and that's not even his fault. Bakugo yelled. Mitsuki slowly sat beside Bakugo as he continued his tirade. I asked everyone, even Aunt Inko. They all said that Deku would amount to nothing because he's quirkless. Katsuki. What happened? It's not like you to explode like this for no reason. Mitsuki was being unusually calm, but she knew that both of them exploding wouldn't help her son and his conflicting feelings. A few days ago, Yuzuki saved me, and he looked too similar to Deku that I can't help but think that they're the same person. Bakugo replied, clenching his fists. Both he and Midoriya wanted to be heroes, but ever since Midoriya was declared quirkless, Bakugo could never decide between wanting Midoriya to be a hero to wanting to protect him. Bakugo was more like a brother that Midoriya looked up to, a bond that was even stronger than friendship given that the boys had known each other since birth. Bakugo had always felt guilty for Midoriya's death. He took it as not being able to protect Midoriya well enough, that he failed in his duty to save someone close to him. Auntie Inko was so weird. She yelled at me that Deku was useless and a hopeless case and I should just give up on him. Bakugo growled, his hands letting out miniature explosions. Why couldn't she see that Deku was smart? He could probably think of 1,000 ways to get past being quirkless in his little analysis notebooks. Tears that he had been holding back for 7 years finally broke free of whatever hold he had on them, and they rolled down his cheeks and onto the floor. Deku stopped crying so much, you know. He stopped crying altogether. He said his mom said that crying is a sign of weakness. He turned to Mitsuki. Mom, am I weak? Yuzuki pulled up his mask as the villain he was stalking threw a smoke bomb at him. His wound was throbbing mildly, but it was more of an annoyance than a hindrance to him. He quickly dodged a punch as the villain accelerated, kicking him in the gut and drop-kicking him to the ground. Yuzuki immediately tied him up and was about to haul him to a police station when his phone started vibrating. Shinso knew better than to text him at night, so who the heck was texting him? Eraser, where are you? Present Mike is being very annoying right now. Eraser, this is Present Mike, are you okay? Can you please reply? Are you even alive right now? Are you hurt? Are you dying? Soap. Eraser, can you stop him? Eraser, are you okay? Eraser, he keeps stealing my phone. Yuzuki just blinked at the series of messages he was receiving. Present Mike was worried about him? Oh yeah, he had seen him get slashed across the chest by the dumb scorpion. He quickly took a picture of the downed villain with his fingers in a victory sign and sent it to Eraserhead along with a message. Yuzuki, I'm fine. Immediately, his phone started ringing and Yuzuki picked it up. You're alive. Are you hurt? Where were you? Give me back my phone. And oh, should I need to make sure he's okay? He literally sent a picture. You're not dead, right? He sent a picture. Hisashi, oi, what the heck is going on there? Yuzuki just listened dumbfounded as Eraserhead and Present Mike seemed to be fighting over the phone, and a female voice, maybe Midnight, was joining in the conversation. Present Mike cared? About him? A technically not a vigilante? He wished his parents cared about him as much as those heroes did. He didn't realize he had said that aloud, and that the 3, or maybe more heroes, had heard him. Sorry, gotta go now, bye. He shrieked into the phone and ended the call. Yuzuki found the villain he had just beaten up staring at him in confusion. What are you looking at? He yelled at the villain and knocked him out again, embarrassed at what he had accidentally said over the phone. Aizawa, Kayama and Yamada stared at the phone in confusion. They had heard Yuzuki mumbled out something incoherent, before immediately screeching out an apology and ending the call. Kin, Snipe, Ishiyama, Ectoplasm and 13 stared at the trio in confusion. Nizu just grinned as he sat on Cementos' shoulder. He's alive. Yamada cheered, hugging Kayama and Aizawa, the latter trying his best to not kick his friend in the gut and tie him up in his capture weapon. Senpai, is he okay? 13 asked. This idiot over here? Aizawa grumbled out as he pushed Yamada off him. Yamada is an idiot and he will never be okay. Shoulda. You wound me. I thought we were best friends. Yamada wailed, clutching Aizawa's arm. Said person didn't even react, and made no move to even remove the arm that was latching onto him like a leech. Nisa looked at his phone that he somehow had for no reason, and said, Present Mike, it seems like Power Loader has finished some stuff for me. Would you mind going over to pick them up? Gotcha! Yamada yelled, promptly running out of the staff room. Can you trace the call? Ectoplasm asked. Nope. Whatever Yuzuki did, I can't trace his phone or the number. Aizawa shook his head. I tried before. He's either really good at hacking or he knows how to use VPNs or some GPS version of it or something. I don't know the details. Even though the development studio was quite a fair distance away from the teacher's lounge, with Yamada's long legs and the fact that he was running meant that Yamada actually made it back really quickly. He shoved open the door carrying a huge box and something in his hand. Hizashi, just what are you doing? Aizawa deadpanned as Yamada stuck something on his nose. Trackers. Power Loader made a huge bunch of them. Yamada yelled, covering his jacket with them. Geez Hizashi. Don't go overboard. Kayama laughed at her overenthusiastic friend as she grabbed a few, tossing them to Snipe and Ishiyama. Idiot. Don't take all the trackers. Aizawa hissed, snatching the box away from the voice hero before he could resume sticking trackers on himself like a maniac. Toshi. Midoriya grinned, patting Shinso on the shoulder as he walked into Yue. Aizu? Don't you have, other stuff to do? Shinso asked, turning towards the smaller boy. Midoriya was wearing a blue hoodie, and even though it seemed like a really small thing to change, not wearing so much green completely changed how people viewed the smaller boy. Now, he just looked like Shinsu's little brother instead of some crazy suicidal vigilante. His hood was up, hiding the smaller boy's face from view as he jumped around like a little kid on a sugar high. Well, maybe later. I usually keep an eye on the UA entrance exams. Those robots are bound to kill some poor examinee one day, and I'm sure Recovery Girl's powers don't cover resurrection. Midoriya grumbled, stuffing his hands in his pockets. Shinso had to rein in a bark of laughter at the pouting face the vigilante made. He didn't notice that he had tripped over a loose brick on the road, and Midoriya's eyes widened as he realized that Shinso was about to bust his nose on the ground. He had instincts, sure, but those were for things like villains, not rocks on the ground. Suddenly, Shinso stopped falling and was hovering about an inch above the ground. Sorry for using my quirk on you without permission. But it's bad luck to fall. A girl with brown hair grinned, setting Shinso back upright, before running into the examination hall. Go on. Don't let me distract you. I'm rooting for ya. Midoriya grinned, patting Shinso on the back once more before running off to who knows where. And don't trip again. You seriously think it's a good idea to hide a tracker inside you, Ken? Ishiyama asked, as he eyed the cameras of the grounds where the students would be going to for their practical exams. I think it's plausible. Hiding it inside his body would make it impossible to find. Kayama pointed out. Unless they decide to dissect you. Aizawa said. He was lucky Yamada was busy with the written papers, before having to explain the practical exam to all the examinees, so he was free from the noisy voice hero for the next hour or two. Yeah. I might ask Recovery Girl about it. My Jima can also smaller version that I can control with my quirk. Ken muttered, pretending to ignore what Aizawa had said. What if they use quirk-canceling cuffs? It's not like the cuffs are transmission-proofing or something. It should still work unless they electrocute the hell out of you or, like Aizawa said, they dissect you and find it. Majima shrugged. But do we know what they're after? Yagi asked. We don't have any concrete information. I've done some searching around as well. At first, it seemed like they're just kidnapping those with powerful quirks, but there's also a decent number of people with recovery quirks, or strength and speed enhancing quirk missing. My best guess is they're trying to brainwash them to make an army, but that wouldn't explain why they're killing heroes. Maybe because the heroes aren't cooperative or something. Aizawa grunted. Wait, killing heroes? I didn't know anything about that. Yagi scratched his head, his eyes wide with concern. It wasn't made public. Well, more like we didn't find any bodies. Nizu spoke up. We got plenty of information from a vigilante. I've never heard of a vigilante who's willing to communicate with heroes directly. Yagi mused. Which one is it? The green one. Aizawa mumbled. What? Yagi frowned, trying to think what Aizawa meant. The small, green hoodie boy that he had seen bravely fend off the slime villain from the young blonde came into mind. The one with the green hoodie, mask and goggles? You need to be more specific than that. All Might is new here, so he obviously doesn't know what you mean when you say that. Ken rolled his eyes, before realizing that Yagi did seem to know which vigilante Aizawa was referring to. Wait, yeah, you got the right one, All Might. You know him? Not really. I met him once when he was trying to save a student called Bakugo from the slime villain I was chasing. All Might replied. When the vigilante left, the student yelled, Izuku, or something. Aizawa turned towards the number one hero, eyes narrowing. The name Izuku rung a bell. And honestly, he wouldn't believe that the vigilante would swap 2 letters in his name and make it his vigilante name. The boy was too smart for that, right? Sure. The entrance exams are starting. Snipe hushed them, turning to the monitors. Midoriya sat on top of the tallest building, surveying the area known as Ground Beta. He had already changed out of his blue hoodie into his spare green hoodie, and donned the rest of his equipment that made him Yuzuki. The semi-destroyed industrial buildings seemed to be pulled out of something post-apocalyptical, though it wasn't very run-down. Broken chunks of cement and plaster lay on the ground, and Midoriya kept an eye on a few of the robots that he could see. Seriously, robots? Midoriya hated it since it meant that mental quirks, like Shinso's, weren't every effective. He did hope that he had trained Shinso well enough to be able to take out a handful of those metal critters. He carefully peered past the main gate, surveying the examinees who were going to take the test in that particular facility. Usually, Midoriya would hop between the different facilities, but this year he decided to just stick around Ground Beta to keep an eye on Shinso. He noted Shinso was there, taking deep breaths, and a dark blue-haired examinee who looked way too similar to Ida Tensei for it to be a coincidence. He tapped his goggles a few times, slowly rotating the lens until he managed to get a clear zoom-up look at the Ingenium look-alike with glasses. He had engines in his legs instead of his arms, and Midoriya took note that the boy was probably Tensei's younger brother. Maybe he would confirm it when he next visited Hosu, or when he happened to meet the blue-haired boy. No one else seemed to catch his eye, except for a red-haired boy who seemed way too over-enthusiastic and the girl who had her fingers together, trying to take deep breaths, the one that had helped Shinso just now. With the way she held her hands, and seeing what happened when she had used her quirk on Shinso, he was going to put it down as some touch-activating gravity or telekinesis quirk. He honestly liked that the girl was willing to help Shinso for absolutely no reason. He was going to keep an eye on her, and mentally added her to the list of people he genuinely liked, which included Eraserhead, Present Mike, Shinso, Ingenium, Nizu, and Bakugo. The redhead was noisy though. The younger presumed Ida was scolding him, probably for making a ruckus and disturbing other people. Midoriya honestly found his robotic arm swings hilarious, and kept an eye out for the redhead's reaction. Surprisingly, he didn't seem too offended, and was even apologizing for his antics. Midoriya liked him as well. 2 more names to add to the mental list of people I like. And go! What are you waiting for? Examinee 2234 has the right idea. There's no countdowns in real fights. Run run run. The die has been cast. Present Mick's voice rang throughout the area. Midoriya grinned. Shinso had already charged ahead, taking Midoriya's advice and trying to get a small advantage by starting once he could. Hesitation would get them killed in this profession. Heroes have to engage as soon as possible to minimize damage and casualties. Midoriya carefully kept an eye on the 4 examinees as he carefully hopped around from rooftop to rooftop, all the while avoiding the cameras. The cameras were hard to notice when you weren't aware of them, but once you knew about them they were as obvious as a punch in the face. Assuming the face had nerves and you could feel, Midoriya mentally amended. The girl was using her quirk to lift robots into the air and releasing them, using their own weight to destroy them. Smart. She did look slightly nauseous though. The redhead was doing well, and upon closer inspection he seemed to have some sort of hardening quirk that allowed him to cleave through the robotic enemies with ease. Not a flashy quirk, but it's definitely versatile. Midoriya wondered if his quirk affected his density. The engine boy was using his quirk to increase the power of his kicks, kicking the robots to bits. He definitely seemed to know what he was doing, but if he was really an Ida, and Midoriya thought he was, his entire family were pro-heroes based on engines, so it was natural for him to pick up a few tricks here and there. Shinso was doing pretty well, considering that he couldn't use his quirk. He had picked up a metal rod from somewhere in the wreckage, and was destroying robots left and right. Midoriya grinned to himself. He was glad he had first taught Shinso how to use a bow staff, since it was one of the more versatile weapons out there and Shinso was absolutely wrecking the hell out of the robots. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and a humongous robot emerged out of the ground. A cry of pain caught his attention, and he immediately honed into the source. The girl. She had been trapped when the robot emerged, a huge slab of concrete pressing her down against the ground. Midoriya groaned. Whose idea was it to have these giant robots in the first place that would be a hazard to everyone taking place in the entrance exam? Nizu? Surely the principal wasn't that insane and sadistic, right? Even he had to know the limits of Recovery Girl's powers. Red Head and Glasses had immediately turned tail and ran off along with the rest of the examinees. Midoriya was about to jump in when he noticed Shinso stop running, look around, before running back to the girl, trying to pry the cement block off her. "Hey, you're gonna get crushed," the red-haired boy yelled. "Then help me. I'm not leaving here like this," Shinso yelled back. Surprisingly, the red-haired boy yelled, "Helping other people is so manly," and rushed over to Shinso's side. He hardened his arm and heaved the block up, letting Shinso drag her out from under it. It was obvious that she wouldn't be able to walk, if the blood pooling out of her leg and the broken rebar sticking out of it being any indication. "Sheet," Shinso cursed, realizing just how close the robot had gotten. He hastily picked the girl up and started to run away from the robot, the red-haired boy following suit. They wouldn't make it in time. The robot would crush them. Or more specifically, Shinso and the girl. The redhead wasn't weighed down by anyone and was able to make it a fair distance away from the robot. Midoriya had added metal to the tips of his shoes to increase the amount of damage to his kicks. He seriously doubted that a metal-enhanced kick would do anything, given the size of the giant metal robot that was crushing buildings like paper. Unsheathing his knife, Midoriya leapt off the building he was on, landing on the robot's arm. He quickly made his way up to the robot's neck, plunging his knife in and severing all the wires. The robot groaned to a stop, creaking precariously as its source of power was forcefully cut off. Midoriya didn't know if the robot would remain still or fall, so he opted to getting the 2 examinees out of danger. Midoriya quickly scooped up the girl from Shinso's grasp and yelled, "Come on, Ticket. That robot isn't gonna stay like that forever." His connection to his student should stay private. He didn't want to ruin Shinso's chances of getting into UA. Mutely nodding, Shinso followed Midoriya back to the group, and Present Mix's voice echoed, and, "Time's up." Setting the girl down, Midoriya quickly inspected her leg. Her leg was broken, and he was sure Recovery Girl could heal it, but the broken rebar was the problem. He would have to remove it, and he wasn't sure things like this were included in the youthful heroine's resume. "I'm going to remove the metal, miss." "Uraraka, Ochako," she hissed out. Her eyes were unfocused in pain, and the blood loss must have gotten to her head. She shouldn't be revealing her name to random strangers, regardless if he had saved her or not. "Alright, just hold still." He grabbed the metal rebar, and was just about to pull it out before he was interrupted by the loud voice behind him. "Excuse me, I understand that you saved her, but what are you doing, hurting another examinee?" It was Glass's boy. Luckily for Uraraka, it was Midoriya who was tending to her. If it was any other person, Glasses would have startled them and might have accidentally made the injury worse. Midoriya had sensed the engine boy coming up behind him, already half expecting him to speak up about something or other. "While I understand it isn't your intention, you could have startled me and caused more pain to your fellow examinee." Midoriya spoke with an emotionless tone, turning to face the blue-haired boy, before returning his attention to Uraraka. "I'm going to remove it on the count of 3. After counting down, Midoriya quickly yanked the rebar out cleanly, as Uraraka clenched her fists tightly and yelped. He carefully took the roll of bandages out of his pouch and wrapped her leg up. "There," Midoriya said, gently placing Uraraka on the ground, and stood up. "Recovery girl should be here soon and she'll fix the rest of it." "Recovery girl? Who's that?" A voice pipped up. "You don't know Recovery girl? The school's nurse? Youthful heroine? The one that gives you a kiss and saps your stamina to increase your body's natural healing process." Midoriya was confused. Recovery girl's presence was that unknown, was it? Sure, she wasn't a flashy hero, but surely she was known, right? "I'm surprised. Most people think my quirk is just a healing quirk with no repercussions," said Hiro, grinned as she made her way to Uraraka, giving her a kiss to the forehead. "It's going to take most of her stamina to heal her leg, but after a small rest she should be good to go." "Thank you," Uraraka muttered. Midoriya grinned, though no one could see it behind his mask. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, as the gigantic zero-pointer exploded. Most of the heavier pieces of metal landed meters away from the group, but a few smaller, stray shrapnel were sent flying at the dazed students. "Sheet! Concursed! Recovery girl's there. She could get hit." And none of the other students were expecting it to happen. "Wait, was that Yuzuki?" Kiyama squeaked, leaning forward to get a better look in the camera. "Where was he this whole time?" "Probably avoiding the cameras." Nizu smiled, though his coworkers could tell that even the principal was not expecting the robot to blow up for no reason and unintentionally putting the school nurse in danger. "Present Mike, check on the situation now," he ordered over the intercoms. Maijima had already run off to fix another battle facility. Ida didn't know why the guy who had saved Uraraka was familiar. He definitely hadn't met him before, so he had to be someone in the news. But he looked like a teenager, a young adult if he was stretching it, and Ida couldn't recall any heroes that donned a hoodie. He might have been a villain, but he did save Uraraka, so Ida was pretty confident he wasn't a villain. He yelped as a piece of shrapnel was sent flying in his face. With no time to react, all he could do was close his eyes and hope that it didn't hit anything vital. Upon realizing that he wasn't hit with anything, he slowly opened his eyes. The guy who had saved Uraraka was standing in front of him, a piece of metal piercing his arm. He turned around, and Ida realized he had another piece of metal lodged in his shoulder and his stomach. He was also holding another piece of metal in his hand, like he had caught it. Blood leaked out of his wounds as he moved, flowing along the metal and dripping on the ground. "Wow. What's it with things exploding and me getting metal stuck in me?" The guy gave a small chuckle, and stopped upon realizing no one found his quip funny. "Are you guys okay?" The guy started removing the metal shards from his body, not even making a sound as he dropped the bloody metal shards onto the ground. Ida realized, Yuzuki. The vigilante that has a quirk that no one knew about. Pain tolerance maybe. Or healing. "I was rude to you. And yet, you protected me? Why?" Ida stuttered out. "I mean, you were just concerned for someone else and had no problems with making your opinion known." The vigilante shrugged, blood staining his hoodie red. "I was just concerned that if it wasn't me, you might have startled the person and made her wound worse. I already knew you were behind me and expected you to say something." Ida had a decent amount of respect for the vigilante, recalling that Tensei had once mentioned that the vigilante had helped him out in catching some villain group that he was having problems beating on his own. Now, seeing for himself just how willing Yuzuki was to protect others, his respect for the vigilante increased tenfold. I'm sorry and thank you. Ida bowed till his body was 180 degrees to the ground. Are you okay? Shizenji asked, already making her way towards the bloodied boy. Everyone else seems fine. Also, thank you for protecting us. I'm all good. Midoriya poked the wound on his gut. Wow, I'm lucky. It didn't hit anything vital. That doesn't mean you should poke it, you idiot. Shinso had to try very hard to not berate his friend/mentor right there and then. Who? Hi Yuzuki. Yamada grinned as he jumped down behind the Vigilante, sandwiching Midoriya between the examinees and himself. Nice to see you're not dead yet. I'm glad I'm not dead too. Well, we're all good. See ya. Midoriya grinned under his mask, tossing something at Yamada's face as he ran towards a building. He jumped, grabbing onto a ledge and hauled himself up. His injuries were howling in protest, but Midoriya ignored them as he continued clambering elegantly up the wall, using whatever he could use as a foothold. Yamada caught whatever Midoriya had thrown at him, and turned his attention to Midoriya as he finally made his way to the top of the building, disappearing from view. He glanced at the item in his hand. Another thumb drive. The entire facility was filled with silence, until one redhead exclaimed, "That's so manly." Stupid problem child. Aizawa groaned. He could have done literally anything else besides using his body as a human shield. You sound like you want to adopt him, Shoyuda. Kiyama grinned at him. Aizawa shot her a look, but the female hero just smirked back. Like, Ken asked. Using his quirk? Ectoplasm suggested. If he uses his quirk, then he would technically become a vigilante. We label him as a vigilante since he's fighting crime without a hero license, but he keeps insisting that since he hasn't used a quirk at all, we can't arrest him. He made that very clear in our first meeting, and frankly speaking, he's right. Aizawa mumbled. What if his quirk is like Nizu's? An intelligence quirk that technically can't be switched off. Snipe asked. You can't really blame him for that. Isn't there this invisible girl, Hagakure Toru? Or mutation quirks? Can't really blame those. Ishiyama said. Oh look, he's running away with those injuries. Recovery girl's gonna kill him if she meets him. Nizu laughed, as the tension bled out of his shoulders, seeing as Yuzuki seemed fine to continue being cheeky. He personally liked the vigilante, and wanted to meet the boy face to face and have a nice long chat. The boy seemed intelligent enough to find the loophole in the quirk laws and to avoid the police and heroes for so long, and being able to evade Eraserhead was no small feat. Plus, he was giving them information that saved them a lot of time digging. Is he a gecko? Kiyama asked, and can we arrest him for trespassing? He saved a few students though. If he didn't trespass, we might have to deal with the media about at least 2 dead children. Aizawa shot a slightly annoyed look at Nizu, and if the principal noticed, he didn't seem to care. Aizawa made it sound like the media was an annoyance, but Nizu knew he was concerned about the students' well-being. He was a big softy, even though he pretended to be a children hater and expelled kids from the hero course. He still broke the law. Ken pointed out. We're letting like a few thousand students into the school. Our school rules also just said no trespassing on regular school days. He is technically authorized to enter if the school gates let him in. Nizu was smiling. The vigilante had exploited another loophole, and Nizu did know that the vigilante had snuck into the school for the past few entrance exams, and had saved students from robots quite a few times already. This was just the first time he had to deal with the zero-pointer, and Nizu was quite frankly impressed with how he dealt with the situation. He definitely wanted to meet Yuzuki. Another one? Ishiyama asked, frowning. And you said he threw it at your face? I caught it. Yamada grinned, hands on his hips like he had just accomplished something great. Good job. You won a gold star for that. Aizawa grumbled patronizingly, but Yamada just took it as a compliment and squealed, Really? No. Yamada visibly deflated at that. Nizu plugged the thumb drive into the computer in his office and opened it up. Surprisingly, unlike the past 2 thumb drives, there was a password on this one. I'm sorry I became this today, but technically I did nothing wrong and you can't blame. Nizu grinned, typing in trespasser as the password. He enjoyed these small riddles that Yuzuki was leaving. He was also impressed how well the Vigilante knew both Eraserhead and Nizu. He knew that Eraserhead wasn't the kind of person to throw things away unless they were completely useless, and knew that he would keep the note when he passed over the very first thumb drive. The clues he left were very subtle, and even if the heroes didn't get the information, villains who managed to get their hands on the thumb drive wouldn't be able to access the data unless they hacked it. Nizu clicked on the last file that had a bunch of gibberish as a name. He came to realize that Yuzuki stored the most important information in the randomly named files, for some reason. It was a list of coordinates. Thought from scanning through the list, Nizu could tell there were 3 main locations for illegal buying of items such as quirk suppressants, quirk canceling H&D CFFS, and a variety of other items that he knew a normal person would not have a use for, let alone in such large quantities, all under a person called AFO. The dates of the shipments were included as well, all of theme being that day. They were going to have to hit all the locations at once, and Nizu was thinking about who to pair with who. There was a note at the bottom. Does Snipe's gas mask actually work? If it does, pair him with Midnight. Present Mike with Eraserhead. Vlad King should go with Ectoplasm. I think these are the best pairings since they cover both close and distance combat, but feel free to change the pairings if you think otherwise. I'm not sure if any of these locations are ploys since I just downloaded the entire list off their database. Snipe had ended up switching with Vlad King. They had all agreed that Snipe and Ectoplasm hitting the area with a truckload of quirk-canceling cuffs would be the most effective, as Ectoplasm was pretty good with hand-to-hand combat, and Snipe also has generally good aim. Both of them could put up a fight with or without their quirks, and would be able to fight even if they were accidentally cuffed. Eraserhead's quirk essentially made his fights quirkless, and Present Mike was a strong hand-to-hand fighter, so naturally they were placed at the location for quirk suppressants. That left Vlad King and Midnight checking out the last remaining location that seemed to be for drags and a ton of miscellaneous items. Nizu insisted that can bring a gas mask so Kayama could use her quirk properly, and can relented before the animal principal could launch into a lengthy lecture about the masks with T. This place looks like a bust. Kayama muttered as she creeped behind several boxes. Ken was right behind her, carefully peering around. She tapped her earpiece, hearing her friends go wild and beating up villains. Looks like this is the only one that's fake. The others seem to be having fun. She whispered. There's only like 10 villains here. Snipe just shot them all. Ectoplasm grumbled. Yeah. There's really few here too. Yamada replied. Namuri, how are you guys? Suddenly, the crates all around them exploded, and the duo found themselves surrounded by villains. Sheet. Kayama cursed as she was forced back to back with Kan, her whip in hand. Now I know why he asked if Snipe's gas mask worked. She hissed to herself. She couldn't use her quirk unless she also wanted Kan to pass out, and Kan couldn't handle all the enemies on his own without risking getting anemia. We may have a situation. Kayama growled, cracking her whip at the closest villain, who grabbed it and attempted to shock her through her whip. She hated how common elemental quirks were. They were powerful and awful to fight against. Luckily, her whip was insulated, or she would have been fried. Ken was currently shooting his blood out in small, compact droplets, using his quirk like a gun as he hammered away at several villains at once. A lucky shot from the villains hit his gas mask, tearing a large hole in it and rendering it useless. Ken tore the broken mask away in frustration, shooting at the villains. We secured the area. Aizawa's voice droned over the earpiece. You guys need backup? I think so. Vlad King hissed, dodging a kick and delivering a punch across the villain's face. There's at least 30 guys here, and Midnight can't use her quirk. They got lucky and tore my mask. Snipe hissed. Can you use your blood to cover your mouth and nose? I'll try. Ken recollected the blood he used to shoot the villains and formed a makeshift mask over his mouth. He continued shooting villains for a good minute before he released the makeshift mask and panted, I don't see how this is any better than just holding my breath. I still won't be able to breathe. We'll come over once the police come to pick up these hooligans. Yamada yelled. Kayama cracked her whip again, smacking a few villains away as she made some distance between herself and Vlad King. I'll try to use a small amount to neutralize these guys. Just stay away from me. She yelled, charging at a small group of villains that were huddled between several crates. Apparently, they had guns. Kayama elegantly weaved her way towards them and waved her hand, activating her quirk in the smallest amount possible but at maximum potency. The villains went down without as much as a cough. A stray bullet shattered the glasses and Kayama groaned. Her eyesight wasn't that bad, but she just liked having her glasses as some form of meager protection for her eyes. She crouched down, hands out in a kickboxing position. Concentrating her quirk was tiring, and suddenly she was glad Aizawa had constantly nagged at her to stop relying on her quirk and to pick up some other form of fighting. She lashed out, knocking a guy down with her heels and punching another across the cheek. Suddenly, a purple portal opened up, and the entire room was filled with some kind of gas. People around her started dropping, passing out. Sleeping gas, she noted. Her quick made her immune to sleeping gas, but Ken wasn't, and he passed out before he had even realized it. And it's pretty potent as well, considering that they're knocked out with just a whiff. Damn it. Sleeping gas. Vlad King's out. It's like they just pumped the gas in. Kayama reported, trying to look around for the source. The sleeping gas was thick, and she could barely see a meter in front of her. A few figures emerged from the gas, and Kayama bleakly realized that they were wearing gas masks. How fitting. Lights out, midnight, was all she remembered as someone delivered a nasty blow to her pressure point and everything turned black. Snipe. You're the one with the gas mask. Go check it out first. Ectoplasm said. He and Snipe had already sent all the villains to the police, and they were currently standing outside the warehouse that Kayama and Ken were supposed to check. Aizawa came jumping down from the top of a building, and Yamada followed suit. Fine. The sniper huffed, pushing open the warehouse door. Aside from the villains strewed all over the flood, nothing seemed amiss. The sleeping gas that Kayama was talking about seemed to have dissipated, and Snipe gestured for the rest of the heroes to follow him. Geez, that's a lot of villains. Yamada commented as Aizawa mutely examined the warehouse. Guys, Ectoplasm spoke up, walking towards one of his clones. Kayama's whip lay on the ground innocently, with its owner nowhere to be found. Damn it. I can't locate their tracker signals. Call Nizu. Aizawa ordered, flipping through phone on the hero tracking app that Nizu had installed on all the UA heroes' phones. Kayama groaned, rubbing her arms as she tried to sit up. She dimly noticed her arms were cuffed together, and tried to activate her quirk. Nothing happened. URG. She growled, trying to take in her surroundings. She was sitting in some sort of cell. In fact, the entire corridor seemed to be lined with cells, and the smell of rotting flesh was pungent. The prisoners ranged from children to elderly citizens, from healthy-looking teenagers to decaying corpses. Kayama wanted to puke. Who left corpses laying around like to rot? Where are we? No idea. Kayama turned, just realizing she was sharing a cell with Kansas. I've been awake for about an hour. They hit you pretty hard, didn't they, Midnight? Yeah. She admitted, cracking her neck to loosen it up. Her muscles were stiff from lying in that uncomfortable position. The sound of footsteps gradually became louder, and Kan and Kayama froze, becoming deathly silent as a conversation started. You said we got Vlad King and Midnight? Yeah. Their quirks aren't what we need, according to Boss. Probably gonna use them to lure in some eraser dude or that loud hero that yells on the radio, or maybe ransom. I don't know. Shoyuta and Hizashi, Kayama noted. Both of them had versatile quirks that could be used in almost all situations. Though she did think her own and Kan's were useful, her quirk wasn't good when she fights alongside others and Kan's would just deplete his blood. Alright, that's all the new ones, I think. The footsteps of the lackeys died down, and Kan and Kayama exhaled. Phew. Alright. Do we have a plan? Quirk suppressing cuffs and the door is electric. Kan said, unless you can disable them, we aren't getting out unless we want to get fried. Shoyuta knows how to hack. Damn it. Kayama muttered. She knew how to use stuff, but she didn't know much about the inner workings of machines. Aizawa probably knew how to hotwire a car and could do so while marking a stack of papers. She carefully peeked out of the cell. There seemed to be cameras lining the corridor, but none in the cells that were able to observe the prisoners. Let's wait it out. I don't think they're gonna kill us so soon. Let's try to see if there's some kind of guard schedule or something. Kayama suggested, and Ken nodded in mute agreement. It had been a month since the Blood Hero and the 18-plus only hero disappeared. The students were having a break before the new school year, so the remaining heroes in UA spent the remainder of their time searching for their missing colleagues. Why is it so hard to find this bunch of villains? Aizawa sighed, rubbing his eyes. He hadn't slept for the past few days, and his eyes were red and puffy. He popped open his bottle of eye drops, accidentally missing his eye, and he had to wipe the saline liquid off his face. Sleep. Yamada grumbled as he downed a ridiculously sweet latte after he had dumped about 10 packets of sugar in it. Wearing yourself out before we find them wouldn't help anyone. Says you're gonna drop dead from diabetes. Aizawa retorted, opening his flask and drinking his black coffee. You haven't slept since 2 days ago? Now, let's all stop arguing. Nizu still had that sickly sweet smile on his face, and he seemed like to be the only one who managed to get any sleep. Snipe had started patrolling outside of his regular hours, sleeping 6 hours a day before leaving his house and patrolling. Ectoplasm also did the same, using his clones to patrol at a few places at the same time. But they all knew Nizu was also losing sleep over their missing heroes but had to rest to use his brain in order to figure it out. The news of the missing heroes haven't gone out yet, and the UA teachers didn't really want this to be known all over the world. Losing a teacher was bad enough, but 2 of them? They had already enlisted Ingenium's help, as well as All Might, Best Jeanist, Hawks, and even Endeavor, as well as the Pussycats to see if they could find Kayama and Ken on their various rescue missions, using Shiratoko's search quirk and Sosaki's telepath quirk to see if they could find and maybe establish a connection with the missing duo. Tsukachi was also helping the search, interrogating villains about the missing heroes. Yuzuki became a lot less active for some reason, and while was sending snippets of information to Niza via thumb drives and Eraserhead, Niza didn't really know what Yuzuki was doing anymore. He didn't want to think that Yuzuki wanted Midnight and Vlad King to be caught, and tried to convince himself that the villains were probably a lot more aware of Yuzuki's antics and were trying harder to prevent him from snagging more information. That, or there was a lot less accessible information that Yuzuki deemed useful to pass over. The UA heroes were working themselves down to the bone, and Nizu really hoped they were sensible enough to not go overboard with their searching. So, Toshi, when there's a person you're trying to fight, you have to get them to respond before you can brainwash them, right? Midoriya asked. You know that already. Why are you asking me again? Shinso asked, confused. Midoriya was originally beating up some villains in an alleyway, and Shinso somehow stumbled into him while on his way home from buying groceries that his parents asked him to buy. Now, they were just talking while Midoriya was tying up the villains. Oh. I was thinking, maybe you don't need them to respond verbally? What? My quirk doesn't work like that. Body language. Tensing up, looking embarrassed, turning away. Those are considered responses, right? Midoriya asked. Shinso thought about it. He had never really thought about that. Suddenly, Midoriya tensed up, and he turned to the exit of the alley. A large, purple portal opened up, and they felt a sense of dread as villains poured out of the portal. Where did they come from? Shinso yelped, slowly backing away from the portal. Midoriya instinctively stepped between Shinso and the villains, yelling, "Get out of here. I'll handle them." You'll handle us? Fat chance, kid. One of the snake-headed villains spat, venom dripping from his fangs. The venom landed on the ground, the purple liquid staining the ground. That's the one. The information stealer. Another one with horns yelled. Boss wants him alive, but he didn't say how alive. He snarled. Shinso clenched his fists and turned towards the villains. You can't fight all of them. There's too many of them. Both of us won't be able to handle them. Midoriya growled, jumping as someone shot a bullet right at him. He grabbed Shinso's hand and jerked him in the direction of further alley exit. Get back here. A man yelled, his arms stretching out to grab the 2 fleeing teenagers. He latched onto Shinso, but Midoriya just stabbed his hand with his knife and he released the purple-haired teen, howling in pain. Just go. I'll cover you. Midoriya yelled. Jumping at the rubber cork user tried to hit him. A few more villains caught up to them, but a few well-placed kicks had them bashing into the wall. Both of them had almost made it to the exit when suddenly, a man dropped down on top of them. Midoriya shoved Shinso aside before the man landed on him, taking the blow, and was unceremoniously kicked into the ground. Midoriya hissed in pain as the man shoved a knife into his shoulder, barely scraping against his bone as he struggled to get the man off his back, who just stepped harshly on his other arm, and a loud crack was heard. Midoriya relied mostly on dodging his speed, and while he was pretty strong, he couldn't really do much with two injured arms. Toshi, go! Midoriya yelped as the villains caught up to him. His head was brutally shoved against the ground, and his goggles were smashed to bits, and the snake sank his fangs into Midoriya's back. Well, this poison won't kill you, but it will hurt. A lot. He hissed as Midoriya's struggling slowly weakened. With a sudden boost of strength, Midoriya grabbed the man's leg. He lost his balance and he fell, head hitting the wall. He shakily got up, just as the rubber man shot his arm towards Midoriya and nailing him in the gut. His wounds from the entrance exam haven't completely healed, and Midoriya hissed as he felt the month-old stab would reopen. The next punch knocked the breath out of him, and he fell to the ground, wheezing. Just go, Toshi. Go find help. If you can, find Eraserhead. Midoriya yelled as the horn guy picked him up by the neck, squeezing it tightly. By now, his mask was knocked off his face and dangled around his neck. Midoriya attempted to kick him, but another villain that seemed to have super strength grabbed his leg, snapping it. He gasped in pain and tried to pry the horn man's hands off his neck, but his weakened attempts didn't seem to do any good. His vision was turning black, but Midoriya refused to pass out without knowing Shinso was safe. Tears falling down his face, Shinso turned around and ran out of the alley. Midoriya gave a small grin, seeing as Shinso finally trying to get away, but that angered the villains instead. Don't mock us, kid! Another villain yelled, punching him in the guts. Midoriya figured he should buy Shinso time to escape, and grinned even wider. This earned him another kick to his chest, and he wheezed, trying to breath while the horned villain was strangling him. Shinso finally reached the end of the alley, running into the main street, and Midoriya finally allowed himself to drift off, unconscious. Is Eraserhead here? Shinso panted, wheezing as he tried to calm his beating heart. Shinso knew who he was. Eraserhead? Who's that? The police officer sitting at the desk looked at him confused. Who are you, and why are you here? Shinso Hitoshi. There were villains? Yuzuki. Shinso gasped for breath again, but apparently that was all the police needed for him to nod. Hold on, kid, I'll connect you to the boss. Aizawa and Tsukachi were talking in the police department's office, when suddenly, the phone on the detective's desk rang. Hello? Tsukachi asked, as Aizawa slumped into a chair, clearly exhausted. There was some mumbling over the phone, and the detective replied with a, all right, thank you. New info? The hero tiredly asked, as Tsukachi put on his coat. Yeah, a kid. He has some report about Yuzuki and requested you specifically. Tsukachi sighed, and Aizawa dragged himself off the couch and out of Tsukachi's office. It would take a few minutes for them to reach the police station the kid was in, but Aizawa wanted information and nothing was going to stop him. Nizu would also want to know new information about the Vigilante, so he texted the principal. He immediately got a reply to wait for him at the police station. Sir, this is Shinso Hitoshi, the police officer said, as Tsukachi and Aizawa entered the door. Upon inspection, Shinso's face was red, and his eyes were red, probably from crying. The teen had glanced up when they entered the door, and Aizawa recognized him as the one that tried to save the gravity cork girl. All right, we'll take it from here, Tsukachi said, walking towards Shinso. I'm Detective Tsukachi, and this is Eraserhead. I'm surprised you know about him. Shinso recognized the name Tsukachi. Midoriya mentioned he had some truth quirk, so he was going to have to watch what he said. Yuzuki requested for him specifically. Shinso replied. Come on, let's talk in private. Tsukachi kindly said, steering the boy towards one of the private rooms, as the front door opened again. Shinso was nervous. But that was to be expected when he was sitting in a room filled with 3 pro heroes and a detective. Alright, how do you know Yuzuki? Tsukachi asked. He saved my life. You mentioned something about villains? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Yeah. There was this purple portal and a bunch of villains. They yelled at Yuzuki being an information stealer and started to chase us. Yuzuki got beaten up trying to let me escape. Nisa's eyes glinted when Tsukachi nodded, signifying that Shinso was telling the truth. These villains were connected to those they were tracking, and the purple portal was a new lead. Alright, I'll try to find anything on people with a portal quirk. Nisa said. Aizawa frowned. Teleportation and warp quirks were extremely rare, and one was a villain. No wonder they couldn't find any leads. How badly was he injured? Yamada asked, concerned for the Vigilante. I don't know. He was stabbed in the shoulder and I remember one of the villains attempting to suffocate him. Shinsu's shoulders dropped, and Yamada pat his back reassuringly. Alright, did the villains say anything else? What did they look like? Tsukachi asked. They said their boss wanted Yuzuki alive. Shinso frowned, trying to think. His memory of what had happened was a bit hazy. There was a guy with horns? There was a guy who could stretch his arm? And another snake guy? Oh wait, the snake guy bit him. Nizu's grin dropped slightly. He remembered the file on the snake villain. His venom wouldn't kill, but it was extremely painful. They really wanted Yuzuki to suffer. Nizu was glad that Yuzuki was still on their side though. Alright, I think that's it. Tsukachi said, sighing, if you remember anything else, feel free to drop by again. Please. Save him. Shinso asked shakily. Midoriya was his friend. He wanted to be there for him. He saved me. I owe him a lot. Nizu pat his leg, since the small principal couldn't reach the teen's back even though he was sitting in a chair. Don't worry. We'll find him. Count on it. Upon Aizawa's request, Shinso led the 3 UA pro heroes to the alley that Yuzuki was kidnapped from. Aizawa felt bad that he was making Shinso do this, but Shinso was determined to do whatever he could to save the Vigilante that had saved him so many times prior. Aizawa and Yamada were busy tying up the down villains. Apparently, they were just considered cannon fodder, but the fact they had so many villains on hand was worrying. Shinso apparently had left the groceries in the alley, and they were strewn all over the floor. Nizu was busy inspecting the area that the portal had appeared from, while Yamada and Aizawa inspected the damage to the ground and the bloodstains. Yamada cringed when he saw the damage. Shinso had pointed out that the small crater on the ground was from when a man ambushed them from above, and Yamada was just worried out of his mind for the Vigilante. Shinso just looked so miserable seeing the damage and the blood. Aizawa couldn't help but pity the boy and handed over a juice pack that the teen took gratefully. I think someone should accompany Shinso home and explain the situation to his parents. Since he did escape the villains, they might try to come after him. Nisa said. After finally getting some sort of lead after so long, Aizawa had almost dropped from exhaustion right there in the alley. Yamada volunteered to take the teen, and practically forced Aizawa to agree to go back to school and huddle into his sleeping bag and sleep. So, are you friends with Yuzuki? You seem concerned about him. Yamada asked. I wouldn't say friends. Acquaintances at best. Shinso lied, his heart pounding when he forced himself to say he wasn't friends with the crazy bubbly green-haired teen. Midoriya had made it very clear their friendship and mentor-student relationship should remain a secret, since villains might use Shinso to get to Midoriya and he didn't want Shinso to lose his chance at UA because he was friends with a Vigilante. Huh. Was all the voice heroes said as they walked solemnly beside each other. What? About you? Shinso hesitantly asked, looking up to look at Yamada. Honestly, I'm worried about him. He took a hit for me, right in the chest. I swore, if he hadn't been running around these few weeks, I would have thought he'd be dead. Yamada admitted, not knowing that Shinso knew exactly what injuries that Midoriya had gotten. You saw him at the entrance exam. You saw how recklessly he acted in order to protect everyone. I'm worried that one day he's gonna end up dying for real trying to protect someone. Shinso hissed at his friend's recklessness. He slouched even more. Yamada just pat him on the back. Don't worry about it, kid. He'll make it. We all know how strong he is. Shinso didn't know if the hero was trying to console him or himself. Shoo. Kiyama shushed her friend, as footsteps echoed down the hallway once again. They were already given food and water, as were all the other prisoners, so they didn't know why the villains were back. Which cell do we dump him in? Kiyama froze. They caught another person. The other cells are filled with rotting corpses and people. Just dump him in the one next to the heroes. The villains tapped some card against their cell door, and it swung open. They dumped a person with a bloody hoodie into the cell, before slamming the door shut. Kiyama couldn't tell what color the hoodie was. There wasn't enough light and the hoodie was way too bloody. Unlike all the other prisoners who had their hands cuffed in front of them, this new one had his arms cuffed behind their back. Blood was steadily trickling out of his shoulder, and he lay on the ground limply. Kiyama would have thought he were dead if not for the subtle rise and fall of their chest. Ken didn't know how long it took for the new addition to wake up. The person first coughed out blood, a lot of blood, before shakily shifting to a sitting position. Even with the dim light, Ken could tell that the guy he finally managed to tell was pale. Way too pale. He shifted uncomfortably, and the guy tensed up, before turning in his and Kiyama's direction. A mask was hanging off his neck, Ken noted. Who? He rasped out before his eyes lit up and he grinned, Midnight and Vlad King. You guys are fine. Phew. I thought they would have killed you or something. The two heroes' eyes widened, but the guy doubled over, coughing violently. Are you okay? Kiyama asked, leaning forwards. She carefully rubbed his back through the bars between their cells, taking care to avoid the bleeding shoulder. Sorry. He apologized, blood leaking from his lips. Some snake guy poisoned me. I don't think my body likes it. More footsteps were heard, and a large hulking figure stood in front of his cell, and Kiyama retracted her arms just in time. Oh, you're finally awake. You're lucky we didn't kill you, Yuzuki. Honestly, from all the rumors and reports, I expected more from you. You honestly don't look like much, covered in blood. Yuzuki? He is small though. Maybe he's due for a very, very late growth spurt. The Vigilante's figure made him look like a middle schooler. Kiyama thought. Midoriya just replied in a patronizing tone. Yeah, and it took you guys so long to catch me? Good on you. Don't provoke him. Ken internally yelled, but bit his tongue. He doubted he would be able to do anything while his quirk was out, and he could barely move. His arms were too stocky to fit through the bars. You little pipsqueak. The man roared, grabbing the Vigilante through the bars of the door of the cell, which were large enough to fit. Too bad the boss wants you alive, or I'd kill you here and now. He yanked Midoriya into the door, which sparked brightly and electrocuted the teen. Electric doors. Kiyama dimly thought. They had found the doors were electric a few weeks ago when a prisoner in another cell tried to knock his cell door down and got fried. Surprisingly, Midoriya didn't scream, and instead just grit his teeth and endured it. He staggered away when he was released, back against the wall as he sank to the floor, coughing out more blood. His hood had fallen off while he was electrocuted, and Kiyama could only gasp when she realized just how old Midoriya was. They all thought he was at least 18 years old, that was maybe just genetically short, but here he was. He was practically a kid. He was a middle schooler. He might have pain tolerance quirk. Nisa made a few guesses of what Yuzuki's quirk might be, but since he was also cuffed with quirk-suppressing cuffs, like everyone else were, that just meant that he had an unnaturally high pain tolerance. Kiyama didn't want to think just what the Vigilante had gone through for him to be so resistant to pain. I heard you were with another brat. She could see the scared glint in his eyes, and his breathing rate had suddenly gone up, but his expression stayed the same. Maybe we should go after him and tear him apart. Maybe that would teach you a lesson about. The man stopped talking, staring at the Vigilante that was now glaring at him. Go after any more innocent people, and I'll tear you apart. Suddenly, it felt as if the temperature dropped. Midoriya's eyes glinted, and his grin somehow looked softer than before. How anyone could have such a serene expression and yet feel so dangerous, nobody knew. Midoriya just gave off an aura of bloodlust as he smiled at the man. The fact that he was covered in blood didn't help the image he gave off, and he stepped towards the door, his footstep echoing throughout the corridor that had suddenly turned silent. The man that was previously threatening the vigilante stepped back. "Don't scare me," the man managed to say, as Midoriya walked towards the door, getting as close as possible without getting himself electrocuted. "Of course, I'm not trying to scare anyone," he whispered, his expression softening further. "I'm just telling you to pick on someone your own size." His tone was soft, calming, but his underlying malice behind his words rang out clearly to everyone. Maybe it was the fact that he was covered in blood, or perhaps that he was stuck in such a tight spot and still looked so calm, that made him feel even scarier, and the man ran off, metaphorical tail between his legs. Midoriya exhaled, falling to sit on the ground as he shakily breathed. His eyes were clenched shut, and he tried to fumble with his cuffs. He tried to reach for his hood behind his back, but was in no position to pull it back over his head, and his eyes snapped open as he tried his best to attempt to wrangle his hood back onto his head. Suddenly understanding what he wanted, Kayama reached over and pulled the hood over the vigilante's head, as he sighed in relief. Thanking the hero softly, Midoriya carefully laid back against the wall, trying to steady his beating heart. He coughed out more blood, and his veins felt like there was acid coursing through them. The poison was probably acting up again. Midoriya curled up in a ball as a rush of exhaustion suddenly flowed over him, and tried to get as comfortable as he could with his hands cuffed behind his back. Wondered how Shinso was doing. Hopefully he was all right. Maybe slightly traumatized, but he would help him through it when he got out of there. Not an if. Midoriya had no intention of dying yet. Shinso couldn't sleep. Why did he have to have insomnia? His body was sore and he hasn't slept well in days, but he still couldn't sleep. He couldn't bear to sleep. How could he sleep when the first friend he had made in ages was kidnapped? Midoriya was a vigilante. He was tough. He was running around all over the place, beating up bad guys and subtly taunted Eraserhead. He stole information from villains and tipped off heroes. He throws thumb drives into people's faces. Sure, he technically didn't break any rules since he couldn't break them in the first place, but the fact he was that close to actually being considered a villain was worrying. The fact was that he jumped into battles and flung his life around like it didn't matter. He was smart, a genius even, but he was stupidly reckless and too willing to risk his life for other people. Shinso swore he didn't have a sense of self-preservation. Midoriya could be insanely annoying if he wanted. He was willing to bet that the vigilante was probably threatening the hell out of them, or just yapping away about quirks, or joking about how he was going to kick their butts. If he was even alive. Shinso couldn't shake that thought out of his mind. The villains clearly said they wanted him alive. So why was that thought still plaguing his mind? He could have done more. He should have done more. He could have brainwashed the villains into fighting each other. That would make him a vigilante even if it was in self-defense. That law was dumb. It was like having a taser in your pocket but not being able to retaliate when someone shoves a knife against your throat, because if you did so, you break a law. Or maybe he could have punched a couple of them. Midoriya wouldn't let him get anywhere close to the villains. Or maybe he could have just ran faster instead of insisting to help Midoriya fend them off. Shinso groaned as his neighbor started hammering away at something in the middle of the night again. Like his stupid insomnia wasn't bad enough, coupled with his overly active brain. He was going to have to listen to knocking throughout the night. "You said we caught Yuzuki?" A light blue-haired man with a hand on his face perked up as he turned towards the man with a haze of purple mist for a head. "Yes, Shigaraki. One of our underlings seemed to have poisoned him, but it wouldn't kill him. However, it should cause excruciating pain." "Finally." Shigaraki grinned, his red eyes glinting maliciously as he drummed his fingers on the table. "All right, Kurogyri. Let's go pay that little brat a lesson for leaking cheat codes to the heroes." "Very well." Kurogyri politely replied, opening up a portal. Midoriya's eyes snapped open instinctively as he felt the air around him shift. He woke up. A voice whined and another one replied, "He is poisoned and was beaten up, Shigaraki. He's weakened." He was leaning against the wall on his non-injured shoulder, but his arms were aching and his open wounds were starting to itch. Given the unsanitary conditions they were all kept in, Midoriya wouldn't really be surprised if they were infected. He turned towards the voices, trying to determine if they were a threat. How the heck had they gotten so close without him noticing? There was a person with hands all over himself, and another misty purple guy. The mist looked like that from the portal that the villains had spewed out from. No wonder he wasn't woken up earlier. They probably just appeared out of this air. The misty villain swiped a card, and his cell door swung open. "Why do you have so many hands on yourself?" Midoriya blurted out. The man stopped, as Midoriya could see a red eye glinting at him murderously. "Kurogyri. Bring him in. Now." Midoriya was dragged through a portal, all the while trying to kick Kurogyri while yelling at Shigaraki to tell his subordinate to release him. He was chained against a wall, and Shigaraki bent down, grabbing Midoriya's wrist with his pinky sticking out. "Look, Brett, we're gonna ask some questions and you're gonna answer them." "Nah." Midoriya shrugged. "Don't wanna. Don't test me, brat." Shigaraki hissed, "Or this happens." His pinky made contact with Midoriya's wrist, and he just stared as his hoodie sleeve slowly disintegrated. He winced as Shigaraki's fingers came into contact with his skin, slowly turning his skin into dust and exposing the muscle underneath. The muscle slowly cracked apart and disintegrated, and Shigaraki stopped when he could see a bit of Midoriya's bones. "Now," Shigaraki released Midoriya, "are you gonna cooperate or not?" "Nope." Midoriya grinned. "Look, I work for myself and I have really stupid and dumb reasons for doing things, so honestly you ain't gonna get much from me. We heard rumors that you're really good at analysis and you know the strengths and weaknesses of heroes. What's All Might's?" Shigaraki was trying his best to rein in his temper before he just disintegrated the boy on the spot. "As if I'll tell you if I even knew his weakness," Midoriya scoffed. He knew that All Might was a lot less active than before, and had stumbled upon the hero's weaker form plenty of times before. Sure, the hero did practically tell Midoriya his dream was too far-fetched, but after fighting so many villains, Midoriya understood where All Might was coming from. He had to use his brains and sometimes technology to make up for his lack of a quirk. That didn't mean Midoriya was going to sell the hero out. He still respected All Might. Shigaraki hissed and bent down again to finish the job, when Midoriya suddenly jerked, bashed his head into Shigaraki's face, the hand falling off and onto the ground. Carefully picking up the hand, Shigaraki shakily placed it back on his face, and gave Midoriya a harsh kick to the chest. "Kurogyri, get some of the others to beat him up until he's ready to talk. I'm gonna play some games." Shigaraki growled as he turned to walk out of the room. "Just make sure he's alive." Shigaraki was getting really set off at the Vigilante who almost had his wrist disintegrated off and was still smiling and acting like he owned the whole place. He reminded the young villain too much of All Might. Shigaraki wanted nothing more than to rip that demed smile off his face and reveal just how scared and weak he was. After all, he was bleeding and all chained up. He was weak. He couldn't fight back. Yet he acted like this was all part of some master plan, and Shigaraki was just a pawn in whatever grand scheme he had. Shigaraki refused to be pawn. He hated the world. Sensei took him in, nurtured him, gave him the chance to destroy the world and all it stood for. They just had to get rid of All Might, the supposed symbol of peace. All Might was weakening after all. Sensei said so. Sensei was always right. And to do that, they needed weapons. All Might still was far too strong, too fast. None of them could keep up. Sensei could probably keep up. But Shigaraki was fond of him and he didn't want him to get hurt. After all, he gave him a place to belong, provided him with chances to complete his goals. What more could he want? Sensei had an idea. A plan. A genetically modified human being, with powers from different individuals. A true final boss. An unbeatable character. The ultimate secret weapon. Sensei's quirk could put it all together, but like any good jigsaw puzzle, they needed the pieces. Shigaraki and Kurogyri set about collecting these pieces, kidnapping and capturing anyone who seemed to have powerful quirks. They had decided on a quirk matchup that would be perfect to counter All Might. A few strength quirks, shock absorbers, regeneration, maybe throw in a few speed quirks and self-healing quirks, and maybe a few elemental quirks or a flight quirk if they could fit all that in a human body. It would be fun to literally burn the symbol of peace to ashes, or to freeze him to death. Some pieces just didn't fit right, and when you try to force them to fit, they break. That happened a few times. A few unfortunate incidents. Like trying to combine an elastic quirk with a quirk that allowed an individual to take in obscene amounts of air. That guy literally blew up like a balloon. Or trying to combine a wax quirk with a fire quirk. That one literally melted himself into a pile of burning flesh and wax. Shigaraki didn't want to push Sensei too hard. They had to be ready in case of an ambush, and neither of them wanted Sensei to work himself down to the bone. So experimentation and trial and error were going to take time. Then Yuzuki came along. At first, Shigaraki tolerated the Vigilante. After all, he didn't seem like anything special. With an unknown quirk, taking down villains, sometimes taking down his cannon fodder. They were NPCs, they weren't important. Then he started stealing information. At first, it was nothing. Locations, hideouts that they were using as temporary safe houses, nothing important. Then it turned to all the sensitive information. The equipment they used to subdue and control their puzzle pieces, powers of their more powerful NPCs. He even raided a few of their hideouts himself and took out his henchmen. Now they had to be even more careful while nabbing people. Shigaraki decided that he hated Yuzuki. Midoriya was sore, to say the least. He kept getting beaten up by the villains while he was chained to the wall, but he kept grinning and insulting the villains like he had nothing better to do. Scratch that. He did have nothing better to do. He couldn't do much when he was chained to a wall, after all. He earned a fair number of bruises and stab wounds, maybe a broken rib or two. All in a day's work. His mom used to do that to him, after he had been officially declared quirkless. Those injuries were nothing new to him. He didn't know how long he had been chained to the wall though. Maybe a few hours, maybe a few days, he couldn't really tell. His wrist, the one that Shigaraki had almost finished disintegrating, was starting to throb, as well as his multiple other wounds that had probably opened up or were made worse by the thrashing he got. It was starting to become a cycle. Get picked up from his cell, let himself get chained to a wall for who knew how long, insult the villains as they tried to interrogate him, get beaten up, try to retaliate somehow, rinse and repeat. Add a -2 heroes acting like mother hens towards him and maybe a few more exposed muscles and bones, and his experience in the hands of the villains could probably be summed up. Midoriya couldn't help but feel that this entire situation was so familiar. His bullies from preschool, Kaken being a harsh, swearing mother hen that tried to beat up anyone that even looked at him wrong. It seemed like the world decided, hey, you didn't suffer enough as a child. Take an adult version of everything that happened to you as a kid. Instead of getting a bruise, break a bone. Instead of getting a mild curve from a rock, get a knife buried in your gut. Instead of walking around covered in black and blue bruises, just bleed out and die. He wasn't allowed to treat his wounds though. He felt a lot warmer than usual, even though he still insisted on wearing his hood. The body of the hoodie and sleeves were slowly getting shredded though. Midnight had pointed out that he was too warm, but Midoriya just passed it off as all of them being disorientated due to being stuck in that cramped, unsanitary place for so long. But Midoriya couldn't help but worry that his wounds were infected, since having a fever was a sign of an infection. He also started to suffer from bouts of dizziness. Most of the time, he suddenly felt nauseous while he was being roughed up, so he had attributed it to the possible blood loss he was suffering from, or maybe a concussion from when a villain punched him in the face too hard, or backhanded him into the wall. The poison wasn't helping his situation as well. Maybe the poison was causing the fever and the dizziness. Midoriya couldn't really tell which symptom was a result of which injury since there were too many causes and effects. He was good at permutations and combinations, but the dizziness in his head wasn't helping as he tried to figure out which part of his body was hurting the most. He was fine, right? He wasn't going to die so soon. He couldn't afford to die so soon. His captors were getting worse. Midoriya had a ridiculous amount of pain tolerance and didn't even seem to be bothered by their methods of trying to convince him to spill the weaknesses of various heroes. If the amount of mocking and smiling and trash-talking Midoriya did was an indication of anything. the villains decided to take it up a notch. They couldn't kill him, after all. Shigaraki wanted him to suffer. So they made it into a competition. Who could rough the vigilante up and get the most reaction out of him without killing him? It started small. He was kicked around a lot more, knives and various other weapons were taken out, and he could feel his skin and flesh getting cut apart, blood dripping all over the place. His vision was blurry, as the villains in front of his face were multiplying. Even then, Midoriya couldn't stop his brain as it kept analyzing the villains, their attack patterns, preferred weapons of choice, any quirks or habits they had that could be exploited. Days of being beaten black and blue by the same guys left him with tons of information. He was certain he could beat them if he could get out of his restraints. Of course. Midoriya hadn't even thought about getting out of his cuffs since he had been there. He had been focusing more on angering the villains so that they would turn all their attention and energy on him. What better way than to escape his restraints and run wild in their base? His hands were cuffed behind his back, but Midoriya was fairly certain he could get around that. Midoriya couldn't help but laugh out loud. Perhaps the blood loss was really getting to his head. The hell you laughing for? You think this is funny? A man that had a spike quirk growled. Perfect. He has the tendency to lean forward too much when he punches. I don't know. Maybe the fact that a bunch of grown men can't even beat a scrawny little kid is freaking hilarious to me. Midoriya grinned, baring his teeth as his eyes practically challenged the man to come at him. He took the bait apparently. You little brat. He growled, charging at the smaller boy. Midoriya just sidestepped him, and his momentum made him crash into the wall. He yanked a spike off the man and kicked him in the gut, knocking him out. He quickly set to work, trying to pick the cuffs that chained him to the wall off, all the while dodging and trying to lessen the damage the other villains were trying to do, knocking them out if he had the chance to do so. Lucky for him, there weren't many of them in the first place, and Midoriya had no problem dealing with them before finally managing to pick the cuffs on his wrists. He carefully squatted down, wincing as his knee buckled at the action. That was probably broken somehow. He picked the cuffs off his ankles and dislocated his left thumb, slipping it out of the quirk-suppressing cuff. He didn't want to dislocate both his thumbs, and opted to just leave the cuff hanging from his right wrist, and ran out of the room. He kept the spike with him, just in case. Blood was dripping slowly on the ground, and Midoriya huffed as he realized once they realized he had somehow escaped, they would be able to track him down easily. No problems. Midoriya wanted to PSS them off. His mind suddenly lit up, and Midoriya set off, carefully opening and closing doors so as to check what was inside without alerting anyone of his presence. Best way to PSS off the villains, set the heroes on them. Midoriya creeped around a corner, ignoring the pounding migraine that had started to act up as he tried to locate the security room. This might be his only chance to be able to do something. No doubt they would increase security on him once they caught him. If the villains were smart, and Midoriya had no doubt they were, since they were able to evade everyone for at least a few months while kidnapping people left and right, they would have some sort of security system that would scramble their location, in case they kidnapped someone with a Find This Phone app or a tracker, or at least jam the signals. But they had to have some way of communicating, so there should be somewhere in the base where he could send messages from. He could try to find their coordinates, or send some kind of tracking signal that Eraserhead and Nizu could pick up. It didn't take too long for Midoriya to find the place he wanted. There were several locked doors that Midoriya couldn't enter, but besides from that, the base wasn't that big. Midoriya already made a mental map of the areas he had accessed. Pushing the door open, he entered the room. Monitors of all sorts lay around, and one of them showed the security cameras in the base. Grinning, Midoriya set the cameras on loop. Then he tapped into one of the other monitors to try and access what he wanted, signal jamming. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the base, and Midoriya jumped. Crap. They knew he was free. He didn't have much time. Midoriya hurriedly clicked through the settings, trying to find the virtual switch. Just as he found what he came for, he tensed up as he felt the air behind him shift, and he turned around, coming face to face with the misty purple face called Kurogiri. Found him. The portal man growled, as Midoriya clicked the button that would disable the signal jamming. Shigaraki emerged from the portal, grabbing Midoriya and yanking him through, disintegrating his shoulder as he tumbled through the portal and landed harshly on the ground. Kurogyri. What did he do? Shigaraki hissed. Nothing much, apparently. He just disabled the jamming signals, but I already reactivated it. It wouldn't do him any good, since we had already checked the prisoners for trackers and removed them. Kurogyri coolly replied. Midoriya bit his lip. God damn it. That was probably his only chance. It looks like we're going to have to punish you. It's late now. You better rest up. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day. Shigaraki mocked, grabbing Midoriya's injured shoulder and harshly dislocated it, before ordering Kurogyri to dump him back in his cell. Ken felt sick looking at the vigilante that the portal had deposited. Midoriya had been dumped back in his cell like a horrible state many times, but this was taking it to a new level. Some of his muscle and bones could be seen, and his leg and shoulder seemed to be broken and dislocated. Ken was used to seeing a lot of blood, his quirk practically called for it, but Midoriya was covered in so much blood that Ken wanted to throw up. Kan and Kayama, both being UA pro heroes, had their fair share of interrogation. Apparently, they wanted to find information on how to beat All Might. As if they would reveal anything. But neither of them were in as bad a shape as the young boy. Groaning, the boy sat up and slammed his shoulder against the wall, and a sickeningly loud pop was heard as he forced his shoulder back into place. Kayama cringed slightly at the sound. Kurogyri had recuffed him, apparently, and Midoriya slumped against the wall. What the heck did you do? Ken asked. They heard the alarms. Clearly something had happened. I escaped, disabled the system that was jamming signals, and got recaught. Midoriya hissed, burying his face in his knees. They said they checked everyone for trackers already. Wait, you did what? Kayama blinked, looking towards Kansas. Both of them had multiple trackers on them, but Maijima had made Ken a small one that was probably somewhere in his bloodstream. Disabled jamming signals for like half a minute. Midoriya groaned. Kan and Kayama grinned at each other. Half a minute. That was all they needed. Why are you guys so happy? Don't worry. We'll get out of here soon. Kayama smiled. Nizu jumped as a loud beep sounded from his computer. He had spent a long time trying to triangulate the location of the possible main bases based on tons of information he had compiled from a variety of other sources, and was not expecting his tracker program to act up 2 months after Kan and Kayama's disappearance. He clicked on the program, eager to shut the beeping noise off. He wondered what had set it off. A red blinking dot on his screen stared back at him. One of Kan's trackers. More specifically, the mini one that he had, hidden in his bloodstream. Nizu grinned. Aizawa yawned as he perched on the roof. He was currently on patrol with Yamada when he received a message from Nizu. He took out his phone, nearly dropping it as he fumbled to unlock it as Yamada pulled him back from the edge. It would be horrible if he dropped it. There was a location, and Nizu had told him to scout it out with Yamada, stating that Ken's tracker had acted up and they had gotten a location. Aizawa scratched his head in confusion. The location was in the middle of the city, and that area was full of people, being some sort of work office building of some sort. It was in the middle of the night, and the entire area should be relatively empty at that point of time, except for a couple stragglers. He would go check it out, maybe intervene if the situation gets too out of hand, and wait for the other heroes to wake up in the morning. Nizu stated that he had already sent an alert to them to tell them to gather at the area and wait for his signal. He also wanted to get some sort of clearance for the building so they didn't hurt innocent civilians. They couldn't afford to not jump at the chance. Who knew, maybe they would change locations if they left them alone for too long. Even if the location was wrong, they could probably cancel that location off the possible list of locations they had. Come on. Let go of me. Aizawa grunted, shrugging off Yamada, who was grabbing onto his scarf and reading the message from behind his back. It didn't take long for the two heroes to find the building they were looking for. There was an entrance, but that was the main entrance and probably not where they were looking for. The base was probably under the building or something. You sure it's here? Yamada asked, scratching his head. I've been here before. There is no lift access. We'll find a way. Aizawa grunted. He fished a small screwdriver from his pocket and started unscrewing one of the covers to the vents. Once they were in the vents, It was surprisingly easy to find the way down. Aizawa carefully dropped into the empty hallway, landing in a crouch. He looked around carefully, wary of anything or anyone that might attack. Seeing as the coast was clear, he gestured to Yamada, who dropped down beside him. With Yamada's help, Aizawa carefully replaced the cover on the vent on the ceiling that they had come out from. No need to alert the enemy that they were there, after all. Aizawa and Yamada made their way down the hallway, and Aizawa's phone vibrated. "Nizu, they're all set." Aizawa quickly pocketed his phone and resumed his work. If there were prisoners here, they would have to secure them first before they decided to completely raid the base. Midoriya felt pain. His blood felt like it was on fire, and Midoriya was fairly sure he was slightly delirious as he saw two Shigarakis drag him into a room. "You know," Shigaraki taunted as he locked a collar around Midoriya's neck, "you've been a real pain in the butt." Midoriya grunted and tried to remove the collar, only to get shocked. "Damn it. He's just a prototype," Shigaraki motioned, and a hulking figure behind the man walked out from the shadows, "but I want to give him a little test run. Mind humoring me?" It was too dark for Midoriya to make out any features on the figure, but he seemed like a really tall, strong person. Without waiting for Midoriya to say a thing, the figure shot a hand out, grabbing Midoriya's arm and harshly twisted it. Pain exploded from his arm, and Midoriya bit his lip harshly to avoid screaming in pain. Another punch to the gut, and the figure bashed Midoriya into the ground, which activated the collar and shocked the poor boy. The figure didn't seem affected by the electricity though. "This is Nomu. Have fun with him." Shigaraki cackled. "Eraser?" A voice rang out. Aizawa and Yamada whirled around, coming face to face with Kayama and Kansas. Both of them were bloody and bruised, but they seemed fine as they leaned forwards towards the door. "There are cameras," Kayama hissed, using her head to gesture towards the cameras sitting on the ceiling in the shadows. Yamada grinned. "Don't worry. Eraser already messed with them." He reached out to touch the bars, but Kayama stopped him. "Don't touch the door. It's electric," Kayama said before saying, "How did you get here?" "Through the vents," Aizawa replied. "The signal went through, I presume?" Ken grinned, before he dropped his smile. "Look, we're all pretty okay here. Some of us were beaten up and stuff, but nothing permanently damaging." He shook his arm. His arm felt broken, but he was sure Recovery Girl could fix that. "Are all the prisoners here?" Aizawa whispered. Ken shook his head. "There's another hallway somewhere else, and some guy with hands took Yuzuki and dragged him off. He's in horrible shape." Aizawa clearly didn't think much when Ken said, "some guy with hands." Obviously the person had to have hands to have dragged the vigilante away. "Hey, who's there?" A man yelled before tapping his ear, "We have intruders." Aizawa quickly threw out his capture weapon, wrapping the guy up before smashing him onto the floor, erasing his quirk just in case. The man went out like a light. Aizawa quickly searched the guy's pockets and took out a few cards and keys. Yamada was texting Nizu that they had a visual on most of the prisoners, except for Yuzuki, but one of the villains had probably already alerted the entire base before they could stop him. An explosion rang out from somewhere, and Aizawa and Yamada tensed up. "We have intruders?" Shigaraki asked, as Kurojairi nodded. "Damn it." He swore, scratching furiously at his neck. "Are all the quirks we need with Sensei?" "Yes, Shigaraki." He sighed, before calling out to the Nomu, who stopped pummeling the downed vigilante. Midoriya was swimming in and out of consciousness. He was certain that most his ribs were broken, and his muscles were spasming from all the electricity that was running in his body. "Oh, we better get going." Shigaraki grumbled, as Kurojairi pulled up another portal. Shigaraki stepped through, and he said, "Gnome, let's go." Kurojairi set the base to self-destruct. "Mike, call for reinforcements," Aizawa ordered, swiping a card against the door. It swung open, and Aizawa quickly set about freeing the captured heroes. "Get everyone out." He passed the cards over to Kan, as a bunch of villains started to flood into the hallway. Springing out, Kayama released her quirk in a dense pink cloud, and about a quarter of the villains passed out. Ken started to free the rest of the prisoners. Another explosion was heard, and Endeavor emerged from the smoke, Snipe and 13 trailing behind him. They could see Ishiyama standing outside in an elevated position, clearing some of the rubble away. "Hey, you could have burnt them by accident." Snipe protested. "Shut up." Enji growled. "I didn't, right? Take care of the villains." Aizawa said, running off. "Mike, 13, come with me." The two mentioned pro-heroes followed, and Ectoplasm jumped down from behind Cementos to join his group as Aizawa ran down the hallway and rounded a corner. There were another row of cells, and 13 set about disintegrating the doors without harming any of the kidnapped people. Ectoplasm started helping people out of the cells, creating clones as he tried to get everyone out as fast as possible. An explosion appeared above one of the prisoners, and Aizawa quickly grabbed him with his capture weapon and yanked him out of the way before he was crushed by a few tons of cement blocks. "The place is collapsing." 13 yelped, skinning up more rubble that had almost hit them. "We're all gonna get crushed if we don't make it out. Round them up and make your way out." Vlad King said that the Vigilante is still somewhere in here. Aizawa said, before heading down the hallway, all the while dodging anything that was falling. He looked around, hurriedly checking all the rooms as he tried to find Yuzuki. It took a while, but he opened a door and found a small boy, collared to a wall, covered in so much blood and looked so beaten up that Aizawa thought he was dead. He heard a sound, and Aizawa turned around. The whisper was so faint that Aizawa had no idea where it came from. He turned towards the body, and noticed him moving slightly. Aizawa rushed over and reached out to the boy, careful to avoid the collar. He was alive. His pulse was faint, but alive. Aizawa quickly checked over the boy. He was injured all over, multiple cuts, bruises and stab wounds littered his arms and his torso. One of his wrists looked badly disintegrated, and his arms were broken. His shoulder was dislocated, and one of his legs were facing the wrong way. Aizawa carefully pressed a hand against his chest, and grimaced behind his scarf as he realized that the boy probably had a couple broken ribs. Blood was leaking out of his mouth and his cuts, and he was burning up. The boy was too warm, far too warm to be good, and his green hair was matted with blood and dirt. The boy was also ridiculously thin, way too thin. The boy looked too young to be Yuzuki. He was practically a middle schooler. He was too young to have suffered under the hands of the villains, to be in such pain. Ras. Emerald green eyes looked at him, foggy with pain and probably a very bad fever. The fact that he was still alive was a miracle, and Aizawa had no idea how he was still conscious through all the pain from his injuries. The boy knew who he was, but Aizawa pushed it to the back of his mind, softly saying, "Shoo, don't worry. We'll get you out." He needed to get the collar off the boy's neck though, and Aizawa hissed. He recognized that kind of shock collar. He needed to be careful so as to not let the boy get shocked any longer. He had felt the electricity running through the boy's body, and he didn't want to shock him again. It took Aizawa a couple minutes to thread his capture weapon between the boy's neck and the collar, before setting to work to release the collar. He pried off a small panel and fiddled with the internal circuits until with a soft click, the collar unlocked and fell out of his grasp to the floor with a clatter. He quickly picked the quirk-suppressing cuffs and they fell off as well. Aizawa wrapped his capture weapon around the boy's arms and torso. He had to try to stem the bleeding as far as possible. He picked the boy up, cradling his head against his shoulder as he carried him out. He had no idea where Yuzuki was, but this boy needed immediate medical attention or he would die. "Senpai!" 13th's voice rang out, gesturing towards him as he used his quirk on the rubble on the ground. 13. "Let's go!" Aizawa yelled, rushing towards the entrance Enji had so graciously made. The entire base was shaking, and Aizawa didn't want to send the rescue hero on a suicide mission. They made it out, all the other prisoners being checked out by the medical staff, or being ushered towards ambulances, and Aizawa gripped onto the boy tightly. There were too many people out here. 13 had already ushered some medical staff towards him, and Aizawa carefully placed the boy on the stretcher. Kayama, Ken and Yamada had made their way towards him as the paramedics wheeled him away. Ken's arm was in a sling, and Kayama had some bandages wrapped around her arms, but other than that, Aizawa was sure Recovery Girl could fix them up. Kiyama and Ken watched as the boy was wheeled away, and their postures softened up. You found him. Yuzuki? I found a school kid in there. Aizawa grumbled. No. Kiyama shook her head. That was Yuzuki. Aizawa blinked. He tried to process what Kiyama had said. That small boy that had been chained with an electric collar? The boy that was so frail and thin that he looked like he suffered from malnutrition? The one covered in so much blood and bruises with so many broken bones? That was Yuzuki? The cheeky vigilante that tipped them off every now and then? The one that risked his life for Yamada and for the UA examinees and for Shinso? Aizawa blinked again. Yuzuki was a kid. A kid smart enough to somehow hide his quirk from everyone. A kid who was barely old enough to enter the hero course in UA, who shouldn't even be suffering from potentially permanent damage that most heroes don't even accumulate over their careers. He's too young. Aizawa protested. He should be in school studying, living a normal teenaged life, not running around nabbing villains and getting tortured. Yeah. Kiyama scratched her head. Let's go back to UA. I'm sure Nizu would want to know what happened. Victims of the kidnapping case have been found and rescued by heroes. It is currently unknown who were the villains behind this vile act, but several victims have claimed that pro-heroes Midnight and Vlad King had been captured, as well Vigilante Yuzuki. Midnight and Vlad King are reported to be fine, but Yuzuki's status is currently unknown. Shinso just dropped the pen in his hand as his head snapped towards the radio. Izuku. Was Izuku okay? A green-haired middle schooler? Nizu asked, frowning slightly. Aizawa nodded. Shizenji had already healed Kan and Kiyama, but once she heard the extent of Yuzuki's injuries from Aizawa, and the fact that he was practically a kid, she was insistent that she should check on him. Ken was accompanying her. Yamada was at the hospital as well, being the most vocal one about his concern for the vigilante. Kiyama was with Aizawa, reporting to Nizu. Ectoplasm and Snipe were currently trying to deal with the media and helping the prisoners get home. They had been at the hospital briefly, getting a small update from the doctors before leaving to UA. Yeah. Doctors said he's 14 years old. Kiyama replied. His injuries are really bad, and the doctors said that he should have died from it. They also said he has 2 toe joints, so he's quirkless. Just because he had 2 toe joints doesn't mean he's quirkless. Aizawa should be able to verify that. Nizu said. Plus, wasn't there that internet flame war over what his quirk was? Most people of the younger generation had quirks, so being quirkless would make it much easier to determine who he was. To be honest, Nizu had always hated how people determined a person's worth by their quirks. Much like Aizawa, he knew that some emitter quirks, while they may not be a physically damaging one, were very useful, but many people ignore them because they weren't very flashy. I didn't check. Aizawa admitted, it slipped my mind. But if he really is quirkless, then technically he isn't doing anything wrong. He can't break the law because he doesn't even have a quirk to break the law with. That's fine. We'll deal with that later. He's getting patched up right now, right? Nizu asked, getting a nod from the 2 pro-heroes. Then you can check later. Green hair? Another nod. Nizu thought. He was going to have to search the database. Green hair wasn't rare, but it wasn't that common either. But Nizu didn't really know if that was his real hair color or he dyed it. What did the villains want anyway? They asked me and Kan for All Might's weaknesses. I'm not sure what they wanted with Yuzuki though. Kiyama replied, frowning. They clearly wanted quirks, users, and information, but the fact that so many prisoners were just sitting around didn't seem right. Nizu's phone vibrated, and upon checking, he realized that it was Kansas. Shizenji wanted them to be at the hospital as soon as possible. He's in a really bad shape. Shizenji growled. Multiple stab wounds, broken bones, even poison. And his wounds were infected. He's suffering from a fever and we practically had to pump antibiotics through his system to clear him of everything plaguing him. He could have died from just the malnutrition, infection, and the poison. He was also beaten up pretty badly, but his injuries shouldn't kill him. That bad? Kiyama gasped. Yeah. He was in there for a month. Ken sighed. He was a hero, and yet there was a kid almost dying from a freaking infection because he wasn't strong enough to defend the kid, even if he was some sort of mystery cheeky vigilante. He also suffers from severe malnutrition. He's way too skinny and light for a normal boy his age. I'm surprised he still had the energy to endure my quirk. Wait, why would you use it if you knew he was that low on energy? Kayama asked. I had to. Shizenji admitted. His ribs were broken. His back was slightly sprained. One of the doctors accidentally shifted a rib and it was too close to piercing his lung. The entire room fell silent. Felice? He should be fine. He should recover. We put him on N4 for nutrients, and I'll come by again until he's fully healed. Can we check on him? Yamada asked. The doctor nodded and opened the door. Be quiet though. I know you guys are heroes and all. It's just protocol to remind you that people are resting. The 5 heroes just looked at the sleeping boy. His breathing was even, with a breathing mask on his face to help him breathe. His arm was wrapped in bandages and N4 was connected to his arm. Green locks framed the boy's face, and Aizawa couldn't stop some part of him from screaming internally that he was too young to have to go through something like that. We should tell Shinso. Nizu spoke up, breaking the silence. He seemed concerned for Yuzuki. Normal people don't form such attachments to regular heroes, let alone vigilantes. Aizawa stated. Is he really a vigilante? Yamada asked. He still sounded like he couldn't believe it. And quirkless? He looks too nice and innocent to be fending off nasty villains. Positive. Ken mumbled. He remembered that once, Yuzuki had bitten a villain that tried to force-feed him, and had broken 3 of his fingers. Also, he can be really vicious. Aizawa's eyes flared red. Aizawa could identify quirk factors. It felt like flipping a switch every time he deactivated someone's quirk. Some quirks only activated under special conditions. He knew of someone who had been declared quirkless but apparently had a quirk that only appeared when they were diagnosed with having a severe form of the dissociative identity disorder, and they had ended up having 4 minds in one body. He could still sense the quirk factors, but the switches would be locked and he didn't have to deactivate them, so he could tell if Yuzuki might have a dormant quirk. He could sense Nizu's quirk, Yamada's quirk, Ken's quirk, Kayama's quirk, Shizenji's quirk. There were 5 other people in the room, yet he could only sense 4 quirk factors. He trained his quirk in the direction of the sleeping boy. He couldn't feel the switch. Aizawa sighed, his hair falling and resting against his capture weapon. He's really quirkless. Nizu was tired. He had spent the last few days checking up on the profiles of the students from every single middle school in Yuzutafu. None of them matched the vigilante. There had been sightings of him in Hosu as well, so Nizu had checked the databases for Hosu's middle schools as well. Nothing seemed to match. Nizu ended up checking on the databases of all the schools in Tokyo. No matches. Very few of them had green hair, and none of them were as fluffy and soft as the vigilantes appeared to be. None of them had the bright green emerald eyes that Kayama and Ken claimed to have seen. None of them had grades that would boast the intellectual prowess that Yuzuki clearly displayed, or his physical athleticism that allowed him to leap from building to building effortlessly. None of them were quirkless. Nizu sighed. Yagi had said that the victim of the slime incident, Bakugo, had called out the name Izuku at the vigilante as he was fleeing. Yagi had also overheard Bakugo mention to Nishiya that Izuku had quite died some time ago and was quirkless. The name Yuzuki was practically Izuku, if you swapped the first and last letters. That couldn't be a coincidence, right? Nizu searched up the name Izuku, and clicked on the first news article with the headlines, Midoriya apartment gone up in flames. He skimmed down, skipping details about the fire, how the house had been consumed by flames and had exploded, until his name rested upon the name Izuku. He read the paragraph. Midoriya Inko, wife of Midoriya Hisashi, was confirmed dead at the scene by an autopsy test. 7-year-old Midoriya Izuku had not been seen since he returned home from school. No body had been found anywhere near the burnt-up apartment, and the young quirkless Midoriya is presumed dead after 6 months of searching. A picture of all 3 Midoriyas were showed below, and Nizu blinked, staring at the picture of a wide-eyed, smiling boy with wild, fluffy green hair, his bright emerald eyes shining as he looked at the camera, grinning from ear to ear. Freckles adorned his cheeks as he had his hand raised, as if trying to say hi to the cameraman. They had same green hair, the same freckles. Both of them were quirkless. Yuzuki was Midoriya Izuku, son of Midoriya Inko and Midoriya Hisashi. Presumed to have died from a fire and explosion when he was 7. Or Nizu was 95% sure that Yuzuki was Izuku. Nizu paused. Midoriya was 7 when he was last seen. Now he was 14. How did he survive on his own for 7 years? Where did he live? How did he survive the explosion? How did he get food and water? Was his malnutrition a result of years of not eating properly and not a month of being starved? How did he take care of himself? Nizu was intrigued. He had been interested in the Vigilante ever since he noticed him frequenting the entrance exam, subtly saving examinees from rubble and broken robot pieces. Then Aizawa received a goggle upgrade as a gift, and Nizu's interest only grew. A certain thin transparent plastic that was both lightweight and practical. He had tracked the boy through the news, reading as he saved people left and right, regardless of appearance. He became concerned and even had a hint of fondness for the boy he never met as Yamada wailed that Yuzuki was reckless and had no sense of self-preservation. He was even more curious about the boy when Aizawa handed him a thumb drive, full of information about the kidnappings that none of them even knew about. Then he had practically stopped a zero-pointer by severing the wires in the neck, getting Uraraka and Shinso to safety and selflessly protected the students from flying shrapnel, and Nizu got to see firsthand the recklessness possessed by the boy. Then he had gotten kidnapped. He was tortured, hurt so badly that there wasn't an inch of his body not covered by blood or bruises. He came out alive. Barely alive, but still alive nonetheless. Nizu was glad to hear that Yuzuki had survived. He didn't know what he was expecting when Koyama and Aizawa were reporting the details of the kidnappings and the rescues to him. Maybe that Yuzuki had some sort of very rare quirk that the villains wanted, or that he was an adult that was just genetically short. What he had not been expecting was that the Vigilante he had grown to be fond of to be a teenager. A 14-year-old quirkless teenager. Nizu had seen people get bullied and teased because they had weak quirks. He had seen and heard of people committing suicide because they deemed themselves worthless due to their quirks. He had been experimented on because he was an animal with a quirk. Midoriya was a prime example that people shouldn't be judged by their genetics or quirks. Heck, he was quirkless and saved people. He tipped them off about the villains. He had disabled the villains' security systems long enough for them to detect and find their location. He used his smarts to counter his lack of a quirk, and he did so successfully. Nizu had guessed that, from what he heard from Nishiya about the boy throwing something at the slime villain before managing to land a decent hit on the villain, that the boy had somehow made some device that created an electrostatic force that solidified the slimy body of the villain. The boy had smarts to be able to think of that, and to actually be able to make the device with the lack or proper equipment was amazing. Nizu continued reading the article. When questioned, Midoriya Hisashi mentioned that the young Midoriya had always wanted to be a hero, but when he turned 4 and was declared quirkless, he had turned angry and vengeful. According to him, when he returned home, the sun had attacked him and made him activate his quirk by accident. The explosion was caused by a gas leak which was the work of the young boy, set alight by Midoriya's fire-breathing quirk. Nizu frowned. That didn't seem like something Yuzuki would do. His father had made him out to be a villain. He was pretty sure 7-year-olds couldn't even reach the stove to turn on the gas. He wondered if Midoriya knew that his father had practically accused him of killing his mother. Nizu had heard of Midoriya Hisashi before. He was a pro-hero that worked overseas, under the name Flash Fire. If anything, he was similar to Todoroki Enji, a fire hero that was cold towards everyone else, but that would be an insult to Enji. Flash Fire had a tendency to burn before speaking, and had killed villains or left them with permanent damage. He had more villain deaths to his name than Endeavor and all the UA teachers, including Yagi, combined, and that was saying a lot considering that Endeavor didn't really care about what damage he did, as long as the villain was subdued. Nizu grinned. There was probably something behind that story, and perhaps he could question the Vigilante with Tsukachi and clear the boy's name. And maybe convince the boy to finally be the hero he wanted to be since he was a child. No way. You're bluffing. Yamada hissed. Nizu had called the UA staff for a meeting, stating Yuzuki's real identity and his history behind his presumed death. He's so nice. There's no way he would do that. The principal doesn't do logical ruses. Aizawa grumbled under his breath. Honestly, there's something fishy behind this. Ken said, a fire-breathing adult and a quirkless 7-year-old kid. I think it's obvious who set the place on fire. Hey, Shoyuda. You met the kid before, right? Way before any of us. You remember that letter that he wrote to you? The one with the goggles. Aizawa nodded thought. He remembered a few days after that incident, there was some attempted mugging. A little kid bashed the criminal on the head with a metal pole. Aizawa had to end up saving the kid from the criminal, but he had disappeared the second he stopped focusing on him. How could he forget something like that? The boy had stepped in to help a woman for absolutely no reason. There was no way he would turn angry and vengeful simply because he was quirkless. Do you think a person with a non-offensive quirk can be a hero? Midoriya was quirkless. He was sure that the teenager knew about it. So why did he ask him that question as if he had a useless quirk? Like having any kind quirk was better than not having one at all? He had to resist the urge to groan. He truly was a problem child. I don't think Midoriya is the kind of person to attack anyone for no reason, let alone family. Aizawa said, logically speaking, a child at that age should not be led into the kitchen without adult supervision, so even if he did mess with the gas stove, that would be the fault of the mother. Plus, if his father really is a pro-hero, then he should have more control over his quirk than to react to a childish attack on him by a kid. With such a high body count, I would say that he is trying to frame Midoriya to protect his image, though I doubt he has any image in the first place to protect. None of them wanted to call Midoriya Hisashi his real name. They used Midoriya to address the Vigilante, since it would be rude to call him by his first name, and Hisashi sounded way too similar to Hisashi, Yamada's first name. That would just be plain awkward, weird, and Aizawa honestly could not bring himself to say a name that was so similar to his friends that had so much death connected to it, even if they were villain deaths. Yagi recognized Midoriya as the boy who had asked him if a quirkless person could be a hero, a few years ago. He regretted telling him that, even though he didn't directly saying it, that he couldn't. Midoriya had proven himself worthy to be a hero, and Yagi wanted to apologize to the boy and help him achieve his dream. So, can we agree that this is something we should clear up? Nizu asked. Everyone agreed. They all decided that there was clearly something wrong with the logic behind the article and wanted to clear it up, even if they didn't really care for the Vigilante. Even if they had disagreed, Nizu was sure to do something about it anyway. Aizawa and Yamada were clearly fond of the Vigilante, even if the scarf-wearing tired hero didn't want to admit it, and Kayama and Ken were rather protective of the boy. Yagi was also completely dead set on helping the boy, and really, no one wanted to go against a determined All Might. Shinso yelped as his mother tossed a letter at him. It was from UA. Frowning, Shinso ripped it open, and a holographic message starring All Might appeared, announcing that he didn't get enough points from destroying robots. He was disheartened. All the effort with Midoriya, and yet he failed. Midoriya had told him to follow his heart, and Shinsu's heart told him to help other people instead of killing robots. Then, All Might announced that a panel of judges that had been watching the entire trial had seen him saving people, even braving the monstrous zero-pointer to save Uraraka. Congratulations! You pass. Welcome to UA. This is your Hero Academy. Taking a deep breath, Shinso opened the door to classroom 1A. Don't put your legs on the table. That's very disrespectful to your seniors and the people who made the desks. Engine boy. The one that called Aizu out. Shut up, extra. Where the hell did you come from? The one that Aizu liked calling Kaken. Don't call people extras. That's rude. The kid that helped him with Uraraka, before Aizu came along and disabled the zero-pointer. I'm Ida Tenya, from Sumai Academy. Shinso found Ida slightly hilarious, the strict way he was lecturing Kaken and moving his arms around like he was some kind of robot. Sumai. You're some kind of elite, aren't you? Oh, it's you. Voice behind him yelled, and Shinso jumped, whirling around. Uraraka stood behind him, beaming, "You saved me from the zero-pointer." "Thank you." Shinso scratched his neck. "I didn't do it alone. He helped as well." He gestured towards the red-haired kid, who turned around and waved. "Oh, it's you too. I'm Kirishima Ijiro. Nice to meet ya." He gave Shinso a thumbs up. "You tried to save her even if it meant risking your life and points. That's super manly. How could I not help someone like that? I'm Uraraka Ochako. I'm really thankful that you two even tried to save me." Shinso Hitoshi. He was rubbing his neck again. When had that started to be a habit? "You guys are too noisy." A raspy voice behind Uraraka was heard, and everyone turned to stare at the man cocooned in a yellow sleeping bag. Eraserhead? He was their teacher? Everyone promptly made their way to their seats. Shinso was sitting behind Kaken and in front of some kid who had weird orbs for hair that leered at all the girls the wrong way. "Disgusting. I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, your homeroom teacher. Get changed and meet me at the field." Shinso was glad his training with Midoriya had paid off. Aizawa had threatened to expel the person that came in last in the quirk apprehension test, but Shinso did rather decently. He had gotten 16th place, beating the girl that had an earphone jack quirk, the electric boy who had apparently thought electrocuting the ball would make it fly faster, the invisible girl. How did she get past the entrance exam if no one could see her? Heat-sensing cameras? And the perverted boy. Considering his quirk wasn't useful for any of the tests, he thought he did decently. Aizu could probably get first, Shinso thought. He had seen the boy stretch and he was very flexible. He would definitely get first for the seated toe touches, and would do pretty well for the 50-meter dash and standing long jump. Midoriya was agile, so he would do well for the repeated sidesteps. Midoriya could probably beat everyone in sit-ups, and he probably had enough stamina and energy to probably keep up with the scooter that the creation girl had made. He wasn't sure how strong Midoriya's grip was, or how far he could throw a ball, but given how well he could probably do in all the others, Shinso was sure Midoriya would be in the top 5 in the class. Shinso didn't know why every time something happened he would think about Midoriya. The boy was as much as a mentor to him as a friend, and Shinso was worried out of his mind for the vigilante that had saved his time multiple times over and probably helped shape him to be a potential hero. He only knew that Midoriya was saved. He didn't know the extent of his injuries. Was he okay? Was he still alive? Was the treatment successful? Was he even treated in the first place, since he was a vigilante? "Shinso!" Aizawa called out to him after he dismissed everyone. "You're distracted." Scratching his neck, Shinso admitted, "I'm worried about his dash, Yuzuki." Aizawa caught the slip-up. Shinso had practically admitted that he knew the vigilante's real name, and was hiding some things about the vigilante from them. "How much do you know about Yuzuki?" Aizawa asked. He didn't want to press the boy, but the more he knew about the vigilante, the easier it would be to handle the boy when he woke up. Shinso faltered. "Not much." "His real name?" Shinso froze. "My real name is Midoriya Izuku, 14 years old. But call me Izuku. I don't want to be called a Midoriya ever again." Taking Shinso's pause for hesitation, Aizawa sighed. "Kid, you aren't going to get into trouble or expelled. I just want to know more about Yuzuki." Shinso shook his head. "I know his real name. I know what happened to him before. But it's not my place to tell. I promised him I wouldn't tell anyone." Aizawa in turn all groaned. He had made a promise. He would just be a villain if he tried to force Shinso to speak. "Are you close to him?" Shinso nodded. "Who is he to you?" "He's my mentor and my friend. He's the first person believed that I could do good with a quirk that everyone deemed as villainous. The first person that defended me. The first person to trust that I wouldn't use my quirk on them. The first person that willingly spoke to me even though he knew my quirk. The first person that empathized with me and tried to help me." Shinso looked at Aizawa in the eyes, his eye bags suddenly looking a lot worse than before. "He is the first person that believed that I could be a hero." Beep, beep, beep. Midoriya groggily opened his eyes. He remembered being beaten up by something called it Norma? Namu? Nona? Nomu. He remembered Shigaraki cackling as he was kicked into a wall. He remembered his shoulder dislocating, his arm breaking, his knee popping, his wrist disintegrating, ribs snapping under that immense pressure of the monstrous strength of the Nomu. He clenched his fist, surprised to feel the soft fabric under his grasp. Where the heck was he? He craned his neck. There was a heartbeat monitor beside him, and an 4 connected to his arm that was covered in bandages. He finally realized that there was a mask on his face. He closed his eyes, slowly exhaling. He was in a hospital. Eraserhead had saved him after Shigaraki and the Nomu had disappeared with Kurogiri. He remembered seeing 13? Maybe Endeavor? Snipe and Ectoplasm? He was pretty sure he heard Present Mike. His eyes snapped open. Midnight and Vlad King. Were they okay? He had no idea how long he had been asleep for. With a burst of energy, he shot up, ripping the mask off his face and yanking the 4 out of his arm, wincing in the pain that shot up his arm. His chest were also covered in bandages and patches connected to the heart rate monitor. He also removed them before dashing out of the room, scaring the doctors who were heading to his room to check up on him. No running in the hallway. Wait, you shouldn't be up. One doctor yelped. Aizawa, Kayama and Yamada were visiting the hospital to check on Midoriya. It had been the first day of UA's school year, so they all checked in on him in the afternoon instead of any time they liked. They had just met all the first years in UA. As usual, Aizawa had skipped orientation and gone straight for the quirk apprehension test. Shinso had done surprisingly well since he couldn't use his quirk, and even scored higher than Jiro and Mineta, whose quirks were actually useful in a few of the tests. Aizawa couldn't stand Mineta though. Mineta had potential, but he was way too perverted and was making the girls uncomfortable. Aizawa was probably going to speak to Mineta about his behavior. He would have no choice but to expel him if he continued to harass the girls, and he was sure Kayama would love to let a bit of her sadistic side out on the little pervert. He thought about what Shinso had told him, and internally sighed. He remembered what Midoriya had said to him before. I saved a kid that was getting bullied. They said he had a villainous quirk. As if quirks decide who's good and who's bad. It's how you use it. That was roughly around 2 years ago. They had known each other for so long? And hid their friendship all this time? And Midoriya somehow ended up training Shinso in complete secret and no one knew or found out about it. Midoriya was sharp, that was for sure. Aizawa was certain Midoriya made sure to keep his relationship to the purple-haired teen a secret, to protect him. Problem child. Aizawa was not expecting said problem child to barrel right him. Luckily, the child wasn't running too fast, and had no intention of bashing into someone, so Aizawa just stared at Midoriya ended up sitting on the floor of the hospital, wrapped in bandages like some kind of mummy, rubbing his forehead since he had ran face first into the underground hero. Sorry. Eraserhead. Midoriya yelled. He promptly stood up. You're okay? Is Midnight and Vlad King okay? Are they hurt? I saw 13 as well. Are they fine? What about Present Mike? And, luckily, there was barely anyone in the hospital to hear Midoriya practically reveal their hero names. Aizawa didn't even want to know how the heck he had recognized Yamada with his hair down and in a casual hoodie. Whoa. Hold your horses, kid. Kayama grinned, popping out from behind the erasure hero. Think more about yourself, okay? Midnight. Midoriya's face immediately lit up. We should go back to the room. You should know better than to run in the hospital. Aizawa grumbled. Sorry. Midoriya sheepishly replied, scratching at his hair absent-mindedly. He froze. He didn't have anything covering his face. He couldn't show this weak side to the heroes. Midoriya slowly turned around, heading back the way he came. He did remember the way he had run. Aizawa frowned. He had caught the way Midoriya had paused, the subtle slouching, his back suddenly tensing up, and the gleam in his eyes suddenly fading. Almost like had just realized something wrong when he scratched his head. Kayama nudged Yamada and whispered something to him. Yamada grinned, patting the boy on the head. Must be cold walking around in nothing but bandages and boxers, Midoriya looked down, suddenly realizing that he really was wearing nothing but shorts and a ton of bandages. Kayama laughed as Midoriya's face suddenly turned red as he kept apologizing profusely. Yamada took off his hoodie, carefully dumping it on the smaller boy's head. "Here you go." Midoriya hastily put on the hoodie, and he relaxed. Aizawa felt his entire demeanor change, from a scared child to the confident, cheeky attitude that he had always associated with Yuzuki. "I knew it." Kiyama whispered to him, as Yamada started talking to Midoriya, and both of them were engaged in some conversation. "When we were trapped, he had, like, a mini panic attack when his hood fell off. I think he's scared of showing his face or something." Aizawa nodded. They were probably going to have to work the fear out of the boy eventually. He whipped out his phone, texting Nizu. The doctors finally managed to finish the checkup on Midoriya, all the while saying that, yes, while Shizenji had used her quirk on the boy and all his major injuries were healed, there was no way he should have woken up so soon, let alone have enough energy to run around in the hospital like a madman, especially when he was suffering from severe malnutrition. Apparently, they all had severely underestimated the amount of energy the Vigilante possessed. The doctors had left the room, and Kiyama and Yamada were currently talking to Midoriya about something. All three of them were speaking animatedly, waving their arms as they spoke, and Aizawa wanted to take a quick nap. A knock interrupted them all, and Nizu, Tsukachi, and Shizenji entered the room. "Hi. It's nice to finally meet you face to face." Nizu cheerfully grinned, and Aizawa swore he saw Midoriya's eyes grow at the sight of the UA principal. "Oh my god." Midoriya blinked. Aizawa carefully observed the boy, slightly curious at the boy's reaction. Yamada and Kiyama had also stopped talking, looking at the boy who was looking at Nizu. "You're really Nizu? The hero who's an animal that has an intelligence quirk called high specs? You have an enhanced sense of smell and hearing, and you've solved many crimes that have been left unsolved for years." Midoriya was currently gushing over Nizu, eyes sparkling as he stared at the pro-hero as he continued talking. "You sure he's quirkless?" Kiyama had shifted over to Aizawa's side while he was distracted, internally gawking at the sheer amount of information about Nizu that the Vigilante had somehow obtained. Maybe he has a breathing quirk that allowed him to ramble on for so long without seemingly needing to breathe. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Nizu merely kept grinning, moving towards Midoriya's bed and hauling him up to sit at the foot of the bed. "It's an honor to meet you." Midoriya finally stopped talking, but then he turned towards Shizenji. "And your recovery girl." Luckily for them, Tsukachi interrupted the boy before he could launch into another long-winded speech about recovery girl. "I'm sorry. Nizu called me over, but I'm a bit short on time." "That's fine. Sorry that I'm just really excited to meet you guys." Midoriya sheepishly grinned. "May I ask some questions? Some may be personal though." Tsukachi asked. "Yep." Midoriya nodded. "What's your real name? Why are you even asking that? I thought you guys had figured out my real name?" Midoriya asked, and Tsukachi gasped. Just how the heck the Vigilante knew that? "Midoriya Izuku. Just don't call me by my surname and we're good." The boy was frowning when he introduced himself. Another hint that Midoriya Hisashi was probably a bigger sheepbag that Todoroki Enji was. "So, do I address you as Izuku or Yuzuki?" Tsukachi asked. "Either is fine." Midoriya shrugged. "I don't mind." "Alright, what quirk do you have?" "Don't want to talk about it. Ain't harmful anyway." Tsukachi blinked. He was aware that the boy was quirkless, but he didn't really know why the boy didn't want to admit it. "I'm sure you're aware that you do know we can't really arrest you as a vigilante, since you never used a quirk while you fended off villains." "Yes. And I was acting in self-defense." "Plus, that law is just dumb. It's like bringing a weapon around but not being able to use it when someone threatens you. It's stupid." Midoriya pouted. Tsukachi chuckled. He did admit the law was pretty dumb, especially when you looked at it from that perspective. "When did you start turning to vigilantism? We're just gonna call it that." "When I was 9, maybe 10. "Where do you stay?" "I used to sleep in trees or on benches in parks. Now I live in a dump." Now that answer had everyone questioning how truthful the boy was. They turned to Tsukachi, who was in the same state of confusion as the rest of the heroes. He nodded, signifying that his quirk detected it to be true. Where do you get food and water from? And other supplies like bandages and painkillers. Tsukachi hoped that the boy didn't steal it. I get water from the water coolers at the sports center that's around a block away from my home. I help out at a bakery a few streets away every Saturday by cleaning the floors for them, and they give me a loaf of bread in exchange for helping them out. I also go clean this really nice blind old lady's house every Sunday and keep her company until around evening. She pays me, and I usually use my pay for painkillers and bandages. He got his stuff through legitimate means, though that explained the malnutrition. It couldn't be healthy just living on a loaf of bread a week. Where the heck did he get all his energy from? Why did you turn to vigilantism? I want to be a hero and help people. Tsukachi frowned. The boy wanted to help people. But he could tell that wasn't the only reason why Midoriya became a vigilante. He blanched as Midoriya looked at him with an expressionless face. And I want to prove to the world that I'm not useless and that I should still be alive. Tsukachi suddenly felt bad. Just what happened to him that made him have to risk his life to prove his existence? Sorry for bringing that up. Now, I'm sure you remember about what happened 7 years ago. My home burning up and exploding? Yeah. What truly happened that day? Tsukachi asked. Flash Fire came home from overseas, got mad at me, and set the whole place on fire. I have no idea how or why the house exploded. Tsukachi nodded to Nizu. Midoriya Hisashi had framed the younger boy. No, the current problem was that no one had seen Flash Fire since then, so they were going to have to somehow find him. Midoriya was aware that his father was Flash Fire. The amount of information that the vigilante possessed was astounding. I think that's enough for now. I have an appointment with some criminals. Tsukachi closed his file of papers, standing up and turning to leave, but not before asking, I'm surprised though. Most people aren't so truthful when it comes to sensitive things like this. Midoriya snorted. It's meaningless to lie to you after all. You have a quirk called the human lie detector that allows you to tell whether or not a target is speaking the truth or not. He turned to the detective, speaking seriously. However, be careful when wording your questions, and you can't always believe what people say, no matter your quirk. People can always find loopholes in your questions and may exploit them if you're not careful. Statements always have several meanings no matter how you looked at it. Tsukachi blinked, considering the boy's statement. Midoriya's first answer about his non-existent quirk justified his statement. Midoriya had practically said he was quirkless and couldn't harm anyone, but people could interpret it as him just saying he didn't want to talk about what his quirk could be and that he couldn't harm anyone with it anyway. Also, as long as the person truly believes what they are saying, you can't tell if it's really true or not. Midoriya finished. I can say your quirk is really awesome, you can tell when people are telling the truth or not. But it is also useless at the same time since it depends on what the person you're asking knows and their view on things. Midoriya just proved his statements right again. He gave 2 contradicting statements and both were registered as true. Tsukachi scratched his head, still reeling from the fact that his quirk wasn't as accurate as he thought it might be. Thanks for the insight on my quirk. Learn to trust your instincts more. Midoriya grinned. Oh, I also have some notes at home about your quirk. Maybe I should pass them over. Yeah. Tsukachi said faintly, pass them to Nizu. I honestly wasn't expecting him to do that. Yamada jaw dropped. Aizawa groaned internally. He probably just gave the detective a whole new perspective of his quirk. Truly a problem child. You want to be a hero, right? Nizu smiled as Shizenji checked him over. Midoriya nodded. Yeah. It's been a dream of mine since I was a kid. And you're quirkless. Midoriya turned away, smiling sadly. I should have figured you guys knew about that too. It's over, isn't it? My only shot at being a hero was to do it on my own, but I'm sure you guys would stop me now that you have me here. Society won't accept it. There's a limit to the human body and he can only get so far on physical strength before they would catch up. There's only so much I can do without a quirk. It's just a pipe dream, wanting to be a hero while quirkless. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Nizu's grin just grew wider. I want to offer you a spot in UE. Midoriya turned around so fast, Kayama thought he would get a whiplash. Wait, what? Oh. You'll be a normal student in the hero course. Nizu beamed at the boy. You'll have normal lessons, but we might get you to help around during the hero and battle lessons since you have a lot more experience and skill than the other students in terms of technique. Yue? But I'm quirkless. I'm just a liability to everyone. Midoriya replied, his fingers twitching. He didn't want to drag anyone else down with him. Not any future heroes for sure. Nizu wanted him in UA? To help the other students? To live a normal life? You clearly proved yourself to be capable enough without a quirk. Kayama pointed out. Yeah, listener. Yamada spoke up, affectionately patting the boy's head. Just try to look out more for yourself, okay? No more jumping in front of paralyzing scorpion stingers or metal shrapnel, K. Midoriya still didn't look convinced. Izuku. Midoriya turned to look at Aizawa, who had been the first person this entire time to call him by name, 2 years ago. You said you looked up to me. Why? Because your quirk practically allows you to make any fight against non-mutant quirks a quirkless fight. Midoriya mumbled. You can do that too. Aizawa replied. You clearly have the brains to make up for your lack of a quirk. You took down criminals bigger than yourself. You took down a zero-pointer robot that very few people have done before. You were kidnapped by a bunch of villains and survived when most normal people would have died. You may not have a quirk, but your determination to save other people, coupled with your ability to pick apart quirks, would make you a dangerous opponent. Think about it. Aizawa continued, your quirklessness is your quirk. Everyone stared at him blankly, except for Nizu. Nizu seemed to know where he was going. Aizawa had no idea why he wanted to point out the glaring strength Midoriya possessed, but he felt like he had too. He had been the victim of people calling his quirk villainous, but he had Yamada and Kayama to defend him. Midoriya was quirkless. He probably had it even worse since in his generation being quirkless was almost unheard of. That must have taken a massive toll on his self-esteem and self-worth. If he was able to convince Shinso that quirks weren't everything, why couldn't he convince himself? The problem child was such a hypocrite. Everyone is reliant on their quirks. You don't have one to rely on. What happens if you fight me? Everyone else loses something, but you're unaffected. What happens if you're trapped in quirk suppression cuffs? Absolutely nothing besides from some loss in mobility, and everyone else would suffer from that and the loss of their quirk. You have an advantage over everyone else. Midoriya was at a loss for words. Don't worry about it too much. He awkwardly pat the Vigilante's back. We can always work any other problems out later. We knew you had it in you, shoulda. Kayama and Yamada grinned in tandem. You're such a mother hen. Says you too. Aizawa growled back, wrestling him away from Yamada, who decided to latch himself onto his friend. Midoriya relaxed, smiling slightly at the arguing heroes. Maybe he could finally let his dream come true. Shizenji had deemed him well enough to leave, as long as he didn't go crazy and running around, since she had used her quirk one last time and healed up any lasting bruises and cuts. But her powers only allowed her to speed up the human body's natural healing process, so the scars remained. None of them had any idea how Midoriya was still so energetic, so they just dubbed Midoriya as an enigma and left it as that. Upon removal of bandages, Midoriya stared at his body. Many scars littered his chest and arms, and Midoriya was suddenly glad that Yamada somehow always had extra clothes in his car and loaned him some long pants, and decided to let Midoriya keep the hoodie until he got his own. He was signed out under Nizu, and Shizenji and the other UA teachers present agreed that they would be keeping an eye on him most of the time. So, what now? Midoriya asked, sitting behind Yamada, who was driving. Aizawa took the other seat in front, and Nizu was sitting between Midoriya and Kayama. We're probably going to go back to UA. Cementos and a couple of his friends had started building the dorms, since a couple of students from previous years stated that it might be easier and safer for students to stay in school. The 1A and 1B dorms are already done, so you'll have somewhere to stay. Each class has around 20 students, so each building has 32 rooms, with 16 for each gender. You should have enough room even if all your classmates move in. We'll probably just pick up Power Loader to see what you have to move. I'm pretty sure he'll be curious as to how and why you're living in a dump. Nizu replied. Aizawa was sleeping in the car by the time they reached UA, and the sun was setting. They were going to have to make it fast if they wanted to grab Midoriya's stuff by dinner. Yamada drove off, and Kiyama skipped into UA, coming out a few minutes later dragging Maijima out of the school by the arm. Alright, I'm here. This is the kid? Power Loader asked, looking at Midoriya. Honestly, he doesn't look like much. Be nice. This is Midoriya Izuku, but just call him Izuku or Yuzuki. Izuku, this is Power Loader. Kiyama introduced. Midoriya shot Maijima a smile. Hi. Maijima just grunted in response. So, where does he live? Lead the way, Izuku. Nizu smiled brightly. We're in a dump. Maijima said. I know. Midoriya replied, walking towards a particularly large pile of washing machines with tires, televisions and radios that sat atop two minibuses. A dump. Maijima repeated in disbelief. Just a dump. Midoriya grinned. He knew he was supposed to be more respectful towards the teacher and pro-hero, but after the way he had dismissed him earlier, he kinda wanted to make Maijima squirm. Some childish part of him that wanted to say, hey, don't ignore me, in the hero's face. You've been living here for how long? Maijima asked. Since I was 9? So about 5 years. Midoriya walked up to one of the random washing machines and opened the door. He stuck his head inside the machine, fiddled around with it, and popping back out, before turning and hunting down one of the washing machines with a radio on it, next to the door of the bus. He fiddled with the knobs, and then pulled the door handle, and the door of the bus opened up. What was that? Kiyama asked curiously. Security system. I think I installed it 3 years ago. Midoriya explained. He was going to leave the place he called a home. No harm in telling the heroes in case they ever needed a safe house. I disabled the power source whenever I leave, so you can't enter. I just reconnected it to the power source. The radio knobs work like a safe. Not bad. Maijima admitted as Midoriya motioned them into the bus. The natural light entering the bus wasn't strong enough for them to see well, and the first thing they noticed was that Midoriya's home was 2 buses welded together. Rough metal patches ran along the middle of the room, and there was a patched up sleeping bag in one corner and a patched up mattress in another corner. Piles of shirts and pants of random colors were strewn on the mattress, all of them being patched up. There were chargers near the front, with a table. A disposable plastic bottle and a laptop sat on the table, with stray electronic parts and screwdrivers scattered all over. 2 metallic masks were on the table. One seemed to be complete while the other one had some metal and plastic bits sticking out of it. A pair of goggles sat on the table. There was some hastily welded metal structures filled with papers and notebooks against, and a lone green hoodie was hanging from a hook, having been stitched up in the torso area from a very large slash, next to a blue one. Faint bloodstains were seen on the hoodies. A small bottle with a metal straw and a lighter was on the floor, with several pieces of paper. Maijima could only call the place an organized mess, and his first question was, how the heck did you get all this? Midoriya shrugged. People throw away perfectly good things all the time. One part is broken and they decide to replace the whole thing. Midoriya walked towards the papers, carefully taking them off and organizing them. Tsukachi's pile. He neatly tied some paper in a rubber band, placing it on the table. Kiyama took the pile off the table and handed it to Nizu, the animal principal being too short to reach the table top on his own. He slowly flipped through the papers, reading Midoriya's messy handwriting as he tried to decipher the hidden treasure on the papers. Sorry, my handwriting is messy. Midoriya apologized as he took down another huge stack of notebooks and paper. I honestly never expected that other people would be looking at my stuff. Maijima had turned his attention to Midoriya's mask and examined it. He could see some sort of air filter and metal plates that could be adjusted. The goggles also had adjustable lenses, and Maijima was rather surprised how much he could zoom in. He then moved on to inspecting the weird contraption that was on the floor. What is this? A small blowtorch. The large ones are too big to use. Majima was probably gaping at beneath his mask as Midoriya explained, I fill it with rubbing alcohol. When the alcohol burns, it SCKs up more alcohol. Kinda like a drinking straw, except it burns. It works like 30% of the time though. Midoriya pointed the horrible welding on the ceiling and floor. I tried to do that with petrol from the buses. I was lucky that the petrol was diluted with water from the seawater and didn't make that bad of an explosion. Majima face-bombed, if you can make this kind of stuff with junk and makeshift tools, I wonder how you'll fare in an actual workshop. I'm sure you'll have fun with Hatsum, if you can tolerate her. Hatsum? Midoriya turned to look at the hero, as he finished sorting out his papers and notebooks. Hatsume. She blew up 5 robots after orientation, made the door explode twice, and almost killed everyone when she somehow made a staple gun go rogue. Majima grumbled exasperatedly. Midoriya had swept his mask and goggles into a plastic bag, since he didn't have too much, and he rolled up his sleeping bag. Kiyama was insistent that he forget about the clothes, and she, along with Yamada and Aizawa, would bring him to a mall for proper clothes. I know that you lived on your own, somehow scrapping by with meager funds. But now, things have changed, alright Izuku? If you need anything, don't be afraid to ask up for it. Like if you need a power drill with a diamond drill bit for whatever purposes. I'm sure Power Loader would lend it to you. Majima snorted, if we even have one. Kiyama patted Izuku's head, don't worry about that. That's just his way of saying that he would. Getting doors blown off its hinges every day would make anyone go a bit nuts. And here's your room. Nizu flung a room on the 2nd floor of Heights Alliance. Well, you can technically choose any room you want. Midoriya just gaped at the room. It was huge. There was a closet way too large even if he brought all his clothes along. He suddenly felt really small as he glanced at the empty room. Leave your stuff here. We'll go get dinner before seeing if there's anything you want. Kiyama practically dragged Yamada into the nearest mall from UA. Aizawa claimed that he wanted to nap, and had fallen asleep inside his sleeping bag of the 1A dorm couch. Midoriya was sticking closely to the two heroes, eyes skimming the area as if he was expecting to be attacked at any moment. Given that he was a vigilante that had been chased by villains and heroes, Kiyama shouldn't be that surprised. But the fact was that she had stopped seeing him as some vigilante. After whatever he had done when they were captured, what he had said to Tsukachi, and how he reacted to Nizu's offer, Kiyama couldn't stop herself from feeling that Midoriya was simply a scared child that was trying to defend himself from the harsh world that was constantly attacking him. His eye bags indicated he never slept well, and he had to have gained his ridiculously high pain tolerance from somewhere just made her want to protect the boy even more. They first went into a food court, and as expected, Midoriya had gone to the cheapest stall and ordered the cheapest food item, a plate of fried rice. Out of habit, Midoriya sniffed the food, before he hesitantly took a small bite. This is delicious. Midoriya gasped, eyes sparkling. Yamada looked worried. Midoriya was suspicious of normal food. Knowing that the vigilante only ate bread after his home was destroyed was bad enough, but people had probably messed with his food before to make him so wary of what he put in his mouth. Lunch Rush would throw a fit if he learned about that. Maybe he should talk to Lunch Rush. The boy should be allowed to be pampered a bit, given he practically spent half his life trying to survive on his own with no help. They went into a clothes store next, and Midoriya just gawked at the large selection of clothing available. Kiyama just laughed at his shocked face as Yamada dragged the boy around, trying to find clothes that suited him. Yamada had shoved a handful of clothes as Midoriya started rambling off reasons why he didn't need so many clothes since UA was already providing a lot for him. Kiyama shook her head, and just pushed Midoriya into the fitting room, saying he had to learn to actually enjoy life and that he should be a bit more selfish instead of always thinking of others. Midoriya had finally, after a lot of convincing from both Yamada and Kiyama, agreed to get 5 shirts and tights, since the washing machines in the dorm rooms had a dryer function. The only thing Midoriya seemed to truly want was a green hoodie, so Yamada indulged him, buying 2 for him so he could wear one while the other was in the wash. Midoriya had politely declined to get any furniture for him room, seeing as they had pushed the boy just to get clothes, They decided to let it go and just bought essentials like soap and shampoo before they returned to the dorms. Aizawa was still sleeping on the couch. Midoriya curled up in his sleeping bag, on the floor of his room. Shizenji's quirk must have finally had an effect on him, as Midoriya had never drifted off to sleep so quickly or so early before. He did wake up, roughly 4 hours later. It was still early in the morning and the sun wasn't out yet. He tossed and turned in his sleeping bag, trying to go back to sleep. He was safe in UA. He was able to sleep while he was in Shinso's house, but that was probably because he was injured and needed to rest. Was Shinso even accepted into UA? How did his entrance exam go? Hey! Aizawa greeted when Izuku trudged down to the common area, downing a large cup of something. Oh. Hi! Mike greeted, sitting beside Aizawa as he drank orange juice. Midoriya curiously stared at the black liquid in Aizawa's cup. What's that? He asked. It smells good. Coffee. Wanna try? Aizawa asked, placing his head on the table as if he had been sleeping there. Shoyuta, you can't offer kids coffee. Yamada grumbled. Midoriya carefully grabbed a cup, and Aizawa poured a bit of his coffee into his cup. Taking a small sip, Midoriya paused, savoring the taste of the drink, before finishing the rest of his cup. Shoyuta. Izuku. Nizu grinned, passing over a set of uniforms to the boy. Sorry we had to pass you your uniforms so late. Aizawa is probably addressing the class so you can change, and then head to classroom 1A. I'm sure you know where to go. Yep. Midoriya grinned. He was gonna be hella uncomfortable without the soothing hood over his head, but they were just students, right? They couldn't really hurt him, right? Alright class. I'm sure you would have noticed that table right next to the window beside Shinso. We have a new student. Aizawa said. A new student? On the second day of class? Shinso thought. He's a vigilante who technically can't be labeled a vigilante, and if the media asks, just say that he's going through rehab or something. Aizawa grumbled before turning to the door. You didn't have to wait for me to invite you in, you know? A short, green-haired boy with shining emerald eyes stepped into the classroom. Aizawa internally snorted as he saw Shinso's eyes grow wide at the familiar green-haired boy, and he carefully kept an eye on Bakugo, whose face had suddenly turned pale, like he had seen a ghost. Or in his case he was seeing a ghost. Bakugo didn't know Midoriya Izuku didn't really die 7 years ago. Hi. My name's Midoriya Izuku, but just call me Izuku. Wow. The full class. 20 out of 20. I'm surprised you haven't expelled any of them yet. You must really like them. Full marks. Midoriya grinned, smiling at Aizawa while sending him a thumbs up. Shut up. They have potential. I don't expel those with potential. Aizawa grumbled. PFT. You care. I'm sure you threatened to do so and then called it a logical ruse, right? It was to draw out their potential. Aizawa shot back. Don't use that attitude. You really like them. I mean, you practically expelled your entire homeroom class last year. Last year's class had no potential, and shut up before I start regretting letting the principal put you in my class, kid. Aizawa grunted, and Midoriya cheekily grinned at the tired hero. I'm pretty sure you regret it already. I was a pain in your butt for like 2 years, Eraser-san. I'm gonna expel you. And don't call me that. Nah, you won't. Midoriya smiled. Do you want me to call you Sho-chan instead? That's even worse. Aizawa spat out, but it seemed to lack the usual Aizawa-ish fire behind it and instead sounded more exasperated and tired than angry. My name's Aizawa Shoyuta, use it. Sho-chan sounds cuter. Shut up. Everyone was just staring at the vigilante who was practically teasing Aizawa. Aizawa, their scary homeroom teacher. Aizawa, the man that threatened to expel them. Aizawa, the man that practically admitted that he had expelled an entire class before. And he was actually getting away with it. Sensei. Ashido raised her hand, looking as bewildered as almost everyone else in the class. He's our age. I'm 14. Midoriya turned to Ashido and shrugged, before his eyes lit up. Oh my god. You look so cool. What quirk do you have? Are those horns? Are they hard or soft? Can you use them to attack? Everyone's sweat dropped as Midoriya fawned over Ishido's appearance. Midoriya paused, sheepishly clammed up, apologizing for his rambling. He was young. Too young. He was too short and he had such a childish personality to be fending off villains. Was the general thought running through everyone's mind. He has guts to tease Aizawa like that. None of them actually thought anyone would give Aizawa the Chan honorific. To be fair, the nickname did sound pretty cute and all of them internally agreed it suited the teacher, especially when his face was wrapped up in his scarf bickering with the new student. Midoriya finally glanced around the classroom. Redhead was there, as well as Uraraka and Engine Boy. He noticed a familiar fluff of purple hair, and turned to see Shinso and Bakugo sitting in front of him. He saw Shinso and Bakugo's eyes both widen as they stared at him, and he wondered which one of them would react first. Shinso seemed way too stunned to see him, and was staring at him blinking, motionlessly. Bakugo's face just screamed, "What the actual F am I actually seeing?" in Bakugo vocabulary. "You idiot!" Shinso yelped, like he had just processed who was standing in the front of the classroom, literally jumping out of his seat before anyone could react and rushed over to green-haired teen, Midoriya, jabbing his finger into the Vigilante's chest. "Where were you? I heard the news, and I didn't even know if you were alive or dead. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" In my defense, I was kidnapped for a month, was passed out for half a week and literally just got discharged from the hospital yesterday. Midoriya waved his arms defensively. "You were getting beaten up." Aizawa grumbled. "Aizu, what did you do this time?" Shinso groaned. "I swear, if you decided to poke fun at the villains and disregard you life, I won't forgive you. It was to take the attention off the other people. Pissing villains off is really fun. You guys should try it sometime." Midoriya chuckled. "I don't get caught. Your attitude for dealing with villains is going to get you killed one day." Aizawa rolled his eyes. "Does anyone have bubble wrap?" Shinso addressed the class. "Why?" Uraraka was the next to unfreeze. "I'm gonna wrap him up with bubble wrap. You can't even chaperone an entrance exam without getting injured somehow." Shinso huffed. "It exploded. And the robots were a dumb idea." Midoriya whined. "Aizawa said he's a vigilante?" Todoroki deadpanned. "Shut up. You're not Deku." Bakugo roared, storming towards Midoriya. Shinso turned around, facing Bakugo, but Midoriya just motioned for him to stand aside. Shinso complied, knowing that Bakugo was Midoriya's childhood friend, but he was prepared to act if Bakugo decided to act out of line. Deku was weak and useless. He was too nice, and couldn't stand up for himself. He couldn't hurt a person. He can't even take down bullies, let alone villains. He attempted to grab him, but Midoriya instinctively leaned sideways and dodged. Deku would never be a vigilante. He wanted to be a hero. Not some kind of rule-breaking hero wannabe. Bakugo released multiple explosions from his palms, as Midoriya just looked at his childhood friend. Bakugo made a grab for him again, and Midoriya made no movement to dodge this time as Bakugo grabbed him by the collar and shoved his palm at Midoriya's face. Midoriya didn't even flinch, staring at a possible explosive attack at point-blank range. "Deku died, you fucker. Decoding died so many effing years ago in that ice fire, so don't you start daring to pretend to be him." The entire class gasped, looking from Midoriya, back to Bakugo, then back to Midoriya. Shinso wasn't surprised, he knew about it already. Bakugo was swearing up a storm, but the only reason Shinso hadn't intervened yet was because he could hear the desperation in his voice, desperation that he was trying too hard to hide in order to appear strong, desperation that could only be heard if you were looking out for it. Even though Midoriya was currently held by a boy who was at least 5 centimeters taller than him, and had a potential explosive palm right in front of his face, Midoriya didn't even seem to be bothered. In fact, he was standing there so calmly, staring right back at Bakugo, you would have thought he had some quirk that made him explosion-proof. Midoriya grabbed Bakugo's hands, and Bakugo struggled as Midoriya's grip locked him in place. Midoriya slowly guided Bakugo's arms away from him, and stared right back at Bakugo. "You're right. That weak Deku died in the fire. That weak Deku no longer exists. I'm not the same useless person I was 7 years ago, Kaken." Bakugo froze. Kaken. Midoriya had been the only one to call him then, and Bakugo was only tolerant of Midoriya calling him by that nickname. Prove it. Prove that you're Deku. Bakugo demanded, clenching his fists, and he refused to even look at Midoriya. Midoriya stared blankly back at Bakugo. We were childhood friends since we were babies. We practically did everything together, and were friends with everyone in preschool until I turned 4 and visited the doctor about my quirk. Bakugo scoffed. Not good enough. That can be easily pieced together. You have a scar on your left hand from when we were 5. You fell into a river while we were playing with Tsubasa and Shin. Tsubasa has a wing quirk while Shin has a claw quirk that lets him change his fingers into claws. Bakugo blinked. He hadn't even shown his mother that cut, that small injury. Only Midoriya knew about it, since he had been the one to help him clean and disinfect the wound. Bakugo's posture dropped as he took a few steps backwards, all the while looking at Midoriya with an unreadable expression on his face. He finally spoke up, defeat evident in his voice. Where the hell were you all this time? Busy. I didn't want to be a burden. Midoriya looked at the floor. Idiot. The only time you're being anything close to a burden is when you go off doing your vigilante stuff and you get injured and you don't tell anyone about it. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? I didn't even know if they would treat you because you were a vigilante. They could have just left you to die. And then suddenly you just appear in the classroom out of nowhere. Shinso grumbled. Midoriya just reached up to ruffle the taller boy's hair, giving a small chuckle as he felt all the pent-up stress and tension leak out of Shinso's posture. He enveloping the shorter boy in a hug. As if he had just finally managed to process that the green-haired boy standing in front of the class was real. You're alive, you stupid idiot. If there were some things that Class 1A knew about Shinso from the one day they had interacting with him, the first thing was that he didn't take shit from anybody. No one could tell him what to do, and he only did what he felt like doing. He was quiet, and only replied when he was talked to, as if he wasn't used to talking to people. He clearly lacked sleep, if his eye bags were any indication. He also had slight self-esteem issues, and had credited Kirishima for Uraraka's rescue. He didn't express much emotion, besides an occasional glare or a slightly menacing glare at Mineta's direction when he went too far in his obsession for looking at the girls. And he absolutely hated people touching his hair. Ashido had claimed that his hair was super fluffy, and had reached out to touch his hair before Shinso lightly smacked her hand away, leaning away from her touch. Hagakure tried to do the same, and the second she touched his hair Shinso had swatted her hand away, hissing slightly at the contact. So imagine everyone's surprise when Midoriya just reached out and ruffled Shinso's hair. He seemed to have absolutely no problems with the boy who was way shorter than him patting his head. Instead of tensing up like when Ashido or Hagakure did it, he relaxed under when Midoriya did it. If anything, he seemed to lean into the shorter boy's touch. Unknown to them, seeing Midoriya wasn't enough. The Midoriya in front of him could be an illusion. Imposter. When he jabbed his finger into his chest, Shinso had the confirmation that yes, this Midoriya was real, but was it really the Midoriya he had come to respect and care about? The familiar sensation of Midoriya's fingers carefully running through his hair cemented it. The delicate way Midoriya fiddled with the strands of his fluffy head, the slight twirling of his hair between his fingers. Shinso felt at ease. This was really Midoriya. Midoriya was alive. He was fine and well. He was currently in UA, ruffling his hair in front of the entire class. But Shinso didn't really care. He was glad that his friend was back, safe and sound. Bakugo was explosive. He hated people that were all high and mighty, coming from rich schools or families. He hated people who didn't have to work for what they had. Bakugo worked so hard to get into UA. Training his quirk, trying to get as strong as possible. To be the hero that Midoriya denied the chance to be. He couldn't believe it when Aizawa introduced the new student as Midoriya Izuku. Bakugo could see the similarities. The same freckles, the same wild hair, and same shining emerald green eyes. Bakugo didn't even have to see it. He could sense it, that his was Deku, the same quirkless boy he had known for half his life. But something in him had changed. Something had been broken, and the broken portion had been hastily patched up. He didn't want to believe it, but at the same time he wanted to. Midoriya Izuku was alive. Alright, get back to your seat. Izuku, you can ruffle Shinso's hair later. Bakugo, I hope you will stop trying to blow him up. And please stop swearing. Aizawa grumbled. I'm sorry. For trying to blow you up. Mito, Bakugo apologized softly, but Midoriya stopped him. Call me Izuku. Or Deku. But that name was an insult. I used to insult you before as well. I can't. Kaken. Midoriya's tone was firm. You cared about me before when no one would. That's all that matters. Sensei, why do you call Midoriya by his first name and us by our last names? Kaminari, the dense electric guy, asked. Don't call me that. Midoriya's tone was firm. I don't want to be called that. Kaminari. Izuku has clearly stated his preference for what he would like to be called. Aizawa glared slightly at Kaminari. If he wishes to be called Izuku, then so be it. Also, please respect him as a classmate even if he didn't enter by the written and physical examination or recommendations. Though technically you can call the principal's invite as a recommendation if you want to think about it logically. He will also be helping you guys in your hero lessons. Sensei, you said he's a vigilante. Who is he? Kirishima asked. You guys can figure it out. You have English with present mic now, right? Aizawa groaned, rubbing his head. What a headache this class. Throw in the problem child and now this was just a brand new mess. As if on cue, Yamada strut into the room when his name was mentioned. Yamada didn't know how much Midoriya knew about English. He was smart, sure, but just because a person was smart didn't mean they were good in languages. Midoriya was surprisingly good at English. His pronunciation, grammar, and sentence structure was perfect. Not even considering that Midoriya hadn't been in school for the past 7 years, his English was one of the best in the class. Midoriya admitted that he hadn't started learning English until he met Shinso. Yamada already figured it out since he was outside the classroom waiting to enter and saw Midoriya ruffling the purple-haired teen's hair, since his quirk required some sort of verbal response. He had thought that knowing different languages would benefit Shinso, but the taller boy was struggling with the language, so Midoriya tried to help out. English came easily to him. Ectoplasm had given the class a small math test in order to see how much they knew. The questions were purposely made difficult, and the students would have to use their heads in order to solve the questions. The teacher also gave them a lot of questions, just to see how they would act and perform under stress. The test was manageable though, and Ectoplasm was sure at least one of the students would do decently. When Ectoplasm thought that at least one of the students would do decently, he was expecting it to be either Yaoyorozu or Todoroki or Bakugo, since the first two were recommendation students and all three of them had gotten very good grades to enter UA. He was not expecting the vigilante that spent 5 years living in a dump, he had heard Maijima ranting about it, to be the first one to raise his hand and ask what he was supposed to do when he was done. They had another 30 minutes left, and Ectoplasm told him to check his work. I did. 3 times already. Sighing, Ectoplasm took the paper and told Midoriya to just stay put and not disturb the other students. He was ready to start the headache of marking a paper full of mistakes and errors. He was not expecting the boy to have practically gotten full marks. Aside from the slightly messy handwriting, the entire paper was done perfectly. A word me Izuku? Ectoplasm caught his mistaken tongue and ushered the boy out into the hallway, where they could talk without disturbing the rest of the class. I thought you didn't have any kind of formal education? Yeah. I didn't go to school or anything. I couldn't afford it. How do you know all this stuff? The paper was made difficult on purpose and you just finished it with no problems. Ectoplasm asked. He was genuinely curious how the boy was able to complete such a difficult paper so effortlessly. He said he studied in the library? Kayama raised an eyebrow. Ectoplasm nodded. I'm surprised. Being self-taught and being able to do so for such high-level mathematics is impressive. Most students struggle with this stuff even if they have a teacher to coach and guide them. Is he eating? Yamada asked. Not sure. As I was leaving I saw him moving towards Ida. Ectoplasm replied. Once the lesson ended, Midoriya immediately made his way to Ida. Are you related to Ingenium? Where did that come from, Aizu? Shinso asked curiously, as Ida stared at the green-haired boy in shock and confusion. What? I'm sorry. It's just you and Ingenium both have engine-based quirks. And you both have blue hair. And I believe you went to Sumai Academy? I saw you a few times while I was in Hosu, and Ingenium also works in Hosu, so I was assuming, and I'm sorry if I offended you. Midoriya couldn't stop himself from rambling on. He was completely nervous without his hoodie or anything to cover his face. If he messed up, that was it for him. No. I wasn't expecting anyone to point it out. My brother is the turbo hero, Ingenium. I really look up to him. Midoriya's eyes lit up. I know. He has the engine quirks in his elbows, unlike you, where it is located on your calves. He can create really powerful blasts and shoot himself forward at a really high speed. He can hover off the ground and relies on the engines to propel him forwards at super speeds. Midoriya continued rambling on, and Shinso just sighed and face-palmed. But what the heck? Kaminari gaped at the boy, that was rattling off fact after fact about the pro-hero. Ashido and Aoyama were staring at him in shock, and everyone else was just looking at the boy strangely. Shut up, Dad. Your ramblings are freaking everyone out. Bakugo hissed, attempting to smack Midoriya on the back, who had instinctively dodged. Sorry, Kaken. Midoriya scratched his cheek, grinning. I never introduced myself. I'm Ida Tenya. Nice to meet you, Izuku. From that, everyone else started introducing themselves to the new addition to Class 1A. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Yagi exclaimed as he entered the classroom. It's All Might. That's the costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Wow. He really is a teacher. His classmates starting to yell excitedly, and Aizawa kept an eye on Midoriya as he eyed the hero weirdly. I teach basic hero training. It's a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero, and experience is of utmost importance. So let's get right into it. What you will do today is combat training. He then pressed a button, and several shelves with numbers popped out. After you change, gather in ground beta. Young Izuku. Yagi called out. Please follow Aizawa-kun. You know, Aizawa-sensei said something that's completely illogical. Kirishima said, slipping on his mouth guard. The thing about Midoriya being a vigilante who technically isn't a vigilante? Sato asked. Yeah. But he literally pulled a logical ruse on us after threatening to expel us yesterday, so I really don't know if he's joking or not. Siro pipped up. Bakugo was also thinking about it, also confused, just that he didn't voice his opinion like the rest of the class. You should know, after all, you know what his quirk is, don't you, Kaken? Shinso teased Bakugo mockingly, while trying to hint to him the real answer. Shut up. Only Deku can call me that. Bakugo growled, hissing out profanities while thinking, Deku's quirk? Wait. He's quirkless. The laws say that vigilantes are people who illegally use their quirks. Deku doesn't have a quirk. But he's fighting villains. Without a quirk. Deku, you're a FNG genius. Bakugo's grin suddenly became even wider, and Shinso just grinned back. I think he got it. Isn't it too obvious who I am? Midoriya asked as he looked at the outfit that Aizawa handed him. Aizawa merely shrugged. Wearing hoodies and tights aren't that uncommon. Without the mask and goggles, I seriously doubt they could tell, though the color scheme is a dead giveaway. Plus it will be fun watching them guess your vigilante identity and your quirk. You just enjoy watching them squirm. Midoriya merely huffed as he tugged the hood over his head, a familiar sense of peace and calmness rushing over his entire being. You did well in class to remain calm, I supposed. You need to stop relying on covering your face and identity. Aizawa said. Says the person who avoids people and the media like a plague. Midoriya shot back. I'm not gonna let you die because you suddenly lose self-confidence once that hood is blown off your head and can't protect yourself, and you get yourself killed by a villain. You really are a dad. Ever thought of adopting? Midoriya sniggered at Aizawa, who clammed up and looked at him with an unreadable expression. Shut up before I expel you. You already threatened me with that. And I know you won't. Uraraka was practically hiding behind Midoriya and Shinso from Mineta, who was leering at her. It wasn't her fault that the support company practically made her hero costume a tight bodysuit. Midoriya was already thinking about how to lecture Mineta about respecting his classmates and how to metaphorically bash it into his purply sticky-haired skull. Sensei, since we are at ground beta, are we going to be fighting robots? Ida asked, raising his hand robotically. No. You will draw lots and pair up. We're going to have a small simulation of heroes versus villains. The villains will have a faux bomb. The job of the heroes is to capture all the villains or touch the bomb. The job of the villains is to keep the heroes away from the bomb and to capture the heroes. Yagi replied. But we have 21 people with the inclusion of Midori. Aratsari, Izuku. Sato spoke up. Is one group going to have 3 people? Midoriya grunted an acceptance to the apology. Young Sato, young Izuku will be in his own group. But that's not very fair. Kirishima yelped, totally unmanly. Looking down on people is going to get you killed. Midoriya said, looking away to face Yagi, but then we'll have 11 groups. That wasn't going to be fair to the group he went up against. He may not have a quirk, but his experience far exceeded theirs and made up for that. No, young Izuku. You will be going up against all the groups, as both heroes and villains, alternating each time. The grin on Midoriya's face only grew as the rest of the class protested. He wasn't that weak, was he? Don't blame them. You're one of the shortest guys in class. Shinso patronizingly pat his head. Yeah. And you look so innocent and adorable with your freckles. Uraraka smiled. Add the hoodie and you're just even cuter. I'm not cute or innocent. I'm still a vigilante. I fought villains. Midoriya shot back, but Shinso and Uraraka just laughed at his outburst as Midoriya screeched at them. But honestly, don't underestimate him. I'm certain he could probably beat all of us. Aizawa-sensei did say he was going to help us out for hero lessons. Shinso looked at the rest of the class as they protested. The first match was Uraraka and Shinso as the heroes, and Midoriya as the villain. Uraraka-san would most likely be scouting from outside. Midoriya thought, staring at the papier-mâché bomb that was in the same room as he was. This is dumb. Which idiot would make a bomb so big and bulky to transport? Midoriya carefully lifted up the faux bomb. At least it had some weight to it instead of just being a papier-mâché shell. Anyways, Toshi would most likely start at the entrance. I'm sure they would think I would hide the bomb in the farthest room from the entrance, but they most likely would be checking all the rooms as well. You think All Might Sensei thinks too highly of Midoriya? Kaminari asked. He did practically tell him to fight all of us. He was a vigilante, right? Shiro replied, so obviously Midoriya should know what he's doing. All Might Sensei did say that experience is the most important factor in being a hero. Ida said, Midoriya is obviously very knowledgeable about heroes. Aizawa-sensei seems to trust him though, and that's huge considering he threatened to expel us and call it a logical ruse. Jiro mused. Midoriya seems familiar though. I can't remember when I might have met him though. Kirishima wondered. Upon giving the signal, Uraraka floated around the building, peeking in through the open window. She saw the bomb, but Midoriya was nowhere to be seen. Top floor. The room looks unattended. She whispered into her earpiece and Shinso frowned. Aiza must have some sort of plan. He's not this careless. The window was located directly above the entrance, and Shinso could see Uraraka clearly. I'm going in. Uraraka carefully floated into the room through the window, and yelped as Midoriya suddenly fell down from the ceiling and wrapped her up in capture tape. He then leapt out of the window, twisting midair while falling from 5 stories and landed in a very Aizawa-like crouch on the ground. Shinso flinched as he heard the sounds through the earpiece and frowned. Uraraka was probably out, knowing how good Midoriya was. Shinso gulped as he thought about having to fight his mentor. He immediately entered the building, hearing a loud thump behind him. Shinso whirled around, face to face with one Midoriya Izuku as he stood up. Hey! Aizu! Shinso dryly replied. Midoriya was supposed to be the villain, and he the hero. Might as well play the part. If he got Midoriya to talk, he might be able to brainwash him. Shinso turned off his earpiece. What he was going to say was private and no one but him and Midoriya should hear it. You know, I'm surprised you seem okay with All Might after what he told you, Midoriya. Didn't it hurt, being told you couldn't be a hero? Under the hood, Midoriya frowned and shot forward, capture tape in hand. Shinso dodged the first punch, but the second nailed him in the gut, and he doubled over. Midoriya was about to trap him with the tape, but Shinso grabbed it, pulling Midoriya off course. Midoriya immediately caught himself, sweeping Shinso's legs out from under him, and he immediately pinned Shinso to the ground, effectively immobilizing him. And villains win. Sorry that I called you by your last name. About what I said. About All Might. Shinso looked regretful as Midoriya helped him up. I was trying to get you to respond. Don't worry about it. Midoriya grinned, patting him on the back. Come on, let's go get Uraraka. Ida and Bakugo were the villains, and they were guarding the bomb, waiting for Midoriya to come. Stupid Deku. Is he just gonna wait for time to run out? Bakugo growled as he paced about. Suddenly, a vent cover from above them fell down, right on top of Bakugo. He grunted and was about to curse when Midoriya dropped down onto him, pressing the metal vent cover right against his spine. Midoriya then proceeded to kick the vent cover at Ida, who was too shell-shocked and only managed to dodge the cover at the last second, putting some distance between him and the bomb. Midoriya made a dash for the bomb, and Bakugo growled, grabbing onto Midoriya's ankle. Midoriya just landed on his arms, using his momentum to flip Bakugo over him and into Ida. Deku! Bakugo hissed, getting up and charging at Midoriya, his palms sparking. Ida was right behind him, ready to rush the boy after Bakugo's attack. Midoriya sidestepped Bakugo, grabbing his arm as he swung Bakugo right around, smashing Bakugo's still sparking palm directly into Ida. Midoriya just walked towards the bomb and touched it. The explosion had knocked Ida into a daze, who landed on top of Bakugo, who was slightly sluggish as he cursed. And heroes win. Mineta and Yaoyorozu were trying to barricade the room the bomb was in. Mineta was staring at Yaoyorozu's and she was just that close to whipping out a pole and bashing him in the face. The lights suddenly went out, and the two heroes turned to stare at the lights. The lights flickered on again, and Yaoyorozu was about to finish barricading the door when Midoriya jumped over the shoulder-height barricade, grabbing the metal on the top of the barricade and launching it at Mineta. Yaoyorozu immediately created and whipped a metal pole out of her arm, but barely had any time to react before Midoriya had landed and touched the bomb. Heroes win. How is he behind us? Ashido screeched as she fired a huge blob of acid on the ground, melting it. We're supposed to be finding him, not him chasing us. Midoriya didn't slow down, jumping over the acid. Aoyama shot his naval laser at him, but Midoriya just kicked off the wall, twisting to dodge the laser and continuing his pursuit for the two heroes. He shot past Aoyama and Ashido, the captured tape fluttering in his wake suddenly tightening as he lashed the two heroes together. Villains win. Shiro had placed tape all over the room, and Kirishima hardened his limbs as he prepared for Midoriya to come after them. Soon enough, Midoriya jumped into the room, running as he dodged and twirled past the tape that Shiro had put up. Kirishima chased after him, but Midoriya slid under him and kicked Kirishima into the tangle of tape. Shiro shot more tape at Midoriya, but Midoriya just dodged, grabbing the tape and using it to slam Shiro into the wall. Kirishima cut himself out of Shiro's tape and rushed after Midoriya, but Midoriya just dodged his attack and swept his feet out from under him before lunging for the bomb. Victory to the heroes. What quirk do you think he has? Kaminari asked as he carefully peeked through the hallways, Jiro with her earphone jack stuck in a wall, trying to hear where Midoriya and the bomb might be. Shoo. She shushed him, closing her eyes to concentrate on listening. Kaminari turned around to check behind them, though. He seriously doubted that Midoriya would be behind him. I suggest not closing your eyes when you use your quirk. That seriously leaves you vulnerable. Jiro's eyes snapped open, and Kaminari whirled around. Neither of them had even sensed his presence, or even heard his footsteps. With one quick movement, Midoriya had kicked Jiro into Kaminari. Both of them tumbled to the ground, and Midoriya watched as Kaminari hissed, looking between Jiro and himself. He must not be able to control the direction of his quirk. He's trying to find a way to get between Jiro and I so he can use his quirk in my general direction. Hesitation will end up killing him, Midoriya thought. He swiftly grabbed his capture tape and tied Jiro up, before carefully setting her aside. Kaminari was still warily eyeing him, his eyes flicking between him and Jiro. Don't hesitate. Just attack. Your hesitation could have gotten her killed, Midoriya yelled. Kaminari immediately snapped out of it and went in to punch Midoriya, who kept dodging his punches. Midoriya knew what Kaminari was trying to do, and just playing along. I thank you for taking care of her, but now I won't hold back. Kaminari roared, managing to push Midoriya far back enough for Jiro to be behind him. Kaminari released all his electricity, and Midoriya hissed slightly as the electricity ran through his system. Midoriya panted as the electric attack finally ended, and he shook his head at the bumbling electric user became a useless idiot. Kaminari's suicide attack wasn't that bad. It stung, but how many volts was that? Maybe taking the attack wasn't such a smart idea. Villains win. Sorry, sensei. Midoriya apologized, carrying Jiro, who was still knocked out, and dragging the idiot mode Kaminari behind him. I didn't think he'd short-circuit. He's a monster. Zero gawked. Midoriya had just taken a full 112 million volts of electricity and was still standing strong. Man, are you okay? Kirishima asked. That was a lot of electricity Kaminari released. But it was so manly how you're still standing strong. It wasn't that bad. That attack is good to cover a large area, since he should be able to knock out or at least stun a lot of people. He might have to work on increasing the current, though as it is, his attack is fine. Don't worry about me. I've been hit with worse before. That just makes me worry even more, Aizu. Shinso groaned. What other injuries do you have that I'm unaware of? Shock absorption quirk. Zero yelled. Do you need to take a break, young Izuku? Yagi asked. Midoriya shot Zero a small annoyed look. He was still sorry about letting Absorber die at the hands of Shigaraki. He was a kind and nice hero even though he smacked him into a wall trying to catch the Vigilante, and took a large gulp of water, shaking his head. Nope. I'm good. He exited the surveillance room, glancing upwards when he saw a very familiar man sitting above everyone in the rafters, and pouted slightly before leaving. Mineta screeched, he isn't human. Only for Ida to retort, we're all humans. Your statement is very rude. He's strong. When he's the hero, he attacks ferociously. Even when he's the villain, he presses the attack and keeps the enemy away from the bomb. Offense is truly the best defense here. Yaoyorozu muttered, and Uraraka agreed with her. Bakugo gave a small, relieved grin. Deku was strong. He could protect himself just fine. Based off his hero costume, Koda probably has some kind of animal-related quirk. Sato probably has some strength enhancer. His costume looked like it was made to stretch and shrink. Koda's quirk was rendered useless in the building, and Midoriya had made quick work of Sato once his cognitive functions started dropping. The meek boy couldn't do anything as Midoriya trapped him in the capture tape as well. Villains win. Ojiro and Hagakure glanced around the room warily. Hagakure had shed her gloves, and was currently completely naked. Ojiro was very uncomfortable with that. But that was part of her quirk, he couldn't blame her. They had agreed not to attack together, since Ojiro had no idea where she was or what she was doing, and he didn't want to hurt her by accident. The others were very hyped for this match, since they thought that Hagakure might be a troublesome opponent for Midoriya, except for Bakugo and Shinso, the former saying that she couldn't just rely on her quirk and the later shrugging, mentioning that Midoriya didn't necessarily need to see his opponent to fight them. The surveillance cameras were equipped with heat sensors, so the others would be able to see exactly what Hagakure was doing. Like the other matches, Midoriya had burst in at an insane speed, crashing into Ojiro and knocking him off balance. He looped his capture tape around Ojiro's wrist, and yanked him forward, kneeing him in the gut before further tangling the faux villain up in capture tape. Midoriya had essayed in a breath and tensed up, before leaning backwards, dodging an attack. He then jumped and kicked a direction. Ojiro heard a small grunt of pain as Hagakure was hit. Hagakure tried a few more times to attack, but Midoriya dodged every single one. He was a lot more wary than before, his eyes slowly moving around the room. He must be trying to determine where Hagakure was. Ojiro thought, caught and unable to participate in the fight anymore. Little did he know, Midoriya knew exactly where Hagakure was. Midoriya shot forward, and Ojiro heard Hagakure's yelp in pain as Midoriya nailed her in what Ojiro assumed was her gut, and launched himself towards the bomb. Heroes win. Hagakure put her gloves back on, and Midoriya blanched. How did he know where she was? Shiro yelled. They could see Hagakure's heat signature. Combined with the regular cameras, they could see Midoriya turning in Hagakure's direction no matter where or how she moved. I got it. His quirk is probably some heat signature thing. Kaminari exclaimed, finally out of his short-circuited daze. That's probably the smartest thing you said in your entire life. Jiro deadpanned, having woken up. So mean. Kaminari yelped, clutching his heart in mock sadness. Midoriya burst into the room, clearly upset, Ojiro and Hagakure behind him. This is ridiculous. Are you telling me she was naked this whole time? Midoriya demanded. What if she was fighting Todoroki-kun? He would just freeze her and she'd get frostbite. Or he'd burn her and because she has no protection she'll get hurt. Todoroki stared in Midoriya's direction. He had never used his fire, not once. He purposely froze his left side so as to keep the fire contained. How did he know? No one seemed to notice Midoriya's comment about his quirk, opting to focus on the fact that Midoriya could tell where Hagakure was at all times. Night Eye has this in turn that can phase through things. His hero costume is lined with special fibers produced from his hair so it phases with him. Invisible clothes might be hard to deal with, but that's better than going out into battle completely unprotected. Midoriya grumbled, storming out. Tokoyami and Azui were the heroes. This time, and in the shadows, Dark Shadow was invincible, or so he thought. As expected, Midoriya was standing in front of them. Tokoyami immediately activated Dark Shadow, who burst out from beneath his cloak. Azui-san's quirk is pretty obvious, being that of a frog. Midoriya's voice resonated. Karo. He's noticed. Azui softly said. I don't know Tokoyami-kun's quirk though. A bunch of lights suddenly lit up the area, and Dark Shadow screeched in pain. He probably grabbed all the lights in the base to make a makeshift floodlight. Tokoyami hissed. His quirk was immensely weakened, and he had to rely on Azui's quirk. Azui shot her tongue out at Midoriya. He grabbed it, pulling Azui towards him and kicked her into a wall. He tied Azui's arm to the capture weapon and flung her towards Tokoyami. He caught her, and failed to notice Midoriya shooting towards them both, wrapping them in the tape. Villains win. Todoroki and Shoji decided to split up. All the other teams had failed since Midoriya liked to deal with one opponent, and then toss them at the other to distract them. Shoji was patrolling the outside of the building, and Todoroki had froze the entire building, including the windows. Midoriya was standing on the top of another building. They split up. Smart. They don't want me to use each other against them like I did with the other teams. They're both strong. Shoji-kun's quirk lets him change his other arms into limbs. So he's a good scout and also strong if he changes his extra limbs into arms. Todoroki-kun froze the entire place, so it's probably not a good idea to enter via the entrance even if I can run well on ice. His dad's probably Endeavor. No wonder he doesn't want to use his fire, his dad's a real problem. Probably abused by him to be some all-might crusher. Why are all the fire-based dads pieces of shit? Midoriya quickly stopped himself before he could launch into a mental rant about Endeavor. Midoriya inspected the window. It was tinted with ice, but Midoriya could see the black hazy outline of the bomb. He wouldn't be able to just smash into it like before, the ice would just make him dislocate his shoulder. I don't hear him anywhere. Shoji said to Todoroki over the earpiece. Taking a leap while Shoji was talking, Midoriya leapt over to the building the bomb was in. He quickly tied the capture tape to a pole on the roof, and some around his waist. He had made the calculations and had to be careful, or he would end up smacking into a wall. He walked backwards, before running and taking a huge leap off the roof. "He's on the roof!" Shoji yelled, turning when he heard Midoriya's footsteps and just happened to see him leap off the roof, capture tape around his waist. Midoriya let himself fall when the capture tape was tugged against his waist, and he twisted around midair, angling his feet towards the window. He quickly undid the capture tape around his waist, and his foot made contact with the window, and his momentum completely shattered the window and the ice behind it. Todoroki had already made his way between the bomb and the window, having been alerted by Shoji. He did not expect the glass and ice shards to start flying towards him with a green-haired boy, and he hurriedly put up an ice wall to stop him. He watched, mesmerized as Midoriya jumped and leapt over his wall of ice, twisting between two sharp icicles that had appeared, before landing behind Todoroki, and placed his hand on the bomb. "Heroes win. Are you sure you went easy on them?" Yagi asked Midoriya. "You beat them all." "Of course. Recovery Girl would have my head if I exerted myself." Midoriya huffed. Everyone minus Shinso yelped. "You call that going easy? He isn't even remotely tired, he's not even panting." Kaminari froze up. "He's a monster." "Does he have a stamina quirk?" Ojiro asked aloud, thinking, those maneuvers he did, all the twisting and turning, that isn't easy. And he jumped in through the window twice from neighboring buildings. How did he do all that and not be tired? "Alright, do any of you have feedback on any of the fights?" Yagi asked. Izuku used completely different methods to take the opponent down in each fight, and he was completely unpredictable. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. He always pressed on the attack, leaving us off balance no matter if he was the villain or the hero. He also used some of our quirks against us, like Siro's tape and Bakugo's explosion. Bakugo scoffed when she mentioned how he accidentally blew up Ida. He also used the capture tape effectively, opting to trap and restrain the heroes and villains instead of dealing too much damage that might end up injuring us. He also ended each exercise with just broken windows and a few missing light bulbs. Azui noted. He also seemed to know what our quirks were, and quickly found ways to counter them. Ida added. Was he informed of our quirks beforehand? No. I assure you, young Izuku here had no idea he would even be here and was just invited to UA yesterday. All Might replied. Wait, then how did you know? Kaminari asked. I guessed? Some are easy to infer, like Azui-san's posture and her way of speaking was a dead giveaway of having a frog quirk. I saw Uraraka-san, Ida-kun and Kirishima-kun's quirks at the UA entrance exam before, and Ojiro-kun, Jiro-san and Shoji-kun's are obviously mutation quirks. I could feel a small electric charge from Kaminari-kun, and Hagakure-san is obviously invisible. I also knew Kaken and Toshi before I got here. What about the others, like mine? Tokoyami asked. Based on your hero costumes. Tokoyami-kun's is a dark-colored cloak, and I guessed that it was something that works well in the dark. Toyoma-kun had a huge crystal on his waist, so I assumed his quirk was some sort of laser and the crystal was there to concentrate it. Ashido-san's costume shows her arms, so I assumed she could create corrosive substances with her arms. Siro-kun's practically has tape dispensers on it, Koda-kun's costume is animal-friendly looking, and Sato-kun's costume is made to stretch and shrink. Yororozu-san's is not obvious, but I noticed she had a book on molecular structures and forms, so I'm guessing it's something creation-based. What about Todoroki and I? Mineta asked. Todoroki-kun literally has ice on his costume. Midoriya replied, facing Mineta, and you really need to stop being so perverted. What? Kaminari is also perverted. Why call me out? Mineta yelped, scared as Midoriya was glaring at him. Don't think I didn't notice how you stare at the girls in lessons. Plus, Kaminari-kun doesn't just leer at people like you do. That's just plain rude and degrading towards them. Midoriya hissed. Yaozu-san was obviously distracted by something you did in the trial, and I'm going to take a very good guess that you were staring at her while she was trying to block the door. I could feel the relief practically flowing off her when I knocked you into a wall, and I honestly can't blame her if you kept staring at her in such a way. He paused, letting what he had said sink into the small boy. Yaoyorozu blushed slightly when Midoriya practically told everyone she wanted her teammate beaten, but honestly no one could blame her for being stuck with the pervert. Yaoyorozu-san's quirk, from what I observed, allows converting organic material, I'm assuming fats and lipids since they are storage molecules, into inorganic materials, and this allows her to make items as long as she knows the internal components and molecular structure. I doubt she willingly wanted to wear something so revealing, but her quirk produces items from her body, so she practically needs to show skin in order to effectively use her quirk, like Midnight. He quickly turned to Yaoyorozu, who was staring at him while gawking. I'm sorry if I made any assumptions about your quirk, Yaoyorozu-san. I was just guessing how your quirk worked. No, it's all right. I'm just shocked because that's exactly how my quirk works. Yaoyorozu replied. Midoriya turned back to Mineta. I refuse to allow your attitude towards her, or any of the other girls, hinder their ability just because they aren't comfortable being around you, like Uraraka-san, Ashido-san and Hagakura-san. The design company just made Uraraka-san's hero costume like that. Ashido-san can't have a costume that won't be destroyed by her acid without restricting her quirk usage, and Hagakura can't help it if she wants to use her quirk effectively for stealth. Midoriya scolded. He grinned, his canines gleaming under the shadow of his hood. Midoriya's upper canines being slightly sharper than normal canines, since he sometimes did use his teeth to attack when his hands were occupied, or to get himself out of a bind. His gaze turned slightly murderous, made even worse with his eye bags, and everyone flinched when they saw the short boy, who was angry, turn plain scary as his eyes screamed bloody murder. So if I ever see you treating them or any female like that ever again, you're going to regret it, understood, Mineta-kun? Midoriya towered over Mineta, dragging out his name, and his words were just dripping with malice. Why yes sir. Mineta squeaked. Alright, now that we've gotten that resolved, I have some advice for all of you. Midoriya clapped his hands, his hood falling down from the sheer speed he had turned at, and the murderous intent emanating from the boy dissipated as quickly as it came. Everyone's sweat dropped at how quickly the boy changed. Scratch Kaminari's idea of a heat signature quirk, Midoriya had a split personality quirk. Hagakure-san, you may be invisible, but you're too loud. I could hear you breathing. You should also learn how to hide your presence, I could sense you. Like I said, maybe see if the outfit companies see if they can do something with your hair to fix up some sort of costume for you. Midoriya started. Juro-san, I said it before, but don't close your eyes when you listen. Maybe plug one earphone jack into that speaker on your shoes and the other into the wall so you can attack immediately. Kaminari-kun, I purposely let you push me back to see how you would handle me once Juro-san was safe from your electric attacks. Don't release all your electricity at one go. Also, maybe ask the support department for some support gear to control the direction of your quirk. I have a few sketches in mind already. Hagakure squeaked, and her gloves were animatedly moving around so everyone could tell she was waving her arms around in excitement. Kaminari mentally noted down what Midoriya had said, and Jiro nodded. She closed her eyes to help her concentrate, but that just left a huge blind spot right in front of her. Uraraka-san, you should be more careful and cautious when you were in front of the window. If you were a villain, I probably would have jumped out of the window and smashed you to the ground. Falling down 5 stories is not fun, trust me. Ida-kun, be more aware of your surroundings, and try to improve your agility. Yaoyorozu-san, maybe if you tried to make a trap instead of directly barricading the door, it might be easier on your body and your quirk. Kirishima-kun, you're too stiff when you harden your arms. Sato-kun, try to tap into your strengthening power sparingly. You won't last long in a fight when your cognitive functions run low. Koda-kun, with your stature, I'm sure you would be able to attack directly. I understand that you're soft by nature, but you can't just rely on your quirk. Koda nodded. He knew he was gentle and soft and terribly afraid of bugs. He would have to fix that. Suro-kun, you could try to mix your tape with the capture tape to confuse me. Ashido-san, use your acid sparingly. You just destroyed your way out when you destroyed the ground. Oyoma-kun, practice more with that laser. You ended up with a stomachache, right? That probably means your quirk draws energy from your stomach directly, so maybe eat more energy-rich foods to suffer less stomach aches. Shoji-kun, your quirk is great for scouting, but don't just stay on ground level when you do so. Ojiro-san, you know martial arts, so be careful when your opponents fight dirty. Villains in the real world won't follow rules and would probably kick you right between the legs if they could. Ojiro flinched at the thought. He was right. His kind of martial arts didn't allow people to do that when they had mock fights. Tokoyami-kun, don't rely on your shadow quirk bird too. Maybe pick up martial arts like Ojiro-kun? And Azui-san, don't immediately attack with your tongue. I could have a poison quirk for all you know and you would just poison and hurt yourself. Azui gave a small karo in response. Poison would be bad. Frogs can secret their own poison, but she was still a human with frog qualities. Poison would be bad. Toshi, trying to rile me up to use your quirk was great. But try to attack and then use your quirk. Enemies are more likely to respond if they're distracted, especially if they know what quirk you have. Kaken, stop with that right hook. You always start with it. Todoroki-kun, I would like to speak with you about your quirk later, in private. Midoriya said, patting Todoroki on the back with a serious expression on his face. Alright. Think about what young Izuku said. I think he covered everyone. Class dismissed. Yagi declared, running out of ground beta and breakneck speed, closing the door before poofing back to his skinny form. Midoriya grabbed Todoroki, and were walking ahead of everyone. Still think the matchups were unfair? Shinso nudged Kirishima. Bakugo clicked his tongue, but everyone shook their heads. No. He's so manly. Kirishima exclaimed. That's so cool. I need to learn from him. Any idea who his vigilante identity is, Toshi? Uraraka asked. You seemed close to Midoriya. Don't call me that. Only Aiza can call me that, Shinso grumbled. And no. I promised I wouldn't tell anyone his vigilante identity, but I will say that he has been pretty active these past few years. I know. He has a ghost quirk. Bakugo said he died. Kaminari lit up. Shut up, you effing extra. Bakugo howled, decking Kaminari in the face. Fire quirk. Since he clearly didn't die in the fire. Kaminari obviously didn't get the hint, and Bakugo punched him in the face again, screaming bloody murder. That's clearly a sensitive topic and you had to bring it up. Zero sighed. They didn't notice Aizawa sitting in the rafters the entire lesson, observing them this whole time. Todoroki-kun. Midoriya addressed the dual-haired boy. He led him around the corner from the changing room, away from everyone else. Why didn't you use your fire? Midoriya asked. How did you even know I could use it? Todoroki hissed. You have white and red hair. Your left side is obviously warmer than your right side. Midoriya waved him off. Look, I get your dad is a huge sheet bag, but you can't let him drag you down. Shut up. My family has nothing to do with you. Todoroki's tone hardened. I refuse to use my father's quirk. I will prove to him that I will be the best with just my mother's. Todoroki-kun, you're being very disrespectful to your classmates. They're trying their best to use the full extent of their quirks, yet you think you can become number one by just using 50% of your power. Midoriya remained calm. Look, I don't know why dads with fire-based quirks are huge pieces of sheet, but you need to know that it's your power. Not his. Yours. Todoroki froze up, looking at his hand. My power. Not his. No one had ever told me that before. Is that burned from your mother? Midoriya carefully asked. You do know we can file this for child abuse, right? Todoroki closed his eyes, looking away. If anything, it should be my dad who is filed for child abuse, not her. My mom poured hot water on my left side because it reminded her too much of him. He hurt her. I can't. It's not her fault. It never was. I met your mom before. I visited her in the hospital a few times. Midoriya pat Todoroki's shoulder. I understand how you feel. She wished she could see you again, to apologize for what she did. Todoroki shrugged him off, hissing, Shut up. You can't understand it. It wasn't her fault in any way. You're a vigilante. You can't understand how much he beat me up as training, how he refused to let me interact with my siblings, or how he literally drove my mom insane. You're right. Todoroki froze when Midoriya's tone changed, suddenly turning slightly sarcastic. I can't understand how it feels to have someone hurt you because you won't use the full extent of your quirk. I can't even understand what it feels like to have a quirk. Midoriya glared slightly at Todoroki. What? Todoroki asked, confused. I'm quirkless. Todoroki froze. He was quirkless? And he beat everyone? He was that strong without a quirk? Sorry. For speaking so harshly, Midoriya apologized, his tone softening. My dad. When he found out I was quirkless, he kept calling my mom, saying she shouldn't keep a quirkless child around. Eventually she started hitting me and calling me useless, all the while crying. I remembered hearing her crying in her room, but I'm sure she still loved me because she tried to protect me from my father when I was 7. Oh, was all Todoroki responded. How is she now? Dead. Midoriya blinked, looking away. My dad set our apartment on fire. She stuck me in a cupboard and used her quirk to send me a fair distance away from our apartment, away from my dad. It burned her. Both of them remained quiet, until Midoriya spoke up. Can you keep this a secret? Todoroki nodded. Yeah. Sorry for making you bring it up. Don't worry about it. Midoriya gave a small smile, giving him a small thumbs up. It's going to come out sooner or later. Also, tell me if and when you want to file a report against Endeavor. I'm sure I can dig up some pretty important stuff, and I'm positive that Nizu will be willing to help. Why do you want to help me? Todoroki asked, feeling slightly guilty that he had made Midoriya spill an important secret and bring up horrifying memories, and yet he wanted to save him from his dad. He didn't even have friends, people who treated him like he was his own person instead of just Endeavor's son. I don't want you to hurt anymore, Todoroki-kun. No one should have to hurt like that. It's too late for me, but it isn't too late for you. You're your own person, don't let your lineage define you. Think about it. Todoroki slumped. He was tired, still reeling from Midoriya's words. Come on. Let's go back before the others think we snuck out and catching villains, Todoroki-kun. Midoriya grinned, his smile spreading across his face, and Todoroki could feel the entire atmosphere shifting from something brooding to something bright and hopeful. Shoto. Call me Shoto. I know why you refuse to let anyone call you by your last name. I want to do the same. But only you for now, because you know the real reason. Todoroki looked away. My quirk. I'll try. But I can't make any promises. All right, Shokun. Take your time. Things like this take forever to get over. Midoriya pat his back, leading him back to the changing room so they could change back into their uniforms. Come on. You sure took your time, nerd. Bakugo hissed. Shokun and I had a small talk. Midoriya grinned at Bakugo, who just grunted and looked out the window. You adopted him too, Aizu? Shinso gave a small laugh. What? I did not. Midoriya yelled at him. You adopted me 2 years ago, then you practically adopted Yaoyorozu, Ashido, Uraraka and Hagakure after that stunt my Netta pulled, then you just adopted Todoroki? Shinso grinned. Pretty soon you'll adopt the entire class, Aizu. What? Midoriya exclaimed, Shut up, Toshi. He stomped over to Shinso, pushing his head down and ruffling the heck out of his fluffy hair. Adopting us? Yaoyorozu asked. What do you mean? He'll do anything to keep you guys safe and is willing to risk his life in the process. Shinso cheekily replied. Why do you think I asked for bubble wrap? He's reckless, has no sense of self-preservation, is literally the smartest guy I know with no common sense. This guy has more cuts and stab wounds than a chopping board. Toshi! Shut up! Midoriya whined, embarrassed. Aizawa and Yagi were reviewing the fights and the students as they watched the fights. His fighting style and plans to beat the opposing team are randomized and unique. Yuzuki also didn't really fight in the media, so it would be harder to link those two together. Aizawa thought, but his temporary hero costume has practically the same color scheme as Yuzuki's. They aren't even thinking. Don't blame them. No one would think Midoriya is Yuzuki. They practically pointed out how cute and innocent-looking he is as we were entering ground beta to be thinking he took down some of the worst villains here. Yagi grinned slightly, plus, I met the boy before and even I didn't put him and his Yuzuki identity together until Nizu pointed it out. Shinso practically said Midoriya got injured while observing an entrance exam. And Midoriya himself said he knew Ida, Uraraka, and Kirishima from it. If that isn't obvious enough, then I don't know what is. Aizawa mumbled. He decided to turn his attention to the class performance. Midoriya had pointed out everything. Considering it was more scenario-based, Midoriya could really see the full extent of their quirks, but he had done surprisingly well in compiling their quirks and weaknesses. Besides from Shinso, who obviously knew Midoriya's Vigilante identity, and Bakugo, who knew Midoriya before, all the other students were discussing about Midoriya's possible quirk. Shock absorption quirk. Midoriya would get mad over that naturally. A fire quirk, a ghost quirk, a heat-sensing quirk? Weight that would go under fire. Young Bakugo would get mad over that last few. Yagi sympathized. Aizawa reported that he had hit Kaminari in the face twice, and while he didn't condone fighting, he did agree that it was rather insensitive of the electric boy, especially since he had given his reasons why Midoriya could have those quirks. Yagi's sweat dropped as Aizawa chucked under his breath. I can't wait to see their expressions when they realized Midoriya is quirkless.